Hey there, fellow travellers of the strange. Tonight we're stepping through doors most sane people would sprint away from, into the world's oldest mental asylum, a place so infamous that its very name became a word. You've used it. Complete bedlam. Absolute bedlam. But here's the thing. You probably never stopped to wonder why chaos itself is named after a hospital. That's because the real story is darker, stranger, and more human than any horror movie could dream up. For over 7 centuries, Bethlem Royal Hospital has been a mirror held up to civilization's face. And honestly, we haven't always liked what stared back. The way society treated its most vulnerable minds tells us everything about who we really were, and maybe still are. Tonight we're tracing that reflection from medieval chains to modern medicine. So dim those lights, get comfortable, and drop a comment. Where are you watching from tonight? What time is it in your corner of the world? I want to know who's brave enough to join me on this particular journey. Ready to unlock the gates? Let's go. Let's talk about money. Because behind every great institution, whether noble or notorious, there's always a ledger, a budget, and somebody asking the eternal question, who's going to pay for all this? Bethlem's financial history is a 7-century saga of creative accounting, moral compromises, and the uncomfortable truth that caring for society's most vulnerable has never been cheap. The way this institution funded itself tells us as much about human nature as any medical treatment ever administered within its walls. When Bethlem first opened its doors in 1247, it wasn't actually a mental hospital at all. The Priory of St. Mary of Bethlehem was established as a religious house by Simon Fitzmary, a wealthy alderman who apparently decided that the best use of his fortune was to create a sanctuary for weary travellers and pilgrims passing through London. The original vision was rather lovely, actually, a place of rest, spiritual comfort, and Christian charity. The funding model was simple. Wealthy patrons donated money, the church provided oversight, and everyone involved could feel rather good about themselves. This was medieval philanthropy at its most straightforward, operating on the assumption that helping others was its own reward, with perhaps a slightly better seat in heaven as an added bonus. The priory functioned primarily on donations from the faithful and income from its modest landholdings. Like most religious houses of the era, it survived on a combination of charitable gifts, bequests from dying nobles who hoped to purchase a little posthumous grace, and the occasional royal grant when monarchs felt particularly generous or guilty. The financial model worked reasonably well when you're housing a handful of travellers and running what amounted to a medieval bed and breakfast with prayer services. Operating costs were minimal. The monks did most of the work themselves, food was simple, and nobody expected luxury accommodations. Straw bedding, basic meals, and a roof over one's head. This was the sum total of what most charitable institutions provided, and recipients were expected to be grateful for even that much. But something strange began happening in the early 14th century. Among the travellers and pilgrims, a different sort of resident started appearing. Individuals who couldn't quite be released back into society. People whose minds had wandered into territories that made their families uncomfortable and their neighbours nervous. By 1377, the priory's records indicate the presence of several distracted persons among its inhabitants. The word distracted was the polite medieval euphemism for what we might now recognise as serious mental illness, though the 14th century's understanding of such conditions was, shall we say, somewhat underdeveloped compared to modern psychiatric knowledge. And this is where the financial picture started getting considerably more complicated. Caring for the mentally ill was nothing like housing temporary guests. Travellers eventually left. Pilgrims moved on to their destinations, but patients with severe mental disorders might stay for months, years, or even decades. They required supervision around the clock. They needed to be fed, clothed, and restrained when their conditions made them dangerous to themselves or others. They couldn't contribute labour to the institution's maintenance, and they certainly weren't dropping coins into the donation box. From a purely economic standpoint, and I realise this sounds rather cold, but we're following the money here, the mentally ill represented a significant financial liability that the original monastic funding model was never designed to handle. The priory's administrators faced a choice that would echo through the institution's entire history: find new sources of funding, or simply refuse to accept patients they couldn't afford to maintain. Being a religious institution, with at least some commitment to Christian charity, they chose the former, though the methods they eventually developed would raise eyebrows even by the relaxed ethical standards of medieval London. the first significant shift in Bethlem's financial structure came in 1375, when the hospital was placed under the oversight of the City of London. This wasn't exactly a hostile takeover, but it wasn't purely voluntary either. The Crown had been intermittently seizing properties from religious institutions, a preview of the more dramatic dissolution that would come under Henry VIII, and the Priory's administrators probably recognised that aligning with municipal authorities offered better long-term security than remaining an independent religious house. The city's involvement meant access to municipal funds, though access might be overstating the generosity involved. London's civic leaders were willing to provide some financial support for Bethlem, but their largesse had distinct limits. Under municipal oversight, Bethlem began developing what might charitably be called a diversified funding model, and what might less charitably be called squeezing money from every possible source. The hospital continued accepting charitable donations, of course. Wealthy citizens could still feel virtuous by bequeathing portions of their estates to the care of the mad, and the institution maintained careful records of these gifts, both for accounting purposes and to encourage others to follow suit. Nothing motivates charitable giving quite like seeing your neighbour's name inscribed on a benefactor's plaque, while yours remains conspicuously absent. But donations alone couldn't cover the growing costs of maintaining an expanding patient population. The families of patients were increasingly expected to contribute to their relatives' upkeep, a practice that would become central to Bethlem's finances for centuries. If your uncle had lost his mind and needed to be housed somewhere other than the family home, well, surely you could spare a few shillings for his accommodation. The exact fees varied depending on the patient's condition, the family's means, and presumably the hospital administrator's negotiating skills. Wealthier families paid more, poorer families paid what they could, if anything, and families who simply abandoned their troublesome relatives to the institution's care, this happened more often than anyone liked to admit, contributed nothing at all, leaving the hospital to absorb the costs as best it could. This two-tier system created an immediate and lasting division in patient care. Those whose families could afford to pay received somewhat better treatment, private or semi-private accommodations, more attentive supervision, perhaps even access to whatever passed for medical care in an era when the cutting edge of psychiatric treatment involved determining which of the four humours was out of balance. Those without family support or whose families couldn't or wouldn't pay received the bare minimum, a space on the floor, food sufficient to prevent starvation, and restraints when deemed necessary. The correlation between payment and treatment would prove remarkably persistent throughout Bethlem's history, surviving every reform movement and administrative reorganisation that came along. The dissolution of the monasteries under Henry VIII in the 1530s initially threatened Bethlem's existence entirely. As a former religious institution, it should theoretically have been swept up in the great redistribution of church property that enriched the crown and various opportunistic nobles. But Bethlem managed to slip through the net, partly because it had already come under civic rather than purely religious control, and partly because nobody else particularly wanted responsibility for housing London's lunatics. It's a peculiar kind of luck, surviving because your function is too unpleasant for anyone to covet, but luck it was nonetheless. The hospital emerged from the Reformation era with its mission intact but its finances in perpetual precariousness. The city provided some funding, charitable donations continued trickling in, families paid what they could or would, but there was never quite enough money, and the gap between resources and needs grew wider as London's population expanded and the number of people requiring psychiatric care increased accordingly. By the late 16th century, Bethlem's administrators were desperately seeking new revenue streams, and they found one that would become the institution's most infamous financial innovation: selling tickets to the public. The practice of allowing visitors to tour Bethlem and view its patients began informally, probably in the late 1500s, and became increasingly institutionalized over the following century. By the 1600s, the hospital was actively marketing itself as a tourist attraction, though tourist attraction might be too generous a phrase for what was essentially a human zoo. For a penny or two, any curious Londoner could walk through the wards and observe the patients in their various states of distress, madness, and degradation. The experience was presented as educational, a cautionary demonstration of what happened when the mind lost its moorings. It was also, quite frankly, entertainment of the cruelest sort, and it proved extremely popular. The admission fees from these public visits became a significant portion of Bethlem's operating budget. At the height of this practice in the early 18th century, the hospital was receiving an estimated 96,000 visitors annually. Let that number sink in for a moment. Nearly 100,000 people each year paying to stare at the mentally ill, to laugh at their ravings, to poke them with sticks, which visitors sometimes did, and to congratulate themselves on their own fortunate sanity. At a penny per visitor, that's £400 annually, which doesn't sound like much until you remember that a skilled craftsman in 1700 might earn £20 in an entire year. The visitor revenue was funding a substantial portion of the hospital's operations, which created a deeply uncomfortable incentive structure. If your income depends on visitors, you need to give visitors something worth seeing. This commercial imperative may explain some of Bethlem's most theatrical practices during the era: the keeping of patients in chains and cages, the tolerance of violent outbursts that could be displayed to paying crowds, the general atmosphere of chaos that gave Bedlam its place in the English language. A quiet, orderly hospital where patients received humane treatment and gradually recovered their faculties would have been medically desirable but commercially disastrous. Why would anyone pay to see calm people receiving competent care? The economics of the situation pushed toward spectacle, toward horror, toward exactly the conditions that would later appall reformers and shame the institution's defenders. The hospital's governors, to their credit, occasionally expressed discomfort with this arrangement. Various regulations were enacted to limit the worst abuses. Visitors were theoretically prohibited from giving alcohol to patients, from physically touching or tormenting them, from staying beyond certain hours. These rules were inconsistently enforced, as rules against popular and profitable activities tend to be. The pennies kept flowing, the visitors kept coming, and the patients kept suffering in full public view. It was a funding model that worked, in the narrow sense of keeping the institution financially solvent, while failing catastrophically in every other respect. Alongside the visitor fees, Bethlem continued extracting payments from patients' families, with arrangements that grew increasingly elaborate over time. The hospital developed a tiered system of accommodation that would not look entirely out of place in a modern airline seating chart. At the bottom were the charity cases, the pauper lunatics who had no family able or willing to pay, and who subsisted on whatever minimal care the hospital's general funds could provide. Their conditions were the ones visitors came to see: the chains, the filth, the degradation that made Bethlem synonymous with inhumanity. Above them, quite literally in some periods, were the paying patients whose families contributed regular sums for their maintenance. These individuals received private or semi-private rooms, better food, actual bedding rather than straw, an exemption from the more brutal restraint methods applied to the charity cases. Some paying patients even had personal attendants, servants essentially, who accompanied them to the hospital and provided care that the institution's meagre staff couldn't offer. The difference between a paying patient's experience and a charity patient's experience was the difference between staying in a budget motel and sleeping under a bridge. Neither was pleasant by modern standards, but one was clearly preferable to the other. At the top of this hierarchy were the criminal lunatics, a category that might seem paradoxical, but actually represented the hospital's most reliable funding stream. Beginning in the 17th century, Bethlem increasingly housed individuals who had committed crimes but been judged too insane for ordinary imprisonment. The costs of these patients were covered by the Crown, or by local parishes, guaranteed payments that didn't depend on the generosity of private families or the continued interest of visiting tourists. Criminal lunatics were good business, from a purely financial perspective, which perhaps explains why Bethlem's administrators showed considerable enthusiasm for accepting them despite the additional security challenges they presented. The financial records from the 17th and 18th centuries reveal an institution constantly scrambling for funds, patching together revenue from multiple inconsistent sources, and making compromises that undermined whatever therapeutic mission it might have claimed. When money was short, which was often, staff were let go, food quality declined, and maintenance was deferred. The governors made appeals to the city, to Parliament, to wealthy patrons, stressing the noble work being done while carefully avoiding too much detail about the actual conditions patients endured. Fundraising literature from this era presents a sanitized version of institutional life that bore little resemblance to reality, a practice that has survived remarkably intact into the modern non-profit sector. One particularly telling episode occurred in 1674, when the hospital moved from its original site to a grand new building designed by Robert Hooke. The new Bethlem was architecturally ambitious, featuring an impressive facade meant to project civic pride and institutional competence. The problem was that the governors had spent almost their entire budget on the building's exterior, while leaving the interior largely unfinished. Patients occupied a magnificent shell that lacked adequate heating, proper drainage, and sufficient space for the population it was meant to house. It was the architectural equivalent of buying a luxury car when you can't afford insurance. Impressive from the outside, but fundamentally impractical for its actual purpose. The Hook building's structural problems would plague the hospital for decades, requiring constant repairs that drained resources away from patient care. Walls began cracking almost immediately. The drainage system failed repeatedly. Windows didn't seal properly, leaving patients exposed to London's famous weather. Each repair cost money that might otherwise have gone toward better food, more staff, or actually treating the people the building was supposed to serve. The governors responded to this fiscal crisis the way administrators throughout history have responded to fiscal crises, by cutting corners everywhere possible while maintaining appearances as long as they could. By the mid-18th century, Bethlem's financial model had calcified into something that served almost no one well, except perhaps the contractors who kept getting paid to patch the collapsing building. Visitor revenues had begun declining as public sensibilities shifted and competing entertainment options emerged. Why pay to see lunatics when you could attend the theatre or watch public executions? The families of patients were increasingly complaining about the quality of care their payments supposedly purchased. And the charitable donations that had once formed the backbone of the hospital's funding had slowed to a trickle, perhaps because potential donors had heard enough about actual conditions to question whether their money was being well spent. The governors responded with a series of financial innovations that created as many problems as they solved. They began leasing portions of the hospital's land for commercial development, which provided immediate cash but reduced the institution's long-term assets. They sought additional criminal lunatics from the counties, essentially marketing Bethlem as a dumping ground for problems that local communities didn't want to handle themselves. They increased pressure on families to pay more while delivering less in return, a strategy that worked until families started refusing to commit relatives to an institution with Bethlem's reputation. The financial crisis came to a head in the early 19th century, when a series of parliamentary investigations exposed just how badly the hospital was mismanaged. The 1815 inquiry revealed patients living in conditions that shocked even the hardened sensibilities of Georgian lawmakers, staff who were paid so poorly that they supplemented their income by exploiting patients, and an accounting system that could charitably be described as creative and less charitably as fraudulent. The hospital had been running on debt for years, borrowing against future income to cover present expenses, and the whole precarious structure was on the verge of collapse. Reform, when it came, required a complete reimagining of Bethlem's financial foundation. The visitor admission scheme was finally abolished in 1770, eliminating the most controversial revenue source, but also creating a significant budget gap that needed filling. In its place, the hospital increasingly relied on parliamentary grants and direct government funding, a transition from private philanthropy to public responsibility that mirrored broader shifts in Victorian social policy. The state was slowly accepting that care for the mentally ill was a governmental obligation rather than a matter for private charity, though this acceptance came with its own complications. Government funding meant government oversight, and government oversight meant paperwork, lots of it. The previously informal arrangements for patient admission, payment and care were replaced with standardized procedures, regular inspections and detailed record-keeping. Families who wanted to commit relatives now faced bureaucratic processes that could take weeks or months. Patients were classified according to elaborate diagnostic categories that had more to do with administrative convenience than clinical reality. The hospital became more accountable, certainly, but it also became more rigid, less able to respond to individual circumstances, and more focused on meeting the numerical targets that funding agencies demanded. The transition to public funding also created new inequities even as it eliminated old ones. Previously, wealthy families could purchase better care for their relatives within the Bethlem system. Now, with the hospital operating on standardized government rates, families with means increasingly avoided the institution entirely, sending their troubled relatives to private asylums where money could still buy comfort and discretion. Bethlem became, even more than before, an institution for those who couldn't afford alternatives, the poor, the criminal, the abandoned. The paying patients who had once subsidised care for the charity cases disappeared, leaving an institution funded entirely by public money that was never quite sufficient for the task. Throughout the Victorian era, Bethlem's finances were shaped by the broader political debates about poverty, welfare and state responsibility. The hospital existed in uncomfortable tension with the workhouse system, the prison system, and the emerging network of county asylums that were supposed to provide local care for the mentally ill. Each of these systems had its own funding mechanisms, its own constituencies, and its own bureaucratic imperatives. Patients were shuffled between institutions based less on their clinical needs than on which budget could accommodate their costs. The question of who should pay for the care of the insane was never satisfactorily answered, merely deferred from one generation of administrators to the next. The late Victorian reforms improved conditions considerably while adding new financial pressures. Better buildings required larger capital investments. Professional medical staff demanded higher salaries than the untrained keepers they replaced. Modern treatments, even the dubious ones popular in this era, required equipment, supplies and facilities that earlier generations hadn't bothered providing. Each improvement cost money, and money remained chronically short. The hospital lurched from crisis to crisis, never quite solvent but never quite bankrupt, kept alive by periodic infusions of public funds and the occasional generous bequest. The 20th century brought 2 world wars, the creation of the National Health Service, and yet another complete transformation of Bethlem's financial model. Under the NHS, established in 1948, the hospital finally achieved something approaching stable funding, its costs absorbed into the vast machinery of public healthcare that promised treatment for all regardless of ability to pay. The centuries-long struggle to find revenue sources, to balance charity cases against paying patients, to maintain buildings while caring for their occupants, was theoretically resolved by incorporating Bethlem into a national system of healthcare funding. But even NHS funding had its limits and its distortions. The hospital now competed for resources with every other healthcare facility in Britain, its budget determined by bureaucratic formulas that didn't always account for the specialised needs of psychiatric care. Mental health has historically been the poor relation of healthcare funding, receiving less than its share of resources despite affecting a significant portion of the population. Bethlem, now officially Bethlem Royal Hospital, found itself advocating for funds within a system that had many priorities and limited money to address them all. The physical relocation of the hospital to its current site at Monk's Orchard, completed in the 1930s, created yet another financial challenge. The new facility was purpose-built for modern psychiatric care, a vast improvement over the cramped and decaying buildings it replaced. But it was also located far from central London, which complicated staffing, reduced the hospital's visibility to potential donors, and created logistical challenges for families trying to visit patients. Each of these factors had financial implications, from higher transportation costs to reduced charitable contributions from people who no longer passed the hospital on their daily travels through the city. Today, Bethlem Royal Hospital operates as part of the South London and Maudsley NHS Foundation Trust, one of the largest mental health trusts in the United Kingdom. Its funding comes primarily through NHS commissioning, a complex process where local health authorities contract with the trust to provide services for their populations. The trust also receives income from research activities, educational programs, and specialised services that other NHS organisations purchase. The Museum of the Mind, which occupies part of the hospital's grounds and tells the institution's long history, operates partly on admission donations and gift shop sales, a faint echo of the paying visitors who once funded so much of the hospital's operations. The financial challenges facing modern Bethlem are different in their specifics, but similar in their fundamental nature to those that plagued the institution throughout its history. Mental health services remain underfunded relative to need. Staff recruitment and retention are constant concerns, particularly for the specialised positions that secure psychiatric facilities require. The buildings, though purpose-built for their function, require ongoing maintenance that strains operating budgets. And the political environment continues to shift, with each new government bringing new priorities, new funding formulas, and new uncertainties about the future. Looking back across 7 centuries of Bethlem's financial history, certain patterns emerge with uncomfortable clarity. The care of the mentally ill has never been adequately funded by any system yet devised. Private charity fails when donors lose interest or economic conditions worsen. Family payments create 2-tier systems that reward wealth rather than need. Public funding depends on political will that fluctuates with elections and headlines. Commercial schemes like visitor admission generate revenue through exploitation. Each funding model has been tried, each has been found wanting, and each has been replaced by another approach that eventually proves equally inadequate. The financial history of Bethlem is, in this sense, a microcosm of society's ongoing struggle to care for its most vulnerable members. Good intentions repeatedly founder on economic realities. Reforms improve conditions temporarily before being eroded by budget pressures. Each generation congratulates itself on advancing beyond the barbarism of the past, while creating new problems for future generations to solve. The institution's finances have always reflected broader social values, the relative priority given to the mentally ill compared to other demands on public and private resources, the willingness to accept cost-cutting measures that compromise care, the periodic scandals that briefly focus attention before public interest moves elsewhere. Perhaps the most honest assessment of Bethlem's financial history is that the hospital always got approximately what society was willing to pay for, which was never quite enough to do the job properly. In the medieval period, that meant a handful of patients receiving minimal care in a religious institution never designed for the purpose. In the Georgian era, it meant patients displayed to paying visitors in conditions that maximised spectacle at the expense of dignity. In the Victorian period, it meant gradual improvements funded by grudging government support that never matched the scale of the problem. And today, it means a modern hospital doing the best it can within a healthcare system that chronically undervalues mental health services. The word Bedlam entered the English language because an institution with insufficient resources became a symbol of chaos and disorder. But perhaps that symbolic connection runs deeper than we usually acknowledge. Perhaps Bedlam means chaos precisely because chaos is what results when society asks institutions to do vital work without providing the means to do it properly. The underfunding wasn't an unfortunate side effect of Bethlem's dysfunction. It was, in many ways, the primary cause. As we continue our journey through the hospital's history, keep this financial context in mind. Every medical treatment we'll discuss, every scandal we'll examine, every reform that changed conditions for better or worse. All of these occurred within economic constraints that shaped what was possible. The doctors who worked at Bethlem were not operating in an ideal environment, but rather in the environment that funding allowed. The governors who made controversial decisions were not simply cruel individuals, but administrators trying to maintain an institution with inadequate resources. The patients who suffered did so partly because of medical ignorance, certainly, but also because proper care cost money that nobody was willing to provide. This doesn't excuse the abuses that occurred, it doesn't justify the cruelty or the neglect or the exploitation, but it does help explain how an institution that began with charitable intentions could become a byword for inhumanity, and how reforms that genuinely improved conditions could still fall short of what patients deserved. The economics of madness shaped everything, from the architecture of the buildings to the chains on the patients' wrists, from the visitors paying their pennies at the door to the doctors theorizing about humours and bloodletting. And in some ways, the economics of madness continue to shape mental health care today. The stigma attached to mental illness affects funding priorities. The invisibility of psychiatric patients reduces political pressure for adequate resources. The complexity of mental health conditions makes outcomes harder to measure and treatments harder to justify in cost-benefit terms. These are not the same problems Bethlem faced in 1400 or 1700 or 1900, but they are descendants of those problems, evolved to fit modern circumstances while retaining their essential character. So when we speak of Bethlem's history, we're also speaking of our own present, of the choices we make about who deserves care and who will pay for it, of the gap between our stated values and our actual resource allocations, of the uncomfortable truth that society still hasn't quite figured out how to care for minds that don't function the way we expect. The ledgers of Bethlem, those centuries of income and expenditure, tell a story about money. But beneath the numbers, they tell a story about us. The journey from medieval almshouse to modern psychiatric hospital has involved countless transformations in medicine, architecture, philosophy, and law. Yet throughout all these changes, the fundamental economic questions have remained stubbornly persistent. Who pays? How much? For what quality of care? These questions were asked in the 13th century, and they are still being asked today, often with answers that future generations will find just as unsatisfying as we find the answers of the past. The economics of Bethlem reflect the economics of compassion itself, always constrained, always contested, always revealing what we truly value by showing what we're willing to fund. Perhaps the most enduring lesson of Bethlem's financial history is that good intentions require good funding to become good outcomes. The charity that founded the hospital was genuine. The reforms that improved it were sincere. The modern NHS resources devoted to it are substantial. But at each stage, the gap between what was needed and what was provided left patients receiving less than they deserved. That gap has narrowed over the centuries. Today's care is incomparably better than medieval chains or Georgian spectacle, but it has never fully closed, and until it does, the financial history of Bethlem remains unfinished, a story still being written in the budgets and appropriations of our own time. The question of staff compensation deserves particular attention in understanding Bethlem's financial dynamics, because how an institution pays its workers reveals a great deal about what kind of workers it attracts and retains. Throughout most of its history, Bethlem paid its keepers, the individuals who actually spent time with patients, fed them, restrained them, and theoretically cared for them, wages that were barely above subsistence level. These were not prestigious positions. Medical oversight was minimal, often consisting of a single physician who might visit the wards for an hour or two each week before returning to his more lucrative private practice. The day-to-day work of managing dozens of difficult patients fell to keepers who had little training, little supervision, and little incentive to provide compassionate care. The low wages created a predictable pattern of abuse and corruption. Keepers supplemented their income by selling alcohol to patients, by accepting bribes from families who wanted better treatment for their relatives, by charging visitors extra for particularly theatrical demonstrations of madness, and by various other schemes that would have horrified the hospital's governors had they bothered to investigate closely. Some keepers stole food intended for patients. Others demanded payments from patients' families in exchange for not mistreating their loved ones, a practice that amounted to protection racket run within an allegedly charitable institution. The financial pressures on staff translated directly into suffering for patients, though it would be centuries before anyone made this connection explicit and attempted to address it through better compensation. The governors themselves were unpaid positions, filled by prominent citizens who served either from genuine charitable motivation or from the social prestige attached to hospital governance. Being a Bethlem governor was a mark of civic virtue, a credential that enhanced one's reputation in London's commercial and political circles. But unpaid governors had limited time to devote to actual administration, and the hospital's day-to-day operations were largely delegated to paid staff whose supervision was, to put it gently, somewhat lacking. Important decisions were made at quarterly meetings where governors reviewed summary reports prepared by people who had every incentive to present conditions in the most favourable possible light. The structural separation between governance and operations created gaps through which all manner of abuses could slip unnoticed. The steward's position was perhaps the most financially significant in the entire institution. This individual managed the hospital's accounts, oversaw purchases, handled the cash from visitor admissions and family payments, and generally controlled the institution's economic life. It was a position of considerable power and inevitably considerable temptation. Several stewards over the centuries enriched themselves through creative accounting, skimming from revenues, padding expenses, and treating the hospital's funds as their personal budgets. The most egregious cases resulted in dismissals and occasionally legal action, but many lesser abuses likely went undetected or were simply tolerated as the cost of doing business. The role of charitable bequests in Bethlem's finances evolved considerably over time and reflects broader patterns in English philanthropy. In the medieval and early modern periods, leaving money to Bethlem was primarily a religious act, motivated by the hope of spiritual benefit for the donor's soul. The Protestant Reformation complicated this motivation without entirely eliminating it, and by the 17th century, bequests to the hospital were increasingly framed in secular terms: civic duty, humanitarian concern, the obligations of wealth. The hospital actively cultivated potential donors, maintaining relationships with wealthy families and ensuring that anyone who gave generously received appropriate public recognition. Some of the largest bequests came with strings attached, restrictions on how the money could be used that sometimes outlived their practical sense. A donor might specify that funds be used only for patients from a particular parish, or only for building maintenance, or only for religious services within the hospital. These restricted gifts could create strange distortions in the institution's finances, one account flush with money that couldn't be spent on pressing needs, while other accounts ran dry. Hospital administrators became adept at interpreting donor intentions creatively, finding ways to redirect restricted funds toward general purposes while maintaining at least the appearance of compliance with original terms. The physical maintenance of Bethlem's buildings represented a constant financial drain that successive administrations never quite managed to address adequately. Buildings housing large numbers of people in confined spaces deteriorate rapidly, especially when those people may damage their surroundings intentionally or accidentally, and when limited staff means limited attention to routine upkeep. The Georgian-era building designed by Hook was structurally inadequate from its opening day, as we've discussed, but even structures built to higher standards would have required ongoing investment that the hospital's budget rarely accommodated. The decision to defer maintenance is one of the most common responses to budget pressure, and it's always a false economy. Every pound saved by not fixing a leaky roof becomes multiple pounds spent when the leak damages floors, walls, and furnishings below. Every year of deferred attention to a cracking foundation makes the eventual repair more expensive and more disruptive. Bethlem's buildings accumulated deferred maintenance like interest on a loan, creating obligations that would eventually come due with compound interest. When crisis finally forced action, walls actually collapsing, drainage systems completely failing, the repair costs were far higher than preventive maintenance would have been, consuming resources that might otherwise have improved patient care. The funding of medical supplies and treatment materials provides another window into Bethlem's economic priorities. Throughout most of its history, the hospital spent relatively little on what we would now consider medical care. The drugs available were limited in both variety and effectiveness. Various purgatives, sedatives derived from plants, and compounds whose therapeutic value was dubious at best. Bloodletting equipment was simple and durable, a one-time expense rather than an ongoing cost. The restraint devices that kept patients confined were similarly long-lasting, chains and manacles that served for decades with minimal maintenance. From a purely economic standpoint, the prevailing treatments were admirably cost-effective. They just didn't actually help patients recover. As medical theories evolved and new treatments emerged, the cost implications varied considerably. Some innovations were relatively cheap to implement: changes in diet, modifications to daily routine, new approaches to managing patient behavior. Others required significant capital investment that the hospital's budget could barely accommodate. The introduction of hydrotherapy in the 19th century, for example, required plumbing infrastructure that many hospitals couldn't afford, limiting adoption to institutions with sufficient resources. The 20th century's enthusiasm for surgical interventions raised costs further, and the development of psychiatric medications eventually created pharmaceutical expenditures that now represent a substantial portion of any mental health facility's budget. The economics of patient labour deserves mention here as well, because the exploitation of patient work was another revenue source that helped keep institutions like Bethlem solvent. From the earliest period, patients who were capable of work were expected to contribute labour to the hospital's operations. They cleaned wards, prepared food, maintained grounds, and performed various other tasks that would otherwise have required paid staff. In the Victorian era, this practice was formalised into moral treatment philosophy, which held that productive work was therapeutic for the mentally ill, a convenient alignment of economic necessity with medical theory. Patient labour was effectively free labour, reducing staff costs while generating products that could sometimes be sold externally. Some asylums operated small farms or workshops whose output provided income as well as therapeutic activity. The line between treatment and exploitation was never clearly drawn, and the economic incentive to keep patients working often conflicted with their clinical needs. Patients who might have benefited from rest or from therapies incompatible with physical labour were instead put to work because the institution needed their production. The language of therapy provided cover for what was, in economic terms, a system of unpaid compulsory employment. The 19th century's expansion of the asylum system across Britain created new competitive pressures that affected Bethlem's finances in complex ways. The Lunacy Acts required counties to establish their own asylums for pauper lunatics, removing a population that Bethlem had previously served and receiving government payments to maintain. On one hand, this reduced the burden on Bethlem's limited resources. On the other, it created competing institutions that attracted staff, donations, and public attention that might otherwise have gone to the older hospital. Bethlem had to justify its continued existence in an environment where newer, purpose-built facilities could claim to offer better care at lower cost. The hospital's response was to specialise, to position itself as serving patients and providing services that county asylums couldn't match. This meant accepting more criminal lunatics, whose secure housing requirements other institutions couldn't meet. It meant developing expertise in particular conditions or treatments that justified referrals from around the country. And it meant trading on the historical prestige of the Bethlem name, arguing that centuries of experience had value that new institutions lacked. Whether this specialisation strategy actually served patients' interests or merely served the institution's survival is a question that the financial records alone cannot answer. The transition to National Health Service funding in 1948 represented the most dramatic transformation in Bethlem's financial structure since the medieval monastery became a municipal hospital. Under the NHS, the hospital no longer needed to worry about charity, visitor admissions, family payments, or any of the revenue sources that had sustained it for centuries. Government funding would cover operating costs and capital investments, allocated through a bureaucratic process that replaced the uncertain generosity of private philanthropy with the more predictable, if not always adequate, support of the welfare state. But NHS funding brought its own constraints and distortions. Mental health services have always received a smaller share of NHS spending than their prevalence in the population would suggest they deserve. The prioritisation of acute physical care over chronic mental conditions reflects deep-seated biases in how society values different kinds of suffering. Bethlem, now part of a larger hospital trust, found itself competing for resources with services treating cancer, heart disease, and other conditions that evoke more public sympathy and political attention than psychiatric illness. The introduction of market mechanisms into NHS management in the 1990s and 2000s created yet another financial environment for Bethlem to navigate. Under the internal market system, hospitals had to sell their services to health authorities, who controlled purchasing budgets. Mental health trusts competed with each other for contracts, with price and quality metrics determining who received funding. This competitive pressure encouraged efficiency, but also created incentives to reduce costs in ways that might compromise care: shorter hospital stays, fewer staff per patient, less investment in facilities. The language of markets and competition sat uneasily with the mission of caring for people who couldn't always advocate for their own interests. The economics of modern psychiatric care at Bethlem involves calculations that would have been entirely foreign to the institution's medieval founders. Today's hospital must account for medication costs that can run to hundreds of pounds per patient per month, for staffing ratios mandated by professional standards and regulatory requirements, for specialised facilities needed to treat conditions that the 13th century couldn't even conceptualise. The monitoring technology in a modern secure unit costs more to install and maintain than the entire annual budget of the Georgian-era hospital. Each generation's improvements in care have come with corresponding increases in cost, creating an ever-rising baseline that funding must meet. The question of how to measure value in mental health care creates particular challenges for financial planning. Physical medicine can point to relatively concrete outcomes: surgeries completed, infections cured, lives extended. Mental health outcomes are harder to quantify and may take years to manifest. A patient discharged from Bethlem today might recover fully, or might relapse next year, or might maintain precarious stability for decades. The economic value of preventing a suicide, of enabling someone to hold a job, of reducing the burden on family caregivers, these are real values, but they resist the kind of precise measurement that budget processes demand. The difficulty of proving return on investment may be one reason mental health has historically received less funding than conditions with more easily quantified outcomes. Insurance and risk management have become increasingly important aspects of modern Bethlem's financial picture, though these concerns would have been utterly incomprehensible to earlier generations. Today's hospital carries substantial liability insurance, protection against lawsuits that might result from patient injuries, staff misconduct, or treatment complications. The cost of this insurance reflects actuarial assessments of risk that in turn influence how the hospital operates. Practices that increase liability exposure, even if they might benefit patients in other ways, face economic pressure for modification or elimination. The fear of litigation shapes clinical decisions in ways that are rarely acknowledged openly but are nonetheless financially significant. Research funding has emerged as another revenue stream for modern Bethlem. one that connects the hospital to the broader economy of academic medicine and pharmaceutical development. Clinical trials, collaborative studies with universities, and investigations into new treatments all bring money into the institution while advancing knowledge that may benefit future patients. But research funding is competitive, unpredictable, and often tied to particular projects that may or may not align with the hospital's core clinical mission. Chasing research grants can distort institutional priorities, directing attention toward conditions or treatments that attract funding rather than toward the greatest patient needs. The physical plant of modern Bethlem, its buildings, grounds, and infrastructure, represents both an asset and an ongoing financial liability. The hospital's current site at Monk's Orchard includes substantial grounds that might, in theory, be developed for other uses that would generate revenue. Every few years, proposals emerge for selling portions of the property or building new facilities that might house administrative offices, research centres, or residential units. These proposals always generate controversy, with concerns about preserving the hospital's mission balanced against the potential financial benefits of monetizing underutilized land. The tension between the institution's historic identity and its economic pressures continues to shape decisions about physical space. Energy costs, waste disposal, food service, security, information technology, the mundane expenses of running a modern institution have all become more complex and more expensive than earlier generations could have imagined. A medieval monastery managed with candles, a kitchen garden, and whatever security a few locked doors could provide. Today's hospital consumes electricity constantly, generates regulated medical waste requiring specialized disposal, feeds patients according to dietary requirements that may vary by individual, maintains electronic records subject to privacy regulations, and operates security systems sophisticated enough to contain dangerous patients while remaining humane. Each of these operational requirements has a line in the budget, and each line represents a potential target for cost-cutting when resources fall short. The economics of staffing modern Bethlem reflect broader changes in the labour market and in professional expectations. Nurses, psychiatrists, and other clinical staff are mobile workers who can take their skills to competing employers if compensation or working conditions prove inadequate. Support staff from cleaners to administrators also have employment alternatives, particularly in a major metropolitan area like London. Recruiting and retaining qualified workers requires competitive wages and benefits that represent a substantial portion of the hospital's budget. The chronic shortages in mental health staffing that affect the NHS generally affect Bethlem specifically, with some positions remaining unfilled for extended periods while existing staff cover the gaps. The current trust structure that governs Bethlem creates financial relationships extending far beyond the hospital's own operations. As part of the South London and Maudsley NHS Foundation Trust, the hospital shares resources and administrative overhead with other facilities. Decisions made about the trust's overall budget affect what resources are available for Bethlem specifically. The hospital's advocacy for its own needs must compete with advocacy from other facilities within the same organisation, creating internal politics that influence funding allocations in ways patients rarely see. Now that we understand the economic foundation upon which Bethlem operated, we can better appreciate the medical practices that developed within those constraints. The treatments available to patients were never determined by medical knowledge alone. They were shaped by what the institution could afford, what staff it could hire, what equipment it could purchase, and what time physicians could devote to each case. As we turn to the evolution of psychiatric medicine at Bethlem, from humoral theory to modern pharmacology, remember that behind every treatment stands a budget, and behind every budget stands a society deciding how much the care of troubled minds is really worth. The treatments available to patients were never determined by medical knowledge alone. They were shaped by what the institution could afford, what staff it could hire, what equipment it could purchase, and what time physicians could devote to each case. As we turn to the evolution of psychiatric medicine at Bethlem, from humoral theory to modern pharmacology, remember that behind every treatment stands a budget, and behind every budget stands a society deciding how much the care of troubled minds is really worth. If you've ever wondered what it would be like to have your mental health treated by someone who genuinely believed your brain problems stemmed from having too much yellow bile, well, Bethlem's early patients could tell you all about it. The medical philosophy that governed treatment for the first several centuries of the hospital's existence was humoral theory, a framework inherited from ancient Greece that explained essentially everything about the human body in terms of four fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Mental illness, according to this view, resulted from an imbalance among these substances. Melancholy, for instance, was attributed to an excess of black bile, which is why the word melancholy literally means black bile in Greek. Depression, anxiety, mania, psychosis, all of these were, in the humoral worldview, essentially plumbing problems. The logic was internally consistent, which is perhaps the most dangerous thing about wrong theories. If madness came from humoral imbalance, then treatment obviously meant restoring balance. And how do you restore balance in a system of fluids? By adding to what's deficient and removing what's excessive. This reasoning led directly to the 3 pillars of early psychiatric treatment: purging, vomiting, and bloodletting. If a patient seemed to have too much of a particular humour, you could drain some out through various orifices. The treatments were unpleasant, often dangerous, and completely ineffective at addressing actual mental illness, but they made perfect sense within the theoretical framework, which is rather the whole problem with having a confident theory that happens to be entirely wrong. Bloodletting was perhaps the most common intervention at Bethlem during the medieval and early modern periods. The procedure was straightforward enough: open a vein, collect the blood, close the wound, and hope for improvement. Physicians had elaborate charts indicating which veins to open for which conditions, a level of precision that lent an air of scientific credibility to what was essentially sophisticated guesswork. Patients with manic symptoms might have blood drawn repeatedly over weeks or months, on the theory that their excessive energy indicated excessive blood that needed draining. Patients with depression received the same treatment, since their condition clearly indicated corrupted blood that required removal. The flexibility of humoral theory meant that bloodletting could be justified for virtually any mental state, which was convenient for practitioners if somewhat less convenient for patients who kept losing blood. The quantities involved were not trivial. A moderate bloodletting might remove a pint or more, repeated at intervals the physician deemed appropriate. Weakened patients often showed temporary changes in behaviour that physicians interpreted as improvement, a calm that was actually exhaustion, a quietude that was really debility. The temporary effects reinforced belief in the treatment's efficacy, creating a feedback loop that sustained bloodletting as a standard practice for centuries. Patients who died from the procedure, or who deteriorated further after repeated bleedings, were simply judged to have been beyond help, their conditions too severe for even this powerful intervention to remedy. The theory was never questioned, only individual cases were deemed failures. Purging operated on similar principles but attacked the problem from a different direction. Rather than draining blood, physicians administered powerful laxatives and emetics designed to expel the offending humours through the digestive system. The drugs used for this purpose were genuinely effective at producing their intended results. Patients purged violently and comprehensively, even if those results had no therapeutic value whatsoever for mental illness. Antimony, mercury compounds, and various plant-derived substances created such dramatic physical effects that something important surely must be happening. The fact that the something important was mainly severe gastrointestinal distress and potential poisoning was considered acceptable collateral damage. The administration of emetics to psychiatric patients creates images that are difficult to contemplate. Patients who were already distressed, confused, or agitated were given substances that produced violent vomiting, after which they were presumably expected to feel better about their situations. The logic was that expelling corrupted humours would clear the mind, restore balance, and allow natural health to reassert itself. The reality was that patients experienced additional physical trauma on top of their mental suffering, with no corresponding improvement in their psychiatric conditions. But the theory required the treatment, and the treatment continued regardless of outcomes. Blistering represented another approach to humoral rebalancing, one that seems almost medieval in its cruelty even by the standards of early psychiatric care. The theory held that creating blisters on the skin would draw corrupted humours from deep within the body to the surface where they could be expelled. Physicians achieved this by applying caustic substances, mustard plaster, cantharids, or heated cups, to patients' skin, creating painful wounds that wet fluid over days or weeks. The location of these blisters supposedly mattered, with head blisters prescribed for mental conditions on the theory that proximity to the brain would improve effectiveness. Patients endured painful burns and slow-healing wounds in addition to their psychiatric symptoms, a combination that presumably did little for their overall well-being. The tools of bloodletting themselves evolved over the centuries, achieving a level of sophistication that seems almost comical given their therapeutic uselessness. Lancets were designed with precision blades of varying widths for different procedures. Scarificators, spring-loaded devices containing multiple blades, could open several small wounds simultaneously, speeding up the process for physicians with many patients to treat. Cupping sets, which used heated glass cups to draw blood to the skin's surface before cutting, were manufactured in elegant cases that respectable physicians carried as badges of professional status. The instruments improved steadily, while the underlying practice remained as ineffective as ever, a pattern that would repeat throughout medical history in various forms. Leeches represented the gentler face of bloodletting, if such a thing can be said. Rather than opening veins directly, physicians applied these blood-sucking creatures to patients' skin, allowing them to withdraw modest quantities of blood over extended periods. The practice was considered more suitable for delicate patients who might not tolerate surgical bloodletting, including women and children. Bethlem maintained supplies of medicinal leeches for this purpose, purchasing them from specialized suppliers who raised the creatures in controlled conditions. The leech trade was a genuine commercial enterprise in the 18th and early 19th centuries, with quality leeches commanding premium prices. Demand was so high that European leech populations were significantly depleted, leading to imports from more distant sources. All this ecological disruption in service of a treatment that accomplished nothing beyond minor blood loss and the occasional wound infection. The persistence of humoral medicine at Bethlem reflected broader patterns in European medical thought. These weren't ignorant practitioners stubbornly refusing to learn. They were educated physicians applying the best available scientific knowledge of their era. Medical training at universities centered on classical texts, Galen, Hippocrates and their Arabic commentators, that articulated humoral theory in sophisticated detail. Challenging this framework meant challenging the entire structure of medical education and authority, which few physicians were willing to do even when their treatments consistently failed to produce results. The patients at Bethlem were, in a sense, victims of institutional inertia as much as medical ignorance. The 17th and 18th centuries brought gradual shifts in medical thinking, though the changes initially produced treatments that were no more effective than their humoral predecessors. The emerging nervous model of mental illness proposed that psychiatric conditions resulted from problems with the nerves rather than imbalanced fluids. A step toward modern understanding, perhaps, but one that suggested equally problematic interventions. If the nerves were the issue, then stimulating or calming the nerves should provide relief. This reasoning led to treatments designed to shock the nervous system into proper functioning, a category that would eventually include cold water immersion, spinning chairs, and various other interventions that prioritized dramatic physical effect over patient comfort. Cold water treatment became particularly associated with Bethlem in the Georgian era, though the practice existed at psychiatric institutions throughout Europe. The theory was that sudden immersion in cold water would shock a disordered nervous system back into proper alignment, a kind of neurological reboot achieved through thermal means. Patients were plunged into cold baths without warning, sometimes repeatedly, sometimes held under until they nearly drowned. The experience was terrifying and physically dangerous, but it produced immediate behavioral changes that physicians interpreted as therapeutic success. A patient who had been raving and violent became quiet and compliant after near drowning, which the 18th century mind apparently counted as progress. The sophistication of cold water treatment increased over time, though sophistication here means mainly that physicians developed more elaborate justifications and equipment rather than achieving better outcomes. Specialized bath apparatus was designed to deliver cold water in specific patterns, continuous dripping on the head for some conditions, sudden full immersion for others, graduated temperature changes for still others. The equipment represented capital investment that had to be justified through use, creating institutional pressure to prescribe water treatments regardless of individual patient needs. Having installed an expensive hydrotherapy suite, hospital administrators naturally wanted to see it utilized. The surprise bath was exactly what it sounds like and exactly as cruel as you might imagine. Patients walking through the hospital might suddenly find themselves dropped through trapdoors into pools of cold water below, the unexpected shock supposedly providing therapeutic benefit through its very unexpectedness. The element of surprise was considered medically important. If patients knew the immersion was coming, they might mentally prepare, reducing the nervous shock that was the treatment's supposed mechanism. This reasoning justified elaborate deceptions that can only be described as institutional gaslighting, with patients never knowing when they might suddenly find themselves plunging into frigid water. Some physicians experimented with extreme temperature variations, moving patients rapidly between hot and cold baths to maximize nervous stimulation. The theory was that alternating heat and cold would invigorate sluggish nervous systems while calming overexcited ones, a one-size-fits-all approach that conveniently worked for any condition physicians chose to treat. Patients emerged from these sessions exhausted, disoriented, and sometimes hypothermic, conditions that were interpreted as signs the treatment was having effects, which, to be fair, it was, just not therapeutic ones. The development of specialized hydrotherapy facilities at psychiatric institutions represented significant capital investment. Bethlem's various buildings incorporated increasingly elaborate water treatment areas, with plumbing systems designed to deliver controlled quantities of water at specific temperatures. The facilities required maintenance, staffing, and ongoing operational costs that had to be justified through regular use. This created an institutional momentum behind water treatments that had little to do with patient outcomes. The equipment existed, therefore it must be used, regardless of whether individual patients benefited. Spinning chairs represented the nervous theory's most baroque elaboration. The apparatus was exactly what it sounds like, a chair mounted on a rotating mechanism that could be spun at varying speeds for extended periods. The theory held that rotation would redistribute blood and nervous energy within the body, correcting whatever imbalances caused mental symptoms. In practice, patients spun in chairs until they vomited, lost consciousness, or both. The intervention was presented with considerable pseudoscientific detail about optimal rotation speeds, durations, and directions, lending an air of precision to what was essentially systematic torture. Unsurprisingly, the spinning chair did not cure mental illness. Though it did produce patients who were too nauseated and disoriented to cause trouble for the staff, which may have been the practical point all along. The early 19th century saw the introduction of moral treatment philosophy, which represented a genuine break from the physical interventions that had dominated psychiatric care. Proponents of moral treatment, influenced by Quaker reformers and by the example of the York Retreat in northern England, argued that mental illness should be treated through kindness, routine, and meaningful activity rather than through bleeding, purging, and physical shock. The approach emphasized humane treatment, comfortable surroundings, and the therapeutic relationship between staff and patients. At its best, moral treatment offered something genuinely beneficial, a structured environment where patients were treated as people deserving respect rather than as bodies requiring correction. Bethlem was slow to adopt moral treatment principles, partly due to institutional inertia and partly due to resistance from the medical establishment that had built careers on the old approaches. The Monroe family, which controlled the hospital's medical direction for 3 generations, viewed moral treatment with skepticism and continued prescribing traditional interventions long after other institutions had abandoned them. The eventual shift toward more humane approaches at Bethlem resulted less from internal evolution than from external pressure. Parliamentary investigations, public scandal, and the growing influence of reformers who found the hospital's conditions intolerable. The transition from physical to moral treatment was never complete or consistent. Even institutions that officially embraced the new philosophy continued using physical interventions when patients proved difficult to manage through kindness alone. The rhetoric of moral treatment often exceeded its practice, with institutional reports emphasizing humane approaches, while day-to-day reality included restraints, isolation, and coercion that the philosophical framework supposedly rejected. The gap between theory and practice was particularly wide at institutions like Bethlem, where staff training was limited and traditions of physical intervention ran deep. Moral treatment also carried its own forms of coercion, albeit less physically brutal than the methods it replaced. Patients were expected to conform to behavioral expectations, to participate in work and activities, to demonstrate the kind of self-control that would justify eventual release. Those who failed to meet these expectations faced consequences: loss of privileges, extended confinement, diminished status within the institutional hierarchy. The treatment was moral in the sense of emphasizing character development and social conformity, goals that could be imposed with considerable pressure even without physical restraint. The role of work in moral treatment philosophy deserves particular attention. Reformers argued that productive labour had therapeutic value, keeping patients occupied, providing structure, and building skills that might aid eventual community reintegration. This was not entirely wrong. Structured activity can benefit mental health, and the alternative of idle confinement was clearly harmful. But the therapeutic framing also served institutional interests, providing free labour that reduced operating costs while clothing exploitation in the language of treatment. Patients who worked in asylum farms, laundries and workshops were contributing economic value that benefited the institution, whether or not the work benefited them. The mid-19th century brought renewed enthusiasm for physical treatments, albeit ones based on emerging scientific understanding rather than humoral theory. The discovery that general paresis, a form of dementia affecting many asylum patients, was caused by syphilis infection suggested that mental illness might have biological origins that could be addressed through medical intervention. This insight, while correct for that specific condition, encouraged broader assumptions that all mental illness would eventually yield to physical treatment once science identified the underlying biological mechanisms. The search for such treatments would occupy psychiatry for the next century and beyond, producing interventions ranging from the merely ineffective to the genuinely harmful. Hydrotherapy evolved considerably from its cold shock origins into a more elaborate system of water-based treatments. Victorian-era asylums, including Bethlem during its various incarnations, developed sophisticated bath facilities offering treatments calibrated to specific conditions. Continuous baths, where patients soaked for hours or days in temperature-controlled water, were prescribed for agitation. Wet sheet packs, where patients were wrapped mummy-like in cold, wet linens, supposedly calmed manic symptoms. Needle showers delivered water at high pressure to stimulate lethargic patients. The underlying theory, that water temperature and pressure could influence nervous function, was not entirely unreasonable, and some patients may have found the treatment soothing. But the therapeutic claims far exceeded any evidence of actual benefit, and the treatments could be applied punitively rather than therapeutically, when staff found patients difficult to manage. The late 19th century introduced surgical approaches to mental illness that would reach their disturbing peak in the following decades. The observation that brain injuries could alter personality and behaviour suggested that deliberate modification of brain tissue might achieve therapeutic results. Early experiments involved removing portions of the skull to relieve pressure on the brain, supposedly causing symptoms, a procedure with high mortality and minimal benefit. More targeted interventions emerged as understanding of brain anatomy improved, though targeted is perhaps too generous a term for procedures that remained essentially experimental throughout their use. Focal infection theory briefly dominated psychiatric thinking in the early 20th century, with consequences that now seem almost incomprehensible. The theory proposed that mental illness resulted from chronic infections elsewhere in the body, teeth, tonsils, intestines, reproductive organs, that released toxins affecting the brain. Treatment, logically enough, involved removing the suspected source of infection. Patients at Bethlem and institutions worldwide had healthy teeth extracted, tonsils removed, and various other surgeries performed in hopes of eliminating the hidden infections causing their mental symptoms. Some patients had nearly all their teeth pulled, their colons partially removed, or their reproductive organs excised, all in pursuit of infectious sources that didn't exist. The procedures were genuinely dangerous and spectacularly unsuccessful, yet the theory persisted for decades before finally being abandoned. The enthusiasm for focal infection theory reflected the broader medical excitement about bacteriology in the early 20th century. The germ theory of disease had proven spectacularly successful for conditions like tuberculosis and cholera, leading physicians to assume that infections might explain other mysterious ailments, including mental illness. The logic seemed compelling. If bacteria could cause physical diseases with dramatic symptoms, why not psychological ones? The theory's appeal was enhanced by its offering a physical, respectable cause for conditions that carried stigma when considered purely mental. A patient whose psychosis resulted from an infected tooth was somehow more sympathetic than one whose psychosis resulted from unknowable psychological factors. The surgical interventions justified by focal infection theory were performed with considerable enthusiasm by specialists who benefited professionally from the referrals. Dentists extracted teeth. Ear, nose, and throat surgeons removed tonsils and adenoids. Gynecologists performed hysterectomies on women whose mental symptoms were attributed to uterine infections. Colorectal surgeons removed sections of intestine where chronic infection supposedly lurked. Each specialty had an incentive to find pathology within its domain, and found it with remarkable frequency given that the underlying theory was entirely wrong. Henry Cotton, the superintendent of New Jersey State Hospital at Trenton, became the most notorious advocate of focal infection theory applied to psychiatry. Cotton removed thousands of teeth from psychiatric patients, progressing to more extensive surgeries when dental extraction failed to produce improvement. Colons, spleens, ovaries, and other organs followed teeth into surgical waste bins. Cotton reported success rates that subsequent analysis has shown to be fabricated, while mortality rates from his surgeries reached alarming levels. His work was initially celebrated before eventually being discredited, though not before numerous patients had been subjected to unnecessary and sometimes fatal procedures. The fever therapy that followed focal infection theory's decline represented another attempt to treat mental illness through physical intervention, this time by deliberately inducing high fevers. The observation that some psychiatric patients improved after surviving infections with high fever, particularly malaria, led to the deliberate infection of patients with fever-inducing diseases. Patients were inoculated with malaria parasites, allowed to develop the disease, and then treated with quinine once the therapeutic fever had run its course. The treatment actually worked for one specific condition, general paresis caused by syphilis, where the high fever apparently killed the bacteria responsible. For other psychiatric conditions, it was useless at best and sometimes fatal. Julius Wagner Jauregg received the Nobel Prize in 1927 for developing malaria fever therapy, one of several psychiatric treatments honoured by the prize before their limitations became fully apparent. The Nobel Committee's enthusiasm for physical psychiatric treatments reflected broader attitudes that privileged biological interventions over psychological ones, a bias that would shape the field for decades. Wagner Jauregg's approach made sense for the specific biological condition it addressed, but its success encouraged extrapolation to conditions with entirely different etiologies, a pattern that would repeat with subsequent treatments. Insulin coma therapy emerged in the 1930s as one of the first modern physical treatments for mental illness, though modern here means mainly that it was developed in the 20th century, rather than that it was particularly effective or safe. The treatment involved administering large doses of insulin to psychiatric patients, inducing severe hypoglycemia that produced coma lasting an hour or more. Patients underwent repeated coma inductions over weeks or months, with physicians monitoring blood sugar and reviving patients with glucose before permanent brain damage occurred, a process that didn't always work as intended. The theory was that the coma somehow reset brain function, though the mechanism was never adequately explained. Some patients showed improvement after treatment, though whether this resulted from the comas themselves or from the intensive attention and structured care that accompanied them remained unclear. The dangers of insulin coma therapy were substantial and well documented. Prolonged hypoglycemia could cause permanent brain damage or death, risks that were considered acceptable given the severity of conditions being treated and the absence of alternatives. Patients in insulin coma required constant monitoring and immediate intervention if complications arose, staffing requirements that strained institutional resources. The treatment was eventually abandoned not because it was recognized as ineffective, but because less dangerous alternatives emerged. It had been the best option available, which says rather a lot about what options were available. The experience of undergoing insulin coma therapy was, by all accounts, profoundly unpleasant. Patients were conscious during the initial stages of hypoglycemia, experiencing tremors, confusion, sweating, and anxiety as their blood sugar plummeted. The transition into coma was gradual and frightening, with patients often aware of losing consciousness against their will. Recovery involved forced feeding of glucose, sometimes through stomach tubes, followed by disorientation and exhaustion that could last for days. Patients underwent this process repeatedly, sometimes dozens of times over months of treatment, an ordeal that seems almost designed to create psychological trauma regardless of any therapeutic benefit. Metrazole shock therapy offered an alternative to insulin coma that was, if anything, even more distressing. The drug-induced violent seizures without the gradual onset of hypoglycemia, creating sudden and terrifying convulsions that patients dreaded. The seizures were so severe that bone fractures were common complications, particularly in the spine and long bones. Patients who underwent multiple metrazole treatments often developed an intense fear of the procedure, sometimes requiring physical restraint to receive their therapy. a dynamic that rather undermined claims of therapeutic benefit. The treatment was popular briefly in the late 1930s, before being displaced by electroconvulsive therapy, which produced similar seizures with somewhat less psychological terror. Electroconvulsive therapy, introduced in the late 1930s, represented a more controllable method of inducing the therapeutic effects physicians had observed in insulin coma and earlier convulsive treatments. The procedure involved passing electrical current through the brain to induce seizure, initially without anesthesia or muscle relaxants, meaning patients convulsed violently, sometimes breaking bones in the process. The theory was that seizures somehow reorganize brain activity, interrupting patterns associated with depression and other conditions. Unlike many previous treatments, electroconvulsive therapy actually worked for some patients, producing genuine improvements in severe depression that had resisted other interventions. The early practice of electroconvulsive therapy at Bethlem and elsewhere was, by modern standards, remarkably crude. Patients were conscious during the procedure, experiencing the terror of electrical current passing through their brains and the violence of uncontrolled seizures. Spinal fractures, dislocated joints, and broken teeth were common complications. Memory loss, sometimes severe and permanent, affected many patients who underwent multiple treatments. Yet the procedure continued because it produced results in cases where nothing else had worked, a calculus that accepted significant harm in exchange for potential benefit. The theoretical basis for electroconvulsive therapy remained uncertain even as the treatment became widespread. Early practitioners believed that epilepsy and schizophrenia were biologically antagonistic, that patients couldn't have both conditions, and that inducing seizures might therefore cure psychotic symptoms. This theory was eventually disproven, but the treatment's apparent effectiveness for some conditions led to continued use regardless of theoretical justification. Pragmatic success trumped theoretical understanding, a dynamic that characterized much of 20th century psychiatry. The equipment used for electroconvulsive therapy evolved from crude early devices to more sophisticated machines, capable of delivering precisely calibrated electrical pulses. Early treatments used alternating current directly from wall outlets, with voltage and duration controlled by simple timers. Later devices incorporated waveform modifications designed to achieve therapeutic seizures with lower total electrical exposure, reducing some side effects while maintaining efficacy. The technology's improvement reflected genuine engineering progress, though the fundamental procedure, passing electricity through the brain to induce seizure, remained unchanged. Electroconvulsive therapy's reputation suffered from its association with coercive psychiatric practices and its depiction in popular culture. The procedure, as shown in films like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, emphasized its punitive applications and horrifying appearance, shaping public perception in ways that persisted long after actual practice had changed. The stigma attached to the treatment discouraged some patients from accepting it, even when it might have helped them, a tragic consequence of cultural images that no longer reflected clinical reality. The introduction of anesthesia and muscle relaxants transformed electroconvulsive therapy into something more closely resembling its modern form. Patients were rendered unconscious before treatment and given drugs that prevented violent muscle contractions while allowing the therapeutic seizure to occur in the brain. These modifications dramatically reduced the physical dangers of the procedure, though concerns about memory effects and the general unease surrounding brain stimulation treatments meant that electroconvulsive therapy never lost its controversial reputation. The treatment remains in use today, primarily for severe depression, unresponsive to medications, administered under conditions that earlier practitioners would barely recognize. Lobotomy represents the darkest chapter in 20th century psychiatric treatment, a procedure that achieved widespread use despite obvious risks and questionable efficacy. The operation involved severing connections in the brain's frontal lobes, supposedly reducing the emotional intensity that characterized many psychiatric conditions. Early procedures required drilling holes in the skull and cutting brain tissue with surgical instruments, a complex operation with significant mortality. The transorbital technique developed later allowed surgeons to access the brain through the eye socket, using an ice pick-like instrument, a simplification that made the procedure faster and more widely accessible, not improvements, as it turned out. Bethlem performed lobotomies during the period when the procedure was considered acceptably mainstream, typically on patients whose conditions had resisted all other treatments. The results varied from modest improvement to complete catastrophe, with many patients emerging from surgery with permanently altered personalities, reduced cognitive function, and new disabilities that replaced their original symptoms without necessarily improving their quality of life. The procedure's inventor, Egas Moniz, received the Nobel Prize in 1949, an honour that now seems among the more embarrassing in the prize's history. Lobotomy fell out of favour in the 1950s and 1960s as effective psychiatric medications emerged, though some procedures continued into the 1970s at institutions slower to change. The transorbital technique, developed by American physician Walter Freeman, made lobotomy accessible to practitioners without neurosurgical training, a democratization of brain surgery that should probably never have occurred. Freeman travelled the country performing lobotomies in settings ranging from hospitals to hotel rooms, using an ice pick-like instrument he called an orbitoclast, and a small hammer to penetrate the thin bone behind the eye socket. The procedure took minutes and required only local anaesthesia, efficiency that allowed Freeman to perform hundreds of lobotomies over his career. Many of his patients suffered severe complications, and Freeman himself eventually lost his operating privileges after a patient death, though not before he had established the procedure as routine practice at institutions across America. The enthusiasm for lobotomy reflected desperate circumstances as much as medical judgment. Asylum populations had grown enormously over the first half of the 20th century, creating warehouses of patients for whom no effective treatment existed. Staff were overwhelmed, budgets were inadequate, and conditions were often barely distinguishable from those that had scandalized reformers a century earlier. In this context, a procedure that could calm violent patients, reduce institutional management problems, and potentially allow discharge represented genuine hope, even if that hope required deliberately damaging patients' brains. The trade-off seemed acceptable when the alternative was indefinite confinement in deteriorating conditions. The pharmaceutical revolution in psychiatry began with the accidental discovery that chlorpromazine, a drug developed as an antihistamine, had remarkable calming effects on agitated psychiatric patients. The introduction of this medication in the early 1950s transformed institutional psychiatry almost overnight. Patients who had been unmanageable for years became calm enough to engage in conversation, to participate in activities, to consider discharge from long-term hospitalization. The drug didn't cure underlying conditions, but it controlled symptoms effectively enough to change what psychiatric care could accomplish. Chlorpromazine was followed by a succession of antipsychotic medications, each offering variations in effectiveness and side effects that allowed some tailoring of treatment to individual patients. The major tranquilizers, as they were initially called, made the large asylum populations that had accumulated over the previous century suddenly seem less necessary. If patients could be stabilized with medication, perhaps they didn't need institutional confinement. The push toward deinstitutionalization that would transform mental health care over the following decades was made possible, in large part, by the availability of medications that controlled symptoms without requiring hospital care. The marketing of psychiatric medications created new dynamics in mental health treatment that earlier eras could not have anticipated. Pharmaceutical companies invested heavily in promoting their products to physicians, sponsoring research that often emphasized positive outcomes while minimizing discussion of side effects and limitations. The relationship between industry and psychiatry became increasingly close, with company funding supporting academic research, professional conferences, and continuing education. This support was not without strings. The research that got funded tended to be research that might produce marketable results, while investigations into non-pharmaceutical treatments received relatively less attention. The diagnostic categories used in psychiatry evolved alongside pharmaceutical development in ways that were not entirely coincidental. As new medications emerged, diagnostic criteria shifted to identify populations who might benefit from those medications. Conditions that had once been considered variations of normal human experience became disorders requiring treatment that, conveniently enough, newly available drugs could provide. This is not to suggest that psychiatric diagnosis was simply invented to sell pills, but the relationship between available treatments and defined conditions was more circular than purely scientific. But the early antipsychotics came with serious costs that took years to fully appreciate. Tardive dyskinesia, involuntary movements of the face and body, developed in many patients after extended use, a side effect that could be permanent even after stopping the medication. The drugs caused weight gain, metabolic changes, and sedation, that limited patients' quality of life even as they controlled psychiatric symptoms. These medications made patients manageable, which was valuable from an institutional perspective, but they didn't necessarily make patients well. The gap between symptom suppression and genuine recovery would become increasingly apparent as the pharmaceutical era progressed. Antidepressant medications emerged alongside antipsychotics, offering chemical interventions for mood disorders that had previously resisted treatment. The first generation of antidepressants, the monoamine oxidase inhibitors and tricyclics, were effective but dangerous, requiring dietary restrictions and carrying serious overdose risks. Their side effects were substantial enough to discourage many patients from continued use. But they worked for conditions that had previously meant years of suffering or dangerous treatments like electroconvulsive therapy, representing genuine progress despite their limitations. The discovery of antidepressants, like that of antipsychotics, occurred largely by accident. Iproniazid, the first monoamine oxidase inhibitor, was developed as a tuberculosis treatment and only recognized for its mood-elevating effects when tuberculosis patients receiving it showed unexpected psychological improvements. Imipramine, the first tricyclic antidepressant, was initially tested as an antipsychotic before its antidepressant properties became apparent. These serendipitous discoveries highlighted how little was actually understood about brain chemistry and psychiatric medication, while also demonstrating that effective treatments could emerge even from incomplete knowledge. The side effects of early antidepressants limited their practical utility considerably. Monoamine oxidase inhibitors required strict dietary restrictions. Patients had to avoid aged cheeses, cured meats, and various other foods containing tyramine, which could trigger dangerous blood pressure spikes when combined with the medication. Failure to follow these restrictions could be fatal, making the drugs risky for patients whose depression impaired their judgment or motivation to comply with dietary requirements. Tricyclics were somewhat easier to manage but carried their own burdens: sedation, weight gain, dry mouth, constipation, and cardiac effects that made them dangerous in overdose, a particularly unfortunate characteristic for drugs prescribed to suicidal patients. The introduction of selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors in the late 1980s expanded antidepressant treatment to a much broader population. These medications were safer than their predecessors, easier to prescribe, and more tolerable for patients to take. Fluoxetine, marketed as Prozac, became a cultural phenomenon that went far beyond its clinical applications, representing a new relationship between society and mood-altering medication. The ease of prescribing these drugs raised questions about whether they were being used for genuine psychiatric conditions or simply to smooth out the normal difficulties of human existence, questions that remain contentious decades later. Bethlem's participation in the pharmaceutical era reflected broader patterns in psychiatric practice. The hospital transitioned from physical treatments to medication-based approaches over the 1950s and 1960s, with drug prescriptions replacing the water baths, restraints, and surgical interventions of earlier eras. Patients who would once have been confined indefinitely could now be treated and discharged, returning to community settings with prescriptions that maintained their stability. The hospital's population declined dramatically as medication made long-term institutionalization less necessary, transforming Bethlem from a warehouse for the chronically ill to a facility for acute treatment and specialized care. Modern psychopharmacology offers a range of options that earlier practitioners could barely have imagined. Atypical antipsychotics provide symptom control with fewer neurological side effects than their predecessors, though metabolic complications remain concerning. Newer antidepressants target specific neurotransmitter systems with increasing precision, allowing some personalization of treatment based on individual response. Mood stabilizers for bipolar disorder, anti-anxiety medications for panic and generalized anxiety, stimulants for attention disorders. The psychiatric pharmacy has expanded to address conditions that would once have been managed, if at all, through institutionalization and restraint. Yet the limitations of pharmaceutical psychiatry have become increasingly apparent as initial enthusiasm has faded. Many patients don't respond adequately to available medications, cycling through multiple drugs without finding effective relief. Side effects limit adherence, leaving patients to choose between symptom control and quality of life. The medications address symptoms rather than causes, requiring indefinite use without offering cure. And questions about overprescription, particularly of antidepressants and stimulants, suggests that pharmaceutical approaches may be applied more broadly than strictly necessary. The phenomenon of treatment-resistant depression illustrates the limits of pharmaceutical approaches particularly clearly. Perhaps a third of patients with major depression do not respond adequately to first-line medications, and significant numbers continue struggling even after trying multiple drugs and combinations. These patients have exhausted the pharmaceutical toolkit without finding relief, facing the prospect of either continued suffering or returning to older treatments, like electroconvulsive therapy, that medication was supposed to replace. The promise that chemical interventions would solve the problem of mental illness has proven considerably more modest in practice than in marketing. The development of newer psychiatric medications has slowed considerably in recent decades, a surprising trend given the enormous commercial potential of effective treatments. Pharmaceutical companies have reduced investment in psychiatric drug development, finding the field less reliably profitable than other therapeutic areas. The biological mechanisms underlying mental illness remain poorly understood despite decades of research, making targeted drug development difficult. The medications that emerge from this constrained pipeline tend to be variations on existing drugs rather than genuinely novel approaches, tweaks rather than breakthroughs. The rise of genetic and neuroscience research has created expectations for personalized psychiatric treatment that haven't quite materialized. The vision of matching patients to medications based on genetic profiles, brain imaging, or biomarkers remains largely aspirational rather than practical. The complexity of mental illness, involving genetics, environment, experience, and countless interacting factors, resist the kind of simple cause and effect relationships that would make precision medicine straightforward. Patients continue receiving treatments through trial and error, much as they did decades ago, albeit with a larger menu of options to try. Alternative and complementary approaches to psychiatric treatment have gained attention partly in response to pharmaceutical limitations. Mindfulness-based therapies, exercise interventions, nutritional approaches, and various other non-medication treatments have accumulated evidence of effectiveness for certain conditions. These approaches often work through different mechanisms than drugs, addressing the psychological and behavioral dimensions of mental illness that chemistry alone cannot reach. Their integration into mainstream psychiatric practice remains uneven, with some clinicians embracing multimodal treatment, while others remain primarily focused on medication management. The role of psychotherapy in modern psychiatric treatment deserves particular attention. Talk therapies of various kinds, cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavior therapy, psychodynamic approaches, and numerous others, have demonstrated effectiveness for many conditions, sometimes matching or exceeding medication benefits. Yet access to quality psychotherapy remains limited by therapist availability, insurance coverage, and the time-intensive nature of the work. Medication can be prescribed in a 15-minute appointment. Effective therapy typically requires hours of ongoing engagement. The economics favor pharmaceutical approaches even when therapeutic approaches might serve patients better. Bethlem today operates within this pharmaceutical landscape, while also offering treatments that go beyond medication. Psychotherapy in various forms addresses the psychological and social dimensions of mental illness that drugs alone cannot touch. Occupational therapy helps patients develop skills for daily living that psychiatric symptoms may have disrupted. Group programs provide social support and structured activity that contribute to recovery. The modern approach is explicitly multimodal, recognizing that effective treatment typically requires more than a prescription pad. The hospital's current treatment philosophy represents a synthesis of lessons learned over 7 centuries, though calling this evolution progress requires acknowledging how much suffering occurred along the way. The abandonment of humoral theory took longer than it should have. The adoption of moral treatment was incomplete and often hypocritical. The 20th century's physical interventions caused harm that cannot be undone. Even current pharmaceutical approaches have limitations and side effects that future generations will likely find distressing. The pattern suggests that each era's treatments seem reasonable to those applying them, while appearing inadequate or harmful in retrospect. Research continues at Bethlem and affiliated institutions, seeking treatments that might actually address the underlying causes of mental illness, rather than merely managing symptoms. Brain stimulation techniques beyond traditional electroconvulsive therapy show promise for some conditions. Psychedelic-assisted therapy, once dismissed as countercultural nonsense, has gained renewed scientific attention. Digital interventions delivered through smartphones and computers offer scalable approaches to conditions that therapist shortages make difficult to treat conventionally. Whether any of these approaches will prove more effective than current treatments remains uncertain. History suggests caution about predictions of imminent breakthroughs. The evolution of treatment at Bethlem from humoral medicine to modern psychopharmacology spans 7 centuries of theory, experiment, failure, and occasional success. Each era believed itself to be practicing scientific medicine based on the best available evidence, yet each era's treatments now seem somewhere between inadequate and horrifying to modern eyes. This pattern should perhaps encourage humility about current approaches, which will inevitably appear similarly limited to future generations with knowledge we don't yet possess. The patients who endured these treatments, the bleedings and purgings, the cold water and spinning chairs, the insulin comas and lobotomies, had no choice in the matter. They were subjected to whatever interventions their era deemed appropriate, often repeatedly and without their consent. Their suffering was genuine even when their treatment was ineffective, and their experiences serve as a reminder that medical authority has often been wielded with more confidence than competence. The treatments they received tell us as much about the societies that administered them as about the conditions being treated. The question of consent runs throughout this medical history, though it rarely received the attention it deserved until recently. Patients in psychiatric institutions were typically not asked whether they wanted treatment. They were treated because physicians and families decided treatment was appropriate. The coercive nature of much psychiatric care was considered unremarkable, even necessary, given that patients' mental conditions supposedly impaired their judgment about their own needs. This paternalistic framework justified interventions that patients actively resisted, from restraints and forced feeding to surgical procedures that permanently altered their brains. Modern psychiatric ethics places much greater emphasis on patient consent and autonomy, though the implementation remains imperfect. Involuntary treatment still occurs when patients are deemed dangerous to themselves or others, with legal frameworks that attempt to balance individual rights against safety concerns. The threshold for involuntary intervention varies by jurisdiction and by the judgment of individual clinicians, creating inconsistencies that trouble ethicists and advocates alike. Even voluntary psychiatric treatment involves power imbalances that can shade into coercion. Patients who depend on institutional care may feel pressure to accept treatments they would otherwise refuse. Looking back across this history, certain patterns emerge. Physical interventions that produce dramatic immediate effects tend to attract physician enthusiasm, regardless of long-term outcomes. Theories that explain symptoms within existing paradigms receive more attention than observations that challenge fundamental assumptions. Economic pressures shape which treatments are developed, promoted, and applied. And vulnerable patients, unable to advocate effectively for themselves, bear the consequences of professional errors in ways that the professionals themselves rarely experience. Modern psychiatric treatment is genuinely better than what came before, more effective, less harmful, more attentive to patient experience and consent. But it remains imperfect, and the same institutional pressures that distorted earlier treatments continue operating today. Pharmaceutical companies influence prescribing patterns through marketing. Resource constraints limit access to optimal care. Stigma prevents many people from seeking treatment at all. The physical treatments of earlier eras may have been replaced, but the underlying tensions between what patients need and what systems provide remain depressingly familiar. As we move forward to examine how the physical spaces of Bethlem reflected these changing treatment philosophies, remember that buildings embody assumptions. The architecture of each era reveals what its designers believed about mental illness, about the people who experienced it, and about what care those people deserved. The walls that contained patients were never neutral structures. They were statements about human nature, institutional purpose, and the proper relationship between society and its most troubled members. The walls that contained patients were never neutral structures. They were statements about human nature, institutional purpose, and the proper relationship between society and its most troubled members. Bethlem's physical evolution across 3 major sites and numerous renovations tells a story of changing attitudes toward mental illness, shifting priorities in care and confinement, and the eternal tension between what buildings promise and what they actually deliver. Architecture doesn't just house people, it shapes their experience, communicates social values, and sometimes reveals the gap between stated intentions and actual practice more clearly than any written document could. The original Bethlem at Bishopsgate was never designed to be a hospital at all, let alone a psychiatric facility. When Simon Fitzmary established his priory in 1247, he was creating a religious house for the care of travellers and pilgrims, essentially a medieval hostel with prayers included in the room rate. The buildings were modest, appropriate for their humble purpose, dormitories for temporary guests, a chapel for worship, kitchens and service areas, and quarters for the monks who ran the operation. Nothing about this architecture anticipated the housing of permanently disturbed individuals who might need restraint, supervision, or anything resembling medical treatment. The priory was designed for people who would leave after a few nights, not for people who might never leave at all. As the institution gradually accumulated mentally ill residents over the 14th and 15th centuries, the physical plant adapted as best it could, which is to say, not particularly well. Spaces intended for transient pilgrims were repurposed for permanent patients, with modifications that prioritized security over comfort. Windows were barred to prevent escape. Doors were reinforced and fitted with heavy locks. Rooms designed for voluntary guests became cells for involuntary inmates. The transformation was piecemeal, reactive, driven by immediate practical needs rather than any coherent philosophy of care. Nobody sat down and designed a psychiatric facility. One simply emerged through accumulated improvisation, each modification addressing yesterday's problem while creating tomorrow's. The Bishopsgate site was cramped from the beginning and became increasingly inadequate as the patient population grew. By the 16th century, the hospital was housing dozens of individuals in spaces originally built for far fewer, with all the overcrowding problems you might expect. Sanitation was primitive even by the standards of the era, which were themselves not particularly demanding. Fresh air was limited. Natural light was scarce. The physical environment was, by any reasonable assessment, actively harmful to the people it supposedly served, though in fairness the concept that environment might affect mental health was centuries from being articulated. People assumed that the mad needed confinement, and confinement was what Bishopsgate provided after a fashion. The decision to build a new purpose-designed facility in the late 17th century represented a genuine attempt to improve conditions, though the execution fell somewhat short of the intention. The Moorfields site, which opened in 1676, was the first building constructed specifically to house psychiatric patients in England, arguably in Europe. The design was ambitious, the location was prominent, and the architecture was intended to project civic pride as well as house the unfortunate. Robert Hooke, the polymath scientist better known for his work in physics and microscopy, created a building that looked impressive from the outside while proving distinctly problematic for its actual occupants. The Moorfields Bethlem was designed in the French palace style, featuring an enormous facade stretching over 500 feet with elaborate ornamentation, pavilions at each end, and an entrance calculated to impress visitors with London's charitable magnificence. The building made a statement. This great city cares for its unfortunate members, and it does so with style. Walking up to the entrance, you would have been forgiven for thinking you were approaching some nobleman's country estate rather than an institution for the confinement of the insane. The architecture promised grandeur, dignity, and enlightened care. Unfortunately, the architecture also lied. Behind that magnificent facade, conditions were grim from the start. The building was constructed quickly and cheaply, with the bulk of the budget devoted to the impressive exterior, while the interior received considerably less attention. The walls were thin and began showing cracks almost immediately. The roof leaked. The basement, where some patients were housed, flooded regularly. Heating was inadequate for London's damp winters, and patients suffered from cold that exacerbated whatever conditions had brought them to the hospital in the first place. The drainage system was poorly designed and worse maintained, creating sanitary conditions that would have embarrassed a medieval monastery. The beautiful facade was literally that, a face presented to the world that had little connection to the reality behind it. The layout of Moorfields Bethlem reflected assumptions about psychiatric patients that prioritised containment over treatment. Long galleries stretched the length of the building, lined with individual cells where patients could be locked away from each other and from staff. These galleries were designed for efficient surveillance. A single keeper could walk the length of the corridor and check on dozens of patients with minimal effort, rather than for any therapeutic purpose. The patients were essentially stored, like problematic inventory, in conditions that made interaction, activity, or rehabilitation virtually impossible. A patient confined to a Moorfields cell would have experienced a world of perhaps 6 by 8 feet, with minimal furniture, no privacy from guards who could peer through observation slots at any time, and nothing to do but contemplate the walls. The famous statues of raving madness and melancholy madness that flanked the entrance gate at Moorfields embodied the era's understanding of mental illness in sculptural form. Created by Caius Gabriel Cibber, these figures depicted two archetypal forms of insanity: the violent, contorted figure of mania and the dejected, withdrawn figure of depression, as though the entire spectrum of psychiatric experience could be reduced to these two dramatic poles. The statues were intended as edifying symbols, reminders of the conditions that divine providence might visit upon any person, and perhaps warnings about the consequences of sin or intemperance. They were also, it must be said, rather good art, achieving fame that eventually outlasted the building they adorned. The Moorfields site quickly developed the reputation for which Bethlem became notorious throughout Europe. The combination of overcrowding, inadequate facilities, minimal staffing, and a policy of admitting paying visitors created conditions that shocked even contemporaries accustomed to harsh institutional environments. The building's deterioration accelerated through the 18th century, with structural problems requiring constant attention and never receiving adequate funding for proper repair. By the early 19th century, the magnificent palace of 1676 had become a crumbling wreck, its leaking roof and rotting timbers providing poor shelter for patients whose conditions demanded far better than what the architecture could deliver. The 1815 parliamentary investigation that exposed conditions at Bethlem focused considerable attention on the physical environment and its effects on patients. Investigators found patients in basement cells standing in accumulated filth, exposed to water that seeped through failing walls, sleeping on straw that was changed infrequently if at all. The architecture that had been designed to impress visitors with London's charity had become an embarrassment that revealed the gap between civic pretension and actual care. The building was not just failing to help patients, it was actively harming them, creating conditions that would have been considered cruel punishment for criminals, let alone appropriate housing for the sick. The decision to relocate once again, this time to a new site at St George's Fields in Suffolk, reflected both the Moorfields building's physical collapse and changing ideas about what psychiatric facilities should accomplish. The new Bethlem, designed by James Lewis and completed in 1815, incorporated elements of moral treatment philosophy that had been gaining influence since the York Retreat demonstrated more humane alternatives. The building was still institutional in character, but it acknowledged, at least in theory, that environment affected outcomes, that patients benefited from light and air and space, and that confinement need not mean degradation. The Southwark Bethlem featured a cruciform layout that became standard for psychiatric facilities throughout the 19th century. The design allowed for natural classification of patients by condition and behaviour, with separate wings for different categories and administration housed in the central crossing. Windows were larger than at Moorfields, though still barred for security. Ceilings were higher, improving ventilation and reducing the oppressive closeness of the older facility. Gardens and exercise grounds surrounded the building, offering at least the possibility of outdoor activity for patients well enough to participate. The architecture gestured toward therapeutic intent, even if the actual practice within those walls often fell short of the design's implications. The Southwark building also incorporated the first dedicated gallery spaces for displaying the artwork created by patients, a recognition, however modest, that the people confined within might have creative capacities worth encouraging and preserving. This was a significant philosophical shift from the Moorfields era, when patients were primarily objects of spectacle for external viewers rather than individuals whose own productions deserved attention. The architecture literally made room for patient expression, allocating space for purposes beyond mere containment. Whether this space was adequately utilised is another question, but its existence represented progress of a kind. The airing courts at Southwark represented another architectural innovation with therapeutic implications. These enclosed outdoor spaces allowed patients to exercise and experience fresh air without the security risks of unsupervised outdoor access. The courts were designed with high walls preventing escape and overlooked by the ward buildings for constant surveillance, but within those constraints they offered something patients at Moorfields had largely lacked: regular opportunity to be outside. The simple act of walking in open air, feeling weather changes, seeing the sky, these experiences may seem unremarkable until you imagine years without them. The architecture at Southwark at least acknowledged that patients were embodied beings who needed more than a cell's four walls. The chapel at each of Bethlem's locations served both spiritual and disciplinary functions, with architecture that reflected both purposes. Regular religious services were considered beneficial for patients, offering moral instruction that might support recovery while also providing structure to institutional time. The chapel buildings were designed to accommodate the patient population while maintaining security, with separate seating areas for different patient categories and observation positions for staff. The assumption that religion could aid in treating madness was widely held in the Victorian era, leading to substantial investment in chapel facilities that now seem somewhat puzzling, given how little evidence supported the therapeutic value of sermons. The relationship between institutional architecture and the broader built environment of London evolved considerably across Bethlem's three major sites. At Bishopsgate, the hospital was embedded in the dense medieval city, surrounded by shops and houses with no buffer separating the mad from the sane. At Moorfields, the new building occupied a more prominent and isolated position, standing apart from neighbouring structures in a way that emphasised its special status. At Southwark, the hospital occupied an even more distinct precinct, with grounds that created distance from the surrounding urban fabric. And at Monk's Orchard, the hospital escaped London entirely, retreating to countryside that has since been absorbed by suburban development, but was genuinely rural when the buildings opened. Each relocation reflected changing ideas about the relationship between mental illness and urban life. The original embedded location assumed madness was part of ordinary city existence, something to be accommodated rather than hidden. The Moorfield site's prominence reflected a desire to display charitable accomplishment while beginning the process of separation. The Southwark position continued this separation with more extensive grounds, and the Monk's Orchard location represented complete retreat, based on beliefs that cities caused or exacerbated mental illness, while rural environments promoted recovery. Whether any of these architectural and locational decisions actually affected patient outcomes is questionable, but each generation believed its approach was superior to its predecessors. Yet the Southwark Bethlem carried forward problems that no architecture could solve. The institution remained chronically underfunded, leading to deferred maintenance that would eventually render this building as inadequate as its predecessor. The patient population continued growing faster than capacity, reintroducing the overcrowding that had plagued Moorfields, and the fundamental tension between custody and care, between keeping patients in and helping patients improve, remained embedded in a design that prioritized security features like barred windows and locked doors over therapeutic features like comfortable living spaces and areas for meaningful activity. The Victorian era brought additional modifications to the Southwark site that reflected evolving psychiatric thought. Criminal wings were added to house the growing population of mentally ill offenders whose violent histories required higher security than standard wards could provide. These additions featured reinforced construction, multiple layers of locked doors, and isolated exercise yards where dangerous patients could take air without threatening others. The architecture of criminal lunacy was distinctly different from that of ordinary madness, more explicitly prison-like, more focused on preventing escape, more willing to sacrifice patient comfort for staff safety. The decision to relocate once more, this time to a site far outside London at Monk's Orchard in Kent, now part of suburban Bromley, reflected 20th century ideas about mental health that differed substantially from those of earlier eras. The move, completed between 1930 and 1936, took Bethlem from urban density to pastoral surroundings, based on the then popular belief that rural environments promoted mental health better than city locations. The new buildings were designed in a neo-Georgian style that emphasized domesticity over institutional grandeur, featuring smaller ward units rather than vast galleries, and distributed across extensive grounds that allowed for farming, gardening, and other outdoor activities. The Monk's Orchard site represented a complete reimagining of what a psychiatric hospital should look like and feel like. Gone were the imposing facades designed to impress passers-by with civic virtue. In their place were buildings that might have been mistaken for a particularly large country house or a well-endowed boarding school. The architecture deliberately avoided the institutional appearance that marked older asylums, attempting to create an environment where patients might feel less like inmates and more like residents in a therapeutic community. The emphasis on domestic scale and residential character reflected genuine therapeutic optimism. a belief that the right environment could support recovery in ways that the old warehouse-style asylums never could. The buildings at Monk's Orchard were designed with the treatments of the 1930s in mind, which meant provisions for hydrotherapy suites, insulin coma treatment rooms, and later electroconvulsive therapy facilities. The architecture accommodated the medical interventions of its era, just as Moorfields had accommodated the chains and manacles of earlier centuries. This is perhaps the most telling aspect of psychiatric architecture. Each generation's buildings reflect that generation's assumptions about what mentally ill people need, and those assumptions inevitably prove limited in retrospect. The treatment rooms at Monk's Orchard that once seemed cutting edge now appear as historically bounded as the galleries at Moorfields. The ward design at Monk's Orchard reflected ideas about patient classification and management that have since been abandoned. The original plan included separate buildings for male and female patients, a Victorian inheritance that seemed natural in 1930 but now appears as the arbitrary gender segregation it was. Within each gender's facilities, further separation divided patients by condition, behaviour, and prognosis, creating a hierarchy of accommodations from the relatively comfortable admission wards to the back wards where chronic cases resided with little hope of improvement. This classification system shaped patient experience profoundly. Being moved from one ward to another carried meaning about institutional assessment of one's condition and prospects. The staff quarters at Monk's Orchard represented substantial investment in housing. The workforce required to operate a major psychiatric hospital. Nurses and other workers often lived on the grounds, creating a residential community that combined professional and domestic life in ways that seem unusual today, but were common for institutions of that era. The architecture created a self-contained world where staff might spend their entire careers, raising families in hospital housing, socializing primarily with colleagues, and developing institutional cultures that could become insular and resistant to outside influence. The physical separation of hospital from surrounding community reinforced psychological separation between the world of the mentally ill and the world of the supposedly sane. The landscape architecture at Monk's Orchard received considerable attention from planners who believed that natural surroundings contributed to mental health. The grounds included gardens designed for patient cultivation, walking paths through wooded areas, sports facilities for recreation, and farm operations that combined therapeutic activity with practical food production. The vision was of a therapeutic community where patients would gradually improve through a combination of medical treatment and healthy living in pleasant surroundings, a vision that proved more complicated in practice than in planning. Maintaining the grounds required labour, which often came from patients, blurring the line between therapy and unpaid work, and the therapeutic benefits of beautiful surroundings may have been overstated by planners who assumed that what pleased them would heal others. The modern Bethlem Royal Hospital continues to occupy the Monk's Orchard site, though the buildings and their purposes have evolved considerably since the 1930s. Many of the original structures remain in use, adapted for contemporary psychiatric care that looks nothing like what their architects anticipated. Medium secure units have been added for patients requiring higher levels of containment than open wards can provide. Outpatient facilities serve community populations who would once have been institutionalized, but now receive treatment while living independently. The Museum of the Mind, housed in a restored portion of the original building, commemorates the institution's long history, while the working hospital continues making that history longer. The architectural evolution of Bethlem from medieval priory to modern hospital complex illustrates how physical space embodies social attitudes. Each building reflected what its era believed about mental illness, about the people who experienced it, and about what those people deserved from society. The cramped cells at Bishopsgate reflected a world that saw the mad as objects of charity requiring minimal accommodation. The grand facade at Moorfields reflected a world that wanted to appear generous while providing care on the cheap. The Cruciform Asylum at Southwark reflected a world beginning to think of mental illness as a condition requiring treatment rather than mere confinement. And the domestic buildings at Monk's Orchard reflected a world hoping that the right environment might support recovery that medical treatment alone couldn't achieve. What does architecture tell us about our own era's approach to mental health? Modern psychiatric facilities tend toward the clinical, clean lines, bright lighting, controlled environments that could be mistaken for any medical ward, if not for the locked doors and observation windows. We've moved away from both the warehouse-style asylums of the 19th century and the domestic idealism of the early 20th, towards spaces that emphasize medical intervention over environmental therapy. Whether future generations will view our facilities as admirably functional or as reflecting our own blind spots remains to be seen. Every generation builds what makes sense to them, and every generation eventually learns what they got wrong. The buildings tell part of Bethlem's story, but buildings don't suffer, people do. Behind the statistics of patient populations and the abstractions of treatment philosophies were individuals whose experiences illuminate what life at the hospital actually felt like. Some of these individuals achieved fame before their confinement, others became famous because of it, and still others remain anonymous except for the traces they left in institutional records. Their stories span the centuries of Bethlem's operation, representing different eras, different conditions, and different fates. Together, they form a gallery of souls whose faces look out at us across time, asking whether we've learned anything from what they endured. The figure known as Mad Bess of Bedlam represents the earliest archetype of the Bethlem patient in popular culture, though she was probably a composite character rather than a specific individual. Songs and ballads about Mad Bess circulated from the 16th century onward, telling of a woman driven to madness by unrequited love who wandered the streets singing of her lost beloved. The character appeared in poems, plays, and musical compositions, becoming a standard figure in English popular culture. The beautiful woman whose delicate mind couldn't withstand romantic disappointment, reduced to singing songs of loss outside the asylum walls. Whether any actual woman inspired this character is impossible to determine, but Mad Bess became real enough in cultural imagination to shape how generations thought about madness and its causes. The Tomo Bedlam figure served a similar cultural function for male madness, representing the lunatic discharged from the hospital to wander as a beggar. Historical evidence suggests that Bethlem did issue licenses to former patients allowing them to beg, a form of poor relief that recognised the discharged mentally ill couldn't simply resume normal employment. These licensed beggars became familiar figures in Elizabethan and Jacobean England, with their distinctive badges marking them as legitimate recipients of charity rather than ordinary vagrants. The figure entered poetry and song, with Tomo Bedlam compositions becoming a recognised genre. Like Mad Bess, Tomo Bedlam shaped cultural understanding of mental illness, establishing images that persisted long after the actual practice of licensing beggar patients had ended. The case of James Norris reveals what conditions at Bethlem could become when oversight failed, and individual patients attracted no external advocates. Norris was an American seaman who had been confined to Bethlem since 1800, and when reformers investigated the hospital in 1814, they found him in a condition that shocked even contemporaries accustomed to harsh institutional treatment. Norris had spent more than a decade in a specially constructed iron apparatus that confined his torso and arms, while a chain attached to his neck anchored him to the wall. He could move slightly within the constraints, but could not stand upright or lie down fully, forced into a permanent crouch that must have been physically agonizing as well as psychologically devastating. The iron harness that confined Norris was not standard Bethlem equipment, but rather a custom device created specifically for him, apparently because his violent behaviour made ordinary restraints insufficient. The institutional logic was straightforward. Norris was dangerous. Ordinary chains allowed too much movement. Therefore a more restrictive apparatus was required. The logic made a certain brutal sense from a management perspective, while being utterly inhumane from any therapeutic or even basically decent standpoint. Norris had been abandoned to this device for years, visited occasionally by physicians who saw no problem with his confinement, cared for by keepers who fed him, and changed his straw without questioning the fundamental cruelty of his situation. The image of Norris in his iron harness, drawn by George Cruikshank and published as part of the Reform campaign, became one of the most powerful visual arguments for asylum reform in English history. Here was evidence, not of general neglect or abstract policy failures, but of specific concrete suffering inflicted on a named individual by an institution that was supposed to be providing care. Norris died shortly after his situation was publicised, too damaged by years of confinement to survive long without the apparatus that had become his iron cocoon. His case demonstrated that Bethlem's problems weren't merely administrative, they were moral, involving failures of basic human concern that allowed one person to suffer like that while others walked past his cell without objection. Margaret Nicholson achieved fame before her confinement through an act that would have meant execution had she been judged sane. In 1786, Nicholson attempted to stab King George III with a dessert knife, an attack so poorly executed that the king barely noticed the blade glancing off his waistcoat. The response to this assassination attempt was remarkably measured. Rather than demanding blood, George III observed that the woman was clearly mad and should be treated rather than punished. Nicholson was examined, found to be suffering from delusions that included belief that she was the rightful heir to the throne, and committed to Bethlem rather than sent to the gallows. She remained at the hospital for the next 42 years until her death in 1828, her attempted regicide apparently forgotten as she aged into institutional obscurity. The treatment of Margaret Nicholson reflected something genuine about 18th century attitudes toward insanity and criminal responsibility. The law recognised that true madness excused criminal behaviour, and a person found genuinely insane, as opposed to merely claiming insanity to escape punishment, could not be held responsible for actions their disordered mind compelled. This principle protected Nicholson from execution while also ensuring her permanent confinement, since someone who had tried to kill the king could hardly be released regardless of her mental state. Her case established precedents for the treatment of criminal lunatics that would shape British law for generations, making Bethlem a repository for individuals whose dangerous acts demonstrated mental illness, while also making their freedom unthinkable. Jonathan Martin, the brother of the famous painter John Martin, arrived at Bethlem in 1829 after attempting to burn down York Minster Cathedral. Martin had become convinced through divine revelation that the cathedral's leaders were corrupt and that God demanded the building's destruction. He managed to start a fire that caused substantial damage before being captured, tried, and found not guilty by reason of insanity. His case attracted enormous public attention, partly because of the dramatic nature of his crime, and partly because his brother's artistic fame made the family newsworthy. Jonathan spent the remaining years of his life at Bethlem, creating drawings and writings that documented his religious visions with the same intensity that had driven him to arson. The artist Richard Dadd represents perhaps the most famous of Bethlem's creative patients, a man whose talent survived, and perhaps was transformed by, the mental illness that destroyed his freedom. Dadd had been a promising young painter, part of a group called the Clique, that challenged Royal Academy conventions when he travelled to the Middle East in 1842 with a patron. During the journey, Dadd began experiencing paranoid delusions, becoming convinced that the Egyptian god Osiris was commanding him to destroy demons disguised as human beings. Upon returning to England, Dadd murdered his father, whom he believed to be one of these disguised demons, and fled to France before being captured and returned for trial. Found not guilty by reason of insanity, Dadd was committed first to the Bethlem Criminal Wing, and later to Broadmoor, the new criminal lunatic asylum that opened in 1863. He would spend the remaining 43 years of his life in institutional confinement, never recovering from the delusions that had driven him to patricide. But during those decades of confinement, Dadd continued painting, creating works that are now considered masterpieces of Victorian art. His most famous painting, The Fairy Feller's Masterstroke, took him 9 years to complete, and features microscopic detail that viewers can study for hours without exhausting. The painting's intricate fantasy world, populated by fairies and mythical creatures engaged in mysterious activities, may reflect Dadd's disordered perceptions, or may simply represent an artistic vision that happened to belong to someone whose mind was also capable of homicidal delusion. The relationship between Dadd's madness and his art has fascinated scholars and psychiatrists for generations. Did his mental illness enable the extraordinary vision evident in his later paintings, or did it merely coexist with a talent that would have flourished regardless? The paintings from his confinement are qualitatively different from his earlier work, more detailed, more strange, more obsessive in their execution. But whether this represents illness manifesting in art or simply an artist developing over decades of nothing but time to paint remains debatable. What seems clear is that the institutional environment, for all its limitations, allowed Dadd to continue working in ways that produced enduring artistic achievements. His case demonstrates that severe mental illness need not entirely extinguish creative capacity, though the circumstances that allowed his creativity to continue, decades of involuntary confinement following a horrific crime, were hardly enviable. The conditions of Dadd's confinement evolved considerably over his 43 years in institutional care. At Bethlem's criminal wing, he initially occupied a cell with limited space and materials, creating drawings with whatever implements could be safely provided. His keepers recognised his talent and gradually allowed more supplies: paints, canvases, brushes, as it became clear that artistic work calmed rather than agitated him. The decision to enable Dad's painting was partly therapeutic and partly practical. A patient absorbed in intricate artistic work was a patient causing no trouble on the ward. By the time Dad transferred to Broadmoor in 1864, he had established himself as a working artist despite his confinement, producing paintings that physicians and visitors admired. Dad's most celebrated works feature elaborate fantasy scenes populated by figures from fairy tales, mythology, and pure imagination. The Fairy Fella's masterstroke depicts a crowd of tiny beings gathered around a fairy woodsman about to split a hazelnut, each figure rendered with microscopic precision that reveals new details on every viewing. The painting occupied Dad for 9 years, an obsessive duration that reflects both his disturbed mental state and his technical perfectionism. Critics have analysed the painting for evidence of Dad's delusions, finding paranoid symbolism in the watching figures and apocalyptic meaning in the central action. But other viewers see simply an extraordinary artistic achievement, remarkable regardless of its creator's mental health. The question of whether Dad was ever treated or simply warehoused illuminates broader questions about the purpose of psychiatric confinement in the Victorian era. He received no systematic treatment for his delusions, which persisted throughout his life. He continued believing in Osiris and demonic possession until his death. What he received instead was custody, safe confinement that prevented him from harming others while allowing him to live out his years in reasonable comfort. Whether this constituted care or merely containment depends on what you think psychiatric institutions should accomplish. If the goal was cure, Bethlem failed entirely. If the goal was humane management of a dangerous individual, the institution succeeded reasonably well. The story of Mary Lamb, sister of the essayist Charles Lamb, illustrates how families negotiated the complex terrain of mental illness, institutional care, and domestic management in the early 19th century. Mary Lamb suffered from recurrent episodes of mania during which she could become violent. During one such episode in 1796, she fatally stabbed her mother with a kitchen knife. Found not guilty by reason of insanity, Mary was initially confined to an asylum but was eventually released into her brother's care on condition that he guarantee her supervision and return her to institutional confinement if symptoms recurred. Charles Lamb devoted much of his life to caring for his sister, watching for early signs of breakdown and escorting her back to the asylum when episodes approached. Accounts describe the siblings walking together toward the hospital, Mary carrying her straitjacket under her arm, both knowing what was coming. The arrangement allowed Mary to spend most of her time at home rather than in permanent confinement, maintaining a productive literary partnership with her brother that produced the popular Tales from Shakespeare among other works. But the arrangement also meant that Charles could never marry, never travel freely, never live a life unconstrained by his sister's illness. The Lamb family situation shows how mental illness affected not just individuals but entire family systems, creating obligations and limitations that shaped multiple lives. Daniel Macnaghten, whose case established the legal standard for insanity defence that still bears his name, spent 2 decades at Bethlem after attempting to assassinate Prime Minister Robert Peel in 1843. Macnaghten actually shot and killed Peel's secretary Edward Drummond, mistaking him for the Prime Minister, motivated by delusions that Peel and the Tory party were persecuting him. His trial became a legal landmark when the jury found him not guilty by reason of insanity, prompting the House of Lords to formulate the Macnaghten rules, defining when mental illness should excuse criminal responsibility. The standard, essentially asking whether the defendant knew what they were doing and knew it was wrong, remains influential in legal systems around the world nearly 2 centuries later. Macnaghten himself spent the rest of his life in institutional confinement, first at Bethlem and later at Broadmoor, dying in 1865 from heart disease without ever being released. His legal importance far exceeded any public awareness of his continued existence. He became a footnote to his own case, the living person less significant than the abstract principle his trial established. Whether the Macnaghten rules actually serve justice well has been debated ever since their formulation. Critics argue they focus too narrowly on cognitive knowledge while ignoring emotional and volitional aspects of mental illness. But the man whose delusions prompted their creation is remembered primarily as a name attached to a legal doctrine. Edward Oxford, who shot at Queen Victoria in 1840, represents another category of famous Bethlem patient, the would-be regicide whose motivations remained obscure even to contemporaries. Oxford fired 2 pistols at the Queen's carriage as she rode with Prince Albert, missing with both shots, apparently because the guns weren't actually loaded, though this detail has been disputed. Oxford was 18 years old, of limited education and employment, and seemed to have acted from a desire for notoriety rather than from any coherent political motivation. He claimed membership in a revolutionary society called Young England that appeared to be entirely fictional, a fantasy organisation that existed only in his imagination. Found not guilty by reason of insanity, the jury deliberated for less than half an hour. Oxford was committed to Bethlem at age 18 and remained institutionalised for 24 years. His case troubled contemporaries who weren't entirely sure he was genuinely insane rather than merely immature and attention-seeking, but the alternative was execution, and juries were reluctant to hang someone who hadn't actually harmed anyone. Oxford's long confinement for an unsuccessful crime with unclear motivation raises questions about how the insanity verdict functioned in practice. Was institutionalisation truly treatment for an illness, or was it punishment under another name? Indefinite imprisonment justified by medical rather than criminal logic? Oxford was eventually released in 1867, on condition that he emigrate to Australia and never return to Britain. He reportedly lived quietly in Melbourne under an assumed name, working as a house painter and eventually running a boarding house, dying in 1900 without ever making another attempt on anyone's life. His case suggests that whatever disorder had led an 18-year-old to shoot at the Queen might not have required 40 years of institutionalisation to address. But once confined as a criminal lunatic, release was politically difficult regardless of clinical improvement. The Bethlem patient population included numerous individuals whose original offences might not have warranted permanent confinement had they been judged sane and sentenced accordingly. The contrast between Oxford's post-release life and the fears that had kept him confined for decades is striking. Officials who resisted his release anticipated renewed violence, continued royal assassination attempts, or at minimum public scandal if a former regicide were set loose. Instead, Oxford simply disappeared into colonial anonymity, living an utterly unremarkable life that suggests his original offence was aberration rather than pattern. The 24 years of his confinement protected against dangers that apparently never existed, a common pattern for criminal lunatics whose risk assessments were based on worst-case scenarios rather than realistic probabilities. The case of Christiana Edmonds, known as the chocolate cream killer, illustrates how gender shaped both the commission of crimes and the institutional response to them. Edmonds poisoned chocolates with strychnine and returned them to a Brighton sweet shop in 1871, hoping to kill the wife of a doctor with whom she was infatuated. Instead, several random customers were sickened, and one child died from eating the poisoned sweets. The case was sensational. A respectable middle-class woman revealed as a cunning poisoner, and Edmonds was initially sentenced to death. But her sentence was commuted when evidence of hereditary mental illness emerged, and she was transferred to Bethlem's female criminal wing, where she remained until her death in 1907. Edmonds' long confinement reflected the particular difficulties posed by female criminal lunatics in Victorian society. Women were not supposed to be capable of calculated violence, and those who demonstrated such capacity were viewed with particular horror. Edmonds couldn't be released because her crime was too shocking, too transgressive of expected feminine behaviour, to be treated as simple mental aberration. She was confined not just for public safety, but for the violation of gender norms that her crime represented. Her decades at Bethlem included periodic observations that she seemed improved, but improvement was never sufficient to overcome the scandal attached to her case. The architect Augustus Pugin, famous for his work on the Houses of Parliament, may have spent time at Bethlem, though the historical record is unclear. Pugin suffered from what appears to have been severe bipolar disorder, with manic episodes of extraordinary productivity alternating with depressive periods of incapacity. His mental health deteriorated dramatically in his final years, and he was definitely confined in a private asylum before his death in 1852. Whether he was ever at Bethlem specifically has been debated, but his case illustrates how mental illness affected even the most successful and celebrated individuals. The man who designed much of what we think of as quintessentially British architecture spent his final months unable to recognise his own work. Louis Wain, the artist famous for his pictures of anthropomorphized cats, spent his final years at Bethlem after decades of professional success gave way to mental illness in the 1920s. Wain's cat illustrations had been enormously popular in the late Victorian and Edwardian periods, appearing in newspapers, magazines and books throughout Britain. His cats played musical instruments, wore human clothing, engaged in human activities, images that delighted audiences who saw in them a gentle humour about both feline and human behaviour. But as Wain aged, his mental state deteriorated, and he was eventually found living in poverty, his behaviour too disordered for independent life. Wain's confinement at Bethlem, and later at Knapsbury Hospital, attracted public attention when H.G. Wells organised a campaign to improve his conditions. The intervention secured Wain a transfer to more comfortable accommodations and provided funds for art supplies, allowing him to continue the painting that had been his life's work. The cat pictures from his institutional years became increasingly abstract and psychedelic, featuring kaleidoscopic patterns and fractal-like designs that later generations have interpreted as visual evidence of his deteriorating mental state. Whether these late works actually document the progression of schizophrenia, as has often been claimed, or simply represent an artist experimenting with new styles has been debated by art historians and psychiatrists alike. The stories of Bethlem's famous patients reveal patterns that transcend individual cases. Violent acts brought many to the hospital, their crimes ensuring confinement regardless of clinical improvement. Creative talents sometimes survived or even flourished within institutional walls, producing works that now hang in museums and collections. Families struggled to balance care with their own needs, sometimes managing mental illness at home, sometimes surrendering relatives to institutional custody. And through it all, the question of what patients actually experienced, not just what was done to them, but what life felt like from inside their situations, remains partially hidden by the nature of historical sources that privilege staff perspectives over patient voices. The anonymous patients who passed through Bethlem deserve mention alongside the famous cases, even though their stories can only be imagined from fragmentary evidence. Admission registers record names, ages, and apparent conditions, melancholy, mania, religious delusion, without capturing the full human beings behind these labels. Discharge records indicate whether patients left cured, improved, or unchanged, categories that tell us almost nothing about actual patient experience. Death records note causes without dwelling on the circumstances that led someone to die in an asylum, rather than at home surrounded by family. The institutional archive preserves administrative facts while largely erasing the personal dimensions that would make these individuals come alive. Occasional glimpses of anonymous patient experience survive in sources never intended for that purpose. Visitors' accounts sometimes describe interactions with unnamed patients whose stories they briefly recorded. Medical case notes occasionally preserve fragments of patient speech, though always filtered through physicians' interpretive frameworks. Patient-created art and writing from later periods offers direct access to some individuals' perspectives, though these sources are rare for earlier eras and may not represent typical experience even when they exist. The effort to reconstruct what ordinary Bethlem patients lived through requires careful reading against the grain of documents that were never meant to serve that purpose. These individual stories illuminate the larger history of Bethlem in ways that statistics cannot. When we read that the hospital housed several hundred patients in the Georgian era, the number is abstract, but when we learn about James Norris and his iron harness, the abstraction becomes human. When we note that moral treatment philosophy influenced Victorian asylum practice, the concept is intellectual, but when we see Richard Dadd painting fairy worlds in his cell, we glimpse what creative life under confinement might actually have looked like. The famous patients were not typical. Their notoriety depended on exceptional circumstances, but their stories create connection to a past that would otherwise remain impersonal. As we move forward to examine the institutional power structures that controlled patients' lives, these individual stories should remain present. The physicians who ran Bethlem, the families who controlled its governance, the reformers who challenged its practices, all of these operated in a context where decisions affected real people, whose suffering deserved consideration. The gallery of souls we've walked through represents only a fraction of the thousands who passed through Bethlem over 7 centuries, most of whom left no record beyond a name in an admission register. Their anonymity makes the famous cases all the more important as windows into experiences that can otherwise only be imagined. The contrast between famous and anonymous patients also reveals something about how historical memory works. We remember the artists because their work survived. We remember the would-be assassins because their trials made headlines. We remember the scandal victims because reformers published their stories. But the vast majority of Bethlem patients, ordinary people whose mental illness had no dramatic dimension, whose families couldn't or wouldn't advocate for them, whose conditions didn't produce art or make news, vanish into the statistical records without leaving any trace of their individual humanity. This is perhaps the final indignity of institutional confinement. Not just the loss of freedom and dignity in life, but the loss of memory and identity after death. The physicians who ran Bethlem, the families who controlled its governance, the reformers who challenged its practices, all of these operated in a context where decisions affected real people whose suffering deserved consideration. But perhaps no group shaped the hospital's trajectory more profoundly than one particular family, whose name became synonymous with both Bethlem itself and with the stubborn resistance to change that characterized 18th century psychiatric care. The Monroe dynasty, 3 generations of physicians who controlled the hospital's medical direction from 1728 to 1816, represents one of the most remarkable examples of professional nepotism in British medical history. Their reign illuminates how institutional power can calcify, how expertise can become excuse for stagnation, and how the interests of those running an institution can diverge dramatically from the interests of those it supposedly serves. The story begins with James Monroe, who became physician to Bethlem Hospital in 1728 and would hold the position until his death in 1752. James arrived at Bethlem with credentials that, by the standards of the era, were entirely respectable. He had trained in medicine at the usual places, built a practice among London's better families, and demonstrated the social connections necessary for appointment to prestigious positions. The post of Bethlem physician was not primarily a clinical role in the modern sense. The actual daily care of patients fell to keepers and apothecaries, while the physician provided oversight, made admission decisions, and lent the institution whatever medical credibility his presence implied. James Monroe fulfilled these functions adequately, neither revolutionizing care nor scandalizing observers, simply occupying his position with the comfortable competence expected of Georgian-era physicians. The medical world that James Monroe inhabited was one of settled certainties that would later prove almost entirely illusory. Physicians of his generation believed they understood how the body worked, how disease arose, and how treatment should proceed. The theory might have been wrong in virtually every particular, but it was comprehensive, internally consistent, and taught with absolute confidence in the finest medical schools in Europe. A physician trained in this tradition emerged knowing exactly what to do for any patient presenting any condition. The fact that what he knew was largely useless didn't diminish his confidence in knowing it. James Monroe was a product of this system, trained to believe in approaches that later generations would recognize as harmful, and there's no reason to think he doubted the efficacy of the treatments he prescribed. The appointment process that brought James Monroe to Bethlem reflected the patronage networks that governed professional advancement in Georgian Britain. Hospital positions were not awarded through competitive processes evaluating candidates' qualifications, but through personal connections, social standing, and the cultivation of relationships with those who held appointment power. James had the right connections. He moved in circles where Bethlem governors also moved. He came recommended by people whose opinions the governors valued, and he presented the respectable image that institutional leadership required. His actual medical abilities were probably secondary to these social qualifications, though distinguishing between qualified and unqualified physicians was genuinely difficult, in an era when medical training varied enormously and no standardized credentials existed. What distinguished James Monroe was not his medical achievements but his family planning. When he died in 1752, the position of Bethlem physician passed to his son John, who had been carefully prepared to inherit his father's institutional role. John Monroe had trained in medicine, had worked alongside his father, had developed the connections and reputation necessary to make his appointment seem natural rather than nakedly nepotistic. The governors of Bethlem, responsible for selecting the physician, saw no reason to look beyond the obvious candidate. Here was a man who knew the institution, came recommended by his father's long service, and would presumably continue the same steady management that had characterized the previous quarter century. The appointment was made without controversy, and so began the second generation of Monroe rule. John Monroe would prove considerably more consequential than his father. though not necessarily in ways that benefited patients. He held the position for nearly 40 years, from 1752 to 1791, a tenure long enough to shape institutional culture profoundly and to resist the currents of reform that began stirring in the later 18th century. John became the public face of Bethlem during the period when the hospital attracted its greatest notoriety, when visitors paid their pennies to view the inmates, and the word Bedlam solidified its place in the English language as a synonym for chaos. Whether John Monro deserves personal blame for conditions at the hospital during his tenure, or was simply managing an institution whose problems predated and would outlast him, remains debatable. What seems clear is that he showed little interest in questioning established practices or seeking better approaches to the patients in his care. The medical philosophy John Monro brought to Bethlem was conventional for his era, which is to say it was largely useless from a therapeutic standpoint. He believed in the standard interventions, bloodletting, purging, vomiting, blistering, applied according to humoral principles that had been medical orthodoxy for centuries. His treatments were aggressive, his confidence in them was high, and his outcomes were presumably no better than those achieved by physicians who treated patients more gently or not at all. John saw no reason to modify approaches that had been standard since before his birth, and he viewed emerging alternatives with the skepticism that established practitioners typically direct toward innovations that threaten their expertise. The challenge to John Monro's methods came from an unexpected direction. A retired tea merchant named William Batty, who had decided in middle age to pursue medicine, and eventually founded St. Luke's Hospital as an alternative to Bethlem. Batty was everything John Monro was not, an outsider to the medical establishment, a convert to the profession rather than a hereditary practitioner, and most dangerously, a man with ideas about psychiatric treatment that diverged from received wisdom. In 1758, Batty published A Treatise on Madness, a work that challenged prevailing approaches and argued for more individualized, humane treatment based on careful observation rather than blanket application of traditional remedies. The treatise was, by the standards of medical literature, practically revolutionary. Batty suggested that different forms of madness might have different causes and require different treatments, a notion that seems obvious now but represented genuine innovation in an era when all mental illness was typically addressed with the same arsenal of bleedings and purgings. He advocated for management strategies that emphasized environment and routine rather than physical intervention, anticipating elements of moral treatment philosophy that would gain prominence decades later. And he criticized, though without naming names, the established practitioners whose attachment to tradition prevented them from considering better approaches. John Monro recognized the criticism for what it was and responded with Remarks on Dr. Batty's Treatise on Madness, a defensive work that would do more to damage Monro's reputation among later generations than Batty's original attack ever could. Monro's remarks defended traditional treatments with an arrogance that now reads as almost comically misplaced. He dismissed Batty's suggestions as the naive proposals of someone who lacked proper experience, defended bloodletting and purging as proven methods that required no justification, and generally adopted the tone of an expert explaining obvious truths to a confused amateur. The condescension was remarkable, given that Batty's proposals would prove more aligned with future psychiatric development than anything Monro advocated. The exchange between Batty and Monro became one of the most famous controversies in the history of British psychiatry, frequently cited as an example of how established interests resist innovation, even when that innovation might benefit patients. Monro had every advantage of position, prestige, and institutional backing, yet his arguments have not aged well. Reading the remarks today, one is struck by how completely Monro missed the point, how his defense of tradition amounted to little more than assertion that tradition needed no defense, how his criticism of Batty relied on authority rather than evidence, how his certainty about his own methods coexisted with complete inability to demonstrate their effectiveness. It was not a good look, and it has defined John Monro's historical reputation ever since. The specific arguments John Monro made against Batty reveal assumptions about medical authority that would become increasingly untenable as the 18th century progressed. Monro appealed repeatedly to his own experience. He had treated thousands of patients. He had seen what worked, and his observations should outweigh the theoretical speculations of a newcomer to the field. This argument had intuitive appeal, but it ignored the possibility that experience might simply reinforce incorrect beliefs rather than generate genuine knowledge. If a physician believes bloodletting works and then bloodlets every patient, his experience will consist entirely of bloodletting, which hardly constitutes evidence for the treatment's superiority. Monroe's experience proved mainly that he had been doing the same thing for a long time, not that what he had been doing was correct. The controversy also exposed fundamental disagreements about what psychiatric medicine should aim to accomplish. Batty's approach implied that understanding individual patients, their particular circumstances, their specific symptoms, their personal histories, mattered for determining appropriate treatment. Monroe's approach treated patients as essentially interchangeable cases to be addressed with standard interventions regardless of individual variation. The difference wasn't merely practical but philosophical, reflecting competing visions of what it meant to care for the mentally ill. Batty's vision would eventually triumph, though long after both participants in the debate were dead. Monroe's vision would be remembered as the obstacle that had to be overcome. The personal dimensions of the Batty-Monroe conflict added spice to what might otherwise have been a purely intellectual dispute. Both men had reputations to protect, practices to maintain, and egos that didn't appreciate public criticism. Monroe's remarks dripped with contempt for Batty's credentials, implying that someone who had entered medicine late in life couldn't possibly understand matters that trained physicians grasped intuitively. Batty's treatise had been more diplomatic, criticizing approaches without naming practitioners, but the criticism was obviously directed at Bethlem and its physician. The published exchange was polite by the standards of 18th century medical controversy, which often descended into personal abuse, but beneath the surface civility lay genuine animosity between men who represented fundamentally different approaches to their profession. Yet we should be careful about judging John Monroe too harshly by standards he could not have anticipated. He was practicing medicine according to the best knowledge available to him, knowledge that happened to be almost entirely wrong. The treatments he defended had been taught in medical schools, validated by respected authorities, and applied by generations of practitioners who saw no reason to question them. Monroe's failure was not primarily intellectual. Plenty of intelligent people believed equally incorrect things in the 18th century, but rather temperamental. He lacked the curiosity to consider whether traditional methods might be improved, the humility to acknowledge that his expertise might be limited, and the imagination to envision psychiatric care different from what he had inherited. These are failures, certainly, but they are failures of character rather than of intelligence, and they were probably common among physicians of his era. The institutional dynamics of Bethlem reinforced John Monroe's conservatism in ways that made change even more difficult. His position depended on the governors who appointed him, a body of respectable citizens whose primary concerns were maintaining the hospital's reputation and controlling its costs rather than advancing medical knowledge. The governors were satisfied with the status quo, which required minimal expenditure and generated revenue through visitor admissions. They had no incentive to support expensive reforms that might or might not improve patient outcomes and would certainly reduce the visitor fees that helped balance the budget. John Monroe's conservative management aligned perfectly with his employer's interests, creating a feedback loop that rewarded stagnation while punishing innovation. The relationship between the Monroe family and the Bethlem governorship illustrates how professional and institutional interest can become entangled in ways that serve neither patients nor progress. The governors relied on the physician for medical legitimacy. His presence allowed them to claim that proper care was being provided, regardless of actual conditions. The physician relied on the governors for his appointment and the income it provided. Bethlem paid modestly, but conferred prestige and private practice referrals that supplemented official salary. Each party had reasons to maintain the arrangement and few incentives to question it. The losers in this convenient partnership were the patients, whose interests were theoretically paramount but practically subordinate to institutional convenience. The keepers who actually spent time with patients operated under Monroe supervision that was nominal at best. These were the men, and occasionally women in the female wards, who fed patients, cleaned wards, administered restraints, and managed the daily reality of institutional life. They were poorly paid, minimally trained, and largely unsupervised, creating conditions where abuse could flourish without detection. The Monroes occasionally dismissed keepers whose conduct became too egregious to ignore, but systematic oversight that might have prevented problems was conspicuously absent. A keeper who wanted to exploit or mistreat patients had considerable freedom to do so. secure in the knowledge that the physician rarely visited and the governors cared mainly about avoiding scandal. The relationship between physician and keepers at Bethlem embodied a class hierarchy that left patients at the bottom. The Munros gave orders that keepers were supposed to follow, but the keepers' actual implementation of those orders occurred far from physician observation. Instructions to treat patients humanely meant little when the physician wasn't present to ensure compliance, and keepers had their own reasons – convenience, entertainment, profit – for departing from official policy. The system depended on trust that was rarely verified, creating abundant opportunities for the brutality that investigations eventually exposed. The Munros bore responsibility for this system, even if they didn't personally administer the abuse it enabled. The apothecary's role at Bethlem during the Monroe era occupied a peculiar position between physician and keeper. The apothecary prepared and administered medications according to the physician's instructions, maintained medical supplies, and provided a level of clinical attention that fell between the physician's occasional visits and the keeper's constant presence. This individual had more medical knowledge than the keepers, but less status than the physician, creating an intermediate authority whose effectiveness depended heavily on personal qualities that varied with different appointees. A conscientious apothecary might ameliorate some of the harsh conditions, while a negligent or corrupt one might compound them. John Munro's outside practice deserves attention as another factor shaping his approach to Bethlem. Like most hospital physicians of his era, John maintained a private practice treating wealthy patients in their homes for fees far exceeding anything the hospital could pay. These private patients received individualized attention, comfortable surroundings, and whatever treatments their families could afford. The contrast with Bethlem patients, crowded into deteriorating wards, attended by untrained keepers, treated with minimal physician oversight, could hardly have been sharper. John moved between these worlds daily, providing personalized care in Mayfair townhouses before visiting Moorfields to supervise mass administration of standard remedies. The cognitive dissonance involved in maintaining such different standards for different classes of patient apparently troubled him not at all. The private practice component of the Munro family business was substantial enough to constitute their primary income source. Bethlem paid its physician a modest salary, respectable but hardly princely, while the prestige of the appointment generated referrals worth many times that amount. Wealthy families seeking discreet care for mentally ill relatives would naturally turn to the physician of England's most famous asylum, assuming that such a position implied expertise they could trust. John Munro cultivated this referral network assiduously, maintaining relationships with the aristocratic and commercial families whose patronage sustained his practice. His approach to Bethlem patients must be understood partly as a function of these economic interests. Hospital patients were not sources of income but obligations that consumed time that might otherwise generate fees. The treatment that private patients received from John Munro differed substantially from what Bethlem inmates experienced, though the underlying medical philosophy was presumably the same. Private patients were bled and purged like their institutional counterparts, but they were bled and purged in comfortable rooms with attentive servants and regular physician visits. The interventions were gentler, the environment was calmer, and the overall experience was considerably less traumatic. Whether outcomes differed significantly is impossible to determine. No systematic records compared results across settings, but the human experience certainly did. A wealthy patient undergoing John Munro's care at home would have recognised little connection to the treatment his poorer counterparts received at Moorfields. The economics of Georgian-era medicine created incentives that systematically disadvantaged institutional patients compared to private ones. Physicians built their reputations and their fortunes through private practice, not through hospital work. Hospital appointments provided prestige, access to interesting cases for medical education, and referral networks rather than direct income commensurate with the work involved. A physician's primary obligation, from a purely financial standpoint, was to his paying private patients. Hospital patients were secondary concerns who received whatever attention remained after more lucrative duties were fulfilled. This structure was not unique to Bethlem. It characterized British medicine generally, but its effects on psychiatric patients were particularly severe given their vulnerability and their families' frequent inability or unwillingness to advocate for better care. When John Munro died in 1791, he was succeeded by his son Thomas, making the Bethlem physicianship a three-generation family possession. Thomas Munro had followed the same path as his father and grandfather, medical training, apprenticeship in the family practice, gradual assumption of institutional responsibilities, and finally formal appointment to the position his father had vacated. The governor saw no more reason to look beyond the obvious candidate in 1791 than they had in 1752. Thomas knew the institution, came with family credentials, and would presumably continue the management that had kept Bethlem functioning without major scandal for over 6 decades. That this management had also kept Bethlem frozen in practices increasingly viewed as barbaric, by enlightened opinion apparently weighed less heavily in the governor's calculations. Thomas Monro inherited not just his father's position, but also his father's attitudes toward treatment and reform. He continued the traditional interventions, maintained the same minimal physician oversight, and showed the same resistance to suggestions that Bethlem's methods might benefit from reconsideration. But Thomas operated in a different environment than his father had. The currents of reform that had been mere eddies in John's day were becoming serious waves by the time Thomas took charge. The York Retreat, founded by Quakers in 1796, was demonstrating that mental patients could be treated with kindness rather than chains, and might actually improve under such treatment. The writings of reformers like Philippe Pinel in France were gaining English readers who wondered why British institutions couldn't achieve similar results. And public opinion, that fickle but occasionally powerful force, was beginning to find the conditions at places like Bethlem increasingly intolerable. Thomas Monro's response to this changing environment was essentially to ignore it. He continued practicing medicine as his father and grandfather had, confident that traditional methods remained correct regardless of what reformers might claim. When challenged about conditions at Bethlem, he defended the institution's practices with the same certainty his father had shown against Batty decades earlier. The family style apparently included not just medical beliefs but rhetorical approaches, the same dismissiveness toward critics, the same appeal to experience over innovation, the same fundamental incuriosity about whether established methods might be wrong. 3 generations of Monros had now managed Bethlem without anyone in the family apparently wondering whether the patients might be helped by different approaches. Thomas Monro's character and interests extended beyond medicine, in ways that complicate simple characterization of him as a heartless physician. He was a notable art collector and patron, supporting artists including J.M.W. Turner and Thomas Gurtin, hosting informal gatherings where young painters could study and copy works from his collection. His aesthetic sensibilities were sophisticated, his social circle included many of London's cultural luminaries, and his personal life appears to have been that of a cultivated gentleman with broad interests. The man who showed such refined taste in art and such generosity towards struggling painters somehow failed to extend comparable sensitivity toward the patients in his professional care, a disjunction that suggests the compartmentalization of sympathy that institutional work can enable. The parliamentary investigation of 1815 exposed the gap between the Monro family's confidence and Bethlem's actual conditions in ways that could no longer be ignored. Investigators found patients in circumstances that shocked even contemporaries accustomed to harsh institutional life. James Norris in his iron harness became the investigation's most famous image, but he was hardly alone in suffering conditions that seemed designed to punish rather than treat. The keepers were brutal, the wards were filthy, the medical oversight was nominal at best. And presiding over this situation was Thomas Monro, third of his line, heir to nearly 90 years of family stewardship, apparently convinced that nothing was fundamentally wrong. The investigation itself resulted from growing parliamentary interest in asylum conditions generally, prompted partly by the success of reform institutions like the York Retreat, and partly by scattered reports of abuse at various facilities. Bethlem was not initially the primary target. Investigators were surveying conditions across multiple institutions, but what they found at England's oldest and most famous asylum proved sufficiently shocking to dominate their eventual report. The contrast between Bethlem's reputation and its reality made for compelling public narrative. Here was an institution that had been receiving charitable support for centuries, that occupied a prominent place in London's civic landscape, that was supposed to embody enlightened care for the mentally ill, and it was operating under conditions that would have shamed a prison. Thomas Monro's testimony before the parliamentary committee revealed a man utterly unprepared to defend practices that had seemed self-evidently correct within the institution's walls, but appeared indefensible under external scrutiny. When asked about the treatment of specific patients, he often couldn't say. He didn't visit the wards regularly enough to know individual cases. When asked about the rationale for particular interventions, he appealed to tradition rather than evidence. These methods had been used for generations, which apparently sufficed as justification. When asked whether Bethlem's outcomes compared favourably to institutions using different approaches, he couldn't say that either. No systematic records had been kept that would allow such comparison. The testimony painted a picture of a physician who'd been collecting his salary and his private practice referrals while paying minimal attention to the patients theoretically in his care. The specific questions posed to Thomas Monro during the investigation reveal what reformers considered important and what they found most troubling about Bethlem's operations. Investigators asked about frequency of physician visits. Thomas admitted they were infrequent, sometimes weeks apart. They asked about individual treatment plans. Thomas acknowledged that most patients received standard interventions regardless of their particular conditions. They asked about communication with patients' families. Thomas conceded that such communication was minimal unless families specifically requested updates. Each answer reinforced the impression of an institution operating on autopilot. Its physician engaged enough to maintain appearances, but not enough to know what was actually happening to individual patients. The testimony of other witnesses corroborated and extended the picture Thomas Monro's own words created. Keepers described practices that the physician apparently knew nothing about: unauthorized punishments, theft of patients' belongings, sale of alcohol to inmates, exploitation of various kinds that flourished in the absence of meaningful oversight. Former patients who had recovered enough to testify described conditions from the inside that differed substantially from the official account. And reformers who had investigated independently presented evidence that the committee could compare against institutional claims, revealing gaps between rhetoric and reality at virtually every point. The publication of the investigation's findings created a scandal that transformed public understanding of Bethlem and psychiatric care generally. Newspapers reprinted the most shocking details: the iron harness, the filth, the abandonment of any therapeutic pretense, creating a narrative of institutional failure that the Monro family's reputation could not survive. The image of James Norris in his restraints became an emblem of everything wrong with the old approach, reproduced in prints and illustrations that reached audiences far beyond those who read the official report. Thomas Monro's name became attached to these images, fairly or not, as the physician responsible for allowing such conditions to persist. The investigation's aftermath marked the effective end of the Monro dynasty's influence, even though Thomas remained nominally in his position for another year. Reforms were mandated that would fundamentally change how Bethlem operated. The visitor admission scheme was already ending. Restraint practices would be modified. Oversight would be increased. The comfortable arrangement between physician and governors that had sustained 3 generations of Monros could not survive the public attention that the investigation brought. Thomas Monro became a symbol of everything that reformers opposed: hereditary privilege, professional complacency, institutional resistance to change. His name, and his family's name, would be invoked for generations as examples of how not to run a psychiatric institution. Thomas Monro's final years at Bethlem were marked by a complicated mixture of nominal authority and actual irrelevance. He retained his title, continued receiving his salary, and presumably still made occasional appearances at the hospital. But the real power had shifted to reformers and administrators committed to implementing changes that the investigation had mandated. Thomas was a figurehead, kept in place perhaps to maintain continuity during transition, or perhaps because removing him would have required confrontation that no one wanted. His departure in 1816, when it finally came, was quiet. No dramatic dismissal, no public disgrace, just the end of an era that had outlasted its usefulness by at least a generation. The Monro family's subsequent history provides an ironic coda to their Bethlem tenure. Thomas's son, Edward Thomas Monro, became a physician who showed considerably more interest in reform than his ancestors had, contributing to asylum improvement efforts in the Victorian period. Whether Edward's reforming instincts resulted from revulsion at his family's legacy, from genuine evolution of thought, or from simple recognition that reform was now the path to professional advancement remains unclear. But the family that had been synonymous with resistance to change produced, in the next generation, at least one member who actively supported the changes his grandfather had fought. The Monro dynasty's fall illustrates how institutional power can persist long after the justification for that power has evaporated. The first James Monro may have been a competent enough physician, by the standards of 1728. His son John was certainly influential, even if his influence pushed in unfortunate directions. But by the time Thomas inherited the position in 1791, the family's claim to authority rested almost entirely on hereditary succession rather than demonstrated competence or intellectual leadership. The Monroes had become medical aristocrats, inheriting their position as a nobleman might inherit an estate, expecting deference based on name rather than achievement. Such arrangements rarely survive contact with determined reformers, and the parliamentary investigation provided exactly the contact needed to expose how hollow the family's authority had become. The broader phenomenon of medical dynasties at institutions like Bethlem deserves consideration beyond the particular case of the Monroes. The tendency to pass positions from father to son was common in Georgian and Victorian medicine, reflecting both the importance of family connections in professional advancement and the assumption that expertise could be transmitted through proximity as effectively as through formal training. Sons of physicians learned medicine partly in schools but largely through apprenticeship with their fathers, absorbing not just technical knowledge but also attitudes, assumptions, and professional networks. When such a son took over his father's institutional position, he brought both the skills and the limitations of his training, perpetuating approaches that might have become outdated but were too deeply ingrained to question. The apprenticeship model of medical education that supported dynastic succession had genuine advantages alongside its obvious problems. Young physicians learned practical skills through hands-on experience that no amount of theoretical instruction could replace. They developed judgment by observing how experienced practitioners made decisions in complicated cases, and they absorbed professional norms, how to conduct oneself with patients, how to maintain appropriate relationships with colleagues, how to navigate the social dimensions of medical practice that were difficult to teach formally. A physician trained through apprenticeship with a skilled practitioner might emerge better prepared for actual practice than one who had merely attended lectures and read textbooks. But the apprenticeship model also transmitted errors with the same efficiency it transmitted genuine knowledge. A son learning medicine from his father would absorb his father's mistaken beliefs alongside his father's valid ones, with no mechanism for distinguishing between them. The traditions passed through generations might include both hard-won wisdom and accumulated nonsense, all presented with equal authority by practitioners who couldn't necessarily tell which was which. The Monroes taught each succeeding generation that bloodletting and purging worked for mental illness, and each succeeding generation believed it because their fathers had told them so, and their own experience, filtered through those beliefs, seemed to confirm it. The system had obvious advantages from certain perspectives. It provided continuity of leadership, ensuring that institutions weren't constantly disrupted by transitions between physicians with different approaches. It offered families reliable paths to professional success, allowing medical careers to become family businesses passed between generations. And it satisfied the governing boards who made appointments, providing candidates whose backgrounds were familiar and whose reliability could be predicted based on family history. What the system sacrificed was any mechanism for innovation, any process by which new ideas might challenge established practices, any way for talent outside established families to rise to institutional leadership. The Monroes were not unique in treating an institutional position as family property, but they were unusually successful at maintaining their dynasty across 3 generations. Other families managed 2 generations before external changes disrupted succession. The Monroes achieved 3, spanning nearly a century. Their longevity owed something to luck. No Monroe died inconveniently young, no scandal forced early departure, but also to careful cultivation of the relationships that made continued appointment possible. Each generation trained its successor, introduced him to the governors, positioned him as the obvious choice when the time came. The system worked, in the narrow sense of perpetuating family control, even as it failed catastrophically at improving patient care. The governors who appointed each successive Monroe bear their share of responsibility for the dynasty's persistence. These were respectable citizens, often men of considerable accomplishment in commerce or the professions, who served on Bethlem's governing board as a civic duty and a mark of charitable engagement. They had the authority to look beyond the Monroe family for medical leadership, to seek physicians with different approaches or more innovative reputations. They chose not to do so, preferring the familiar continuity that hereditary succession provided. Their failure was not one of malice but of imagination. They couldn't conceive that the arrangement that had satisfied previous generations of governors might be inadequate for changing times. The contrast between the Monroe approach and what was happening elsewhere in psychiatric care during their tenure makes their conservatism appear even more striking. While the Monroes were defending bloodletting and purging at Bethlem, practitioners in other countries and eventually in Britain itself were demonstrating that different methods could achieve better results. The York Retreat's success with moral treatment showed that patients responded positively to kindness and structure, outcomes that Bethlem's harsh regime never approached. Philippe Pinel's dramatic unchaining of patients at the Bicêtre in Paris became a symbol of Enlightenment reform that made Bethlem's continued use of chains seem medieval by comparison. The world was changing around the Monroes, but they either didn't notice or didn't care. The York Retreat, founded by the Tuke family in 1796, represented everything the Monroes opposed. The Tukes were Quakers without medical training, who believed that mental patients deserved humane treatment, regardless of whether that treatment produced cures. They created an environment that emphasized kindness, meaningful activity, and religious observance rather than physical intervention and harsh restraint. Patients at the retreat were treated as guests rather than inmates, encouraged to participate in community life rather than locked in cells, and addressed with respect rather than dismissed as irrecoverable lunatics. The contrast with Bethlem could hardly have been more complete. The retreat's success posed an implicit challenge to everything the Monroes represented. If untrained Quakers could achieve better outcomes through kindness than trained physicians achieved through traditional medicine, what exactly did medical training contribute? The Monroes' expertise was supposed to justify their authority, but that expertise consisted primarily of knowing how to bleed and purge patients, interventions that the retreat's example suggested were unnecessary at best and harmful at worst. The Monroes responded to this challenge by ignoring it, continuing their established practices while reformers pointed to the retreat as proof that alternatives existed. The international dimension of psychiatric reform during the Monroe era complicates any assessment of their conservatism. While they were defending tradition at Bethlem, physicians in France, Italy, and Germany were experimenting with approaches that would eventually transform the field. Philippe Pinel's work at the Bicêtre, and later the Salpêtrière, demonstrated that removing chains and treating patients humanely could produce improvements that harsh methods never achieved. Vincenzo Chiarugi in Florence had implemented humane reforms even earlier, though his work was less widely publicized. The Monroes had access to reports of these developments. Medical literature circulated internationally, and London physicians were generally aware of continental innovations, but chose not to engage with them. One might defend the Monroes by noting that they were products of their time, that the medical knowledge they possessed was the same knowledge available to any physician of their era, that their failures were failures of the profession rather than personal inadequacies. This defense has some merit. We shouldn't expect 18th century physicians to have anticipated 20th century psychiatry, but the defense fails when we note that other physicians of exactly the same era were questioning the practices the Monroes defended. William Batty was a contemporary of John Monroe, not a later critic judging by evolved standards. The York Retreat was founded during Thomas Monroe's tenure at Bethlem, demonstrating alternative approaches in real time. The Monroes had access to the same information and the same examples as physicians who chose reform over tradition. Their conservatism was a choice, not an inevitability, and it was a choice that cost their patients dearly. The institutional legacy of the Monroe era extended well beyond the family's actual tenure. The practices they defended became embedded in Bethlem's culture, continuing in modified form even after reformers had nominally taken control. The attitudes they modelled, skepticism toward innovation, confidence in established methods, prioritization of professional interest over patient welfare, proved harder to eliminate than any specific treatment protocol. Bethlem's transformation into a more humane institution would take decades after Thomas Monroe's departure, the weight of tradition slowing change at every step. The ghosts of 3 generations of Monroes haunted the wards long after the family name had ceased appearing on the physician's door. The pace of change after the Monroes illustrates both the power and the limitations of reform efforts. Immediate changes following the 1815 investigation addressed the most visible abuses. The iron harnesses came off, the visitor admissions ended, the worst keepers were dismissed. But deeper transformation required changing not just specific practices, but the entire culture of the institution, a project that advanced slowly against resistance from staff accustomed to old ways and suspicious of reforming intentions. Each improvement built on previous ones, yet each also revealed additional problems that had been obscured by the previous focus. Reform was recursive rather than linear, an ongoing process rather than a single transformation. The relationship between the Monroe dynasty and the broader history of psychiatric professionalization is complex and revealing. The Monroes represented one model of medical authority derived from position, heredity, and institutional backing rather than from demonstrated expertise or innovative achievement. This model would eventually give way to a different conception of professional authority based on scientific credentials, research accomplishment, and peer recognition. The transition was gradual and contested, with families like the Monroes defending the old model against rising practitioners whose authority rested on different foundations. The parliamentary investigation of 1815 was not just an inquiry into Bethlem's conditions, but also a contest between competing visions of what medical authority should look like and how it should be legitimated. The decline of hereditary authority in medicine paralleled similar declines in other fields during the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The same forces that challenged aristocratic privilege in politics and inherited position in commerce were challenging inherited position in the professions. Merit, however imperfectly measured, was becoming the proclaimed basis for advancement, even if family connections continued mattering more than reformers like to admit. The Monroes were casualties of this broader transformation, their dynasty ending not merely because of their particular failures, but because the world that had made such dynasties possible was changing around them. The Monroes' fall coincided with broader changes in British medicine that were making hereditary authority increasingly untenable. Medical education was becoming more standardized, with formal qualifications replacing informal apprenticeship as the basis for professional recognition. Medical journals and societies were creating venues for intellectual exchange that rewarded innovation rather than tradition. And public expectations were shifting, with patients and their families increasingly demanding evidence that treatments actually worked, rather than simply accepting physician authority as self-justifying. The Monroes were creatures of an older system, and when that system changed, their position became indefensible. What lessons does the Monroe dynasty offer for understanding institutional power and professional responsibility? Several seem worth drawing. First, hereditary authority tends toward conservatism, since those who inherit positions have obvious interests in defending the arrangements that benefited their families. Second, institutional arrangements that align the interests of staff with maintaining the status quo will tend to resist reform regardless of how badly reform is needed. Third, external scrutiny, in the Monroes' case, parliamentary investigation, may be necessary to break institutional complacency when internal mechanisms have failed. And fourth, the human costs of such complacency can be enormous, measured in generations of suffering that different choices might have prevented. The question of whether the Monroes could have done better with the knowledge available to them is worth considering carefully. Their defenders might argue that they practiced medicine as they had been taught, that alternative approaches weren't clearly superior at the time, and that judging them by modern standards is anachronistic. Their critics would respond that alternatives did exist, that other practitioners of exactly their era were achieving better results, and that the Monroes' failures reflected not just the limits of their knowledge, but the limits of their curiosity and compassion. Both perspectives contain truth, and the tension between them illuminates broader questions about how we should evaluate historical figures whose choices caused harm. The structural factors enabling the Monroe dynasty deserve as much attention as the individual failings of its members. The governance system that allowed 3 generations of one family to control an important public institution was itself flawed, regardless of who occupied the positions it created. The economic arrangements that gave physicians financial incentives to prioritize private practice over institutional care would have produced similar results regardless of which family held the appointment. The professional culture that valorized tradition over innovation and authority over evidence was not unique to the Monroes, but characterized medicine generally. Changing these structural factors would eventually change the outcomes they produced, but such changes required decades of reform effort that extended far beyond any individual family. The role of class in shaping the Monroe dynasty's approach to Bethlem patients deserves explicit acknowledgement. The Monroes were gentlemen, members of the educated professional class whose social positions separated them fundamentally from the people they were supposed to serve. Bethlem patients were predominantly poor. Those with money sought private care that avoided the stigma of the public asylum, and the social distance between physician and patient was enormous. This distance may have enabled the indifference that characterized Monroe-era Bethlem. It's easier to ignore suffering when those sufferings seem fundamentally different from oneself. The class dynamics of Georgian and Victorian medicine systematically disadvantage poor patients, and Bethlem was merely one manifestation of a broader pattern. The Monroe family's three-generation reign at Bethlem stands as a cautionary tale about what happens when institutional positions become hereditary property, when professional expertise becomes excuse for ignoring alternatives, and when the interests of those running institutions diverge from the interests of those they serve. Their story is not one of deliberate cruelty. There's no evidence that any Monroe took pleasure in patient suffering, but rather of systematic indifference enabled by secure position and unchallenged authority. They presided over conditions that shock modern sensibilities, not because they were evil, but because they were comfortable, and their comfort required not looking too closely at what their institution was actually doing to the people in its care. As we turn to examine how patients and visitors interacted within Bethlem's walls during and after the Monroe era, we should keep in mind that the conditions they experienced were not accidental. They resulted from choices made by identifiable individuals whose authority to make those choices went essentially unchallenged for nearly a century. The visiting public who came to view the patients who endured being viewed, the keepers who facilitated these encounters, all operated within a system that the Monroes helped design and certainly helped perpetuate. Understanding that system requires understanding not just its abstract features, but also the specific people whose decisions shaped how it actually functioned. People like the three generations of Monroe physicians who made Bethlem what it was. The Monroe era also reminds us that institutions are not autonomous forces, but collections of individuals making choices. The Monroes chose to defend tradition rather than embrace innovation. They chose to prioritize private practice over institutional attention. They chose to maintain practices that critics had been questioning for decades. Each of these choices had consequences for patients who had no voice in the decisions affecting their lives. The story of the Monroe dynasty is ultimately a story about responsibility, professional responsibility, institutional responsibility, and the human costs when those responsibilities are not taken seriously. The visiting public who came to view the patients who endured being viewed, the keepers who facilitated these encounters, all operated within a system that shaped Bethlem's identity for over 2 centuries. The practice of admitting paying visitors to observe the inmates of England's most famous asylum seems almost incomprehensibly cruel to modern sensibilities, yet it was accepted, popular, and even defended as educational during its heyday. Understanding how a hospital became a tourist attraction requires examining not just the institution's financial needs, but also the broader cultural attitudes toward mental illness, entertainment, and the boundaries of acceptable spectacle in Georgian England. The origins of public visiting at Bethlem are difficult to trace precisely, but the practice appears to have developed gradually during the 16th and 17th centuries, before becoming fully institutionalized by the early 1700s. Initially, visitors may have been family members, charitable donors checking on their investments, or curious individuals who talked their way past the gates. Over time, what began as informal access evolved into a systematic admission scheme complete with set hours, fixed fees, and expectations about what visitors would experience. The hospital discovered, probably by accident, that people would pay money to see the mad, and once this discovery was made, there was no going back. By the early 18th century, Bethlem had become one of London's premier tourist attractions, mentioned alongside the Tower of London, Westminster Abbey, and St Paul's Cathedral in guidebooks advising visitors what to see in the capital. Foreign travellers included Bethlem on their London itineraries, recording their impressions in letters and journals that provide much of what we know about how the visiting experience actually worked. The hospital attracted an estimated 96,000 visitors annually at its peak, a remarkable number for an institution housing only a few hundred patients, suggesting that many Londoners visited multiple times, or that the tourist trade was substantial indeed. The admission fee was modest, a penny or two, varying by period and by which accounts you believe, making Bethlem accessible to virtually anyone with curiosity and a few coins to spare. This democratic pricing distinguished Bethlem from entertainments that catered exclusively to the wealthy. Here, apprentices could rub shoulders with aristocrats, both equally entitled to gawk at the inmates. The low fee also meant that the hospital needed volume to generate significant revenue, creating incentives to attract as many visitors as possible, rather than to restrict access to those who might behave respectfully. Quantity over quality was the business model, with predictable consequences for patient welfare. The physical arrangement of Bethlem during the visitor era, particularly at the Moorfields building that opened in 1676, facilitated the spectacle that paying customers expected. The long galleries that stretched the length of the building allowed visitors to walk past rows of cells, observing patients through barred doors or grated openings. The architecture was essentially that of a zoo, with human beings substituted for animals, and the experience was probably comparable, a procession past confined creatures whose behaviour provided entertainment, instruction, or whatever else the viewer chose to take from the encounter. The building's designers may not have intended to create a human menagerie, but that's effectively what they achieved. The visiting hours were typically during the afternoon, creating a structured period when the wards became public spaces rather than treatment environments. Though treatment environment may be too generous a phrase for what Bethlem offered even during non-visiting hours. Keepers who normally focused on containment and basic maintenance shifted into something like tour guide mode, pointing out particularly interesting patients, encouraging behaviours that visitors found entertaining, and generally facilitating the spectacle that justified the admission fee. The transition between these modes must have been jarring for patients who experienced alternating periods of relative quiet and boisterous invasion. What did visitors actually see when they walked through Bethlem's galleries? The honest answer is that conditions varied considerably, depending on when you visited, which wards you accessed, and what the keepers chose to show you. Some patients were relatively calm, sitting quietly in their cells in states that might have appeared more sad than frightening. Others were actively symptomatic, raving, shouting, or engaging in behaviours that seemed bizarre or alarming to observers unfamiliar with serious mental illness. Still others had been confined so long that institutional life had become their entire world, their behaviours shaped by years of inadequate care and minimal stimulation. The mix of presentations gave visitors a show that combined pathos, horror, and occasional comedy, all for the price of a penny. The sensory experience of walking through Bethlem must have been overwhelming even for visitors prepared by reputation for what they would encounter. The smell alone, hundreds of people confined in inadequate spaces with minimal sanitation, would have struck visitors immediately upon entering. The noise was constant, patients shouting, crying, praying, or engaged in whatever private dialogues their conditions prompted. The visual field presented a succession of confined human beings in various states of distress, dignity, and degradation. First-time visitors frequently reported feeling disoriented, disturbed, or physically ill after their tours, reactions that didn't seem to discourage return visits or reduce the attraction's overall popularity. The timing of visits followed patterns that suggest something about the social functions the practice served. Holiday periods, particularly the days following Christmas and during Easter, attracted the largest crowds, as though viewing the mad were an appropriate festive activity comparable to attending a play or visiting pleasure gardens. The association of asylum visiting with holiday entertainment seems jarring now, but made a certain cultural sense in an era when public entertainments generally were rougher than modern sensibilities would accept. If you might attend a public execution as a bank holiday outing, visiting Bethlem seemed positively genteel by comparison. The gender dynamics of Bethlem visiting deserve particular attention. Both male and female patients were on display, and both male and female visitors came to observe, but the interactions that occurred were shaped by the gender assumptions of the era. Female patients were particularly vulnerable to harassment from male visitors, their confined state removing the protections that social convention might otherwise have provided. The regulations against giving alcohol to patients and against physical contact were supposed to protect everyone, but were probably more relevant to female patients' safety. Whether female visitors experienced the spectacle differently than male visitors, whether they identified with the female inmates or viewed them with the same objectifying gaze as their male companions, is difficult to determine from surviving accounts. The class dimensions of the visiting phenomenon were complex and revealing. On one hand, the low admission fee made Bethlem accessible across class lines, creating one of the few genuinely mixed spaces in a deeply stratified society. On the other hand, the patients themselves were predominantly from lower social ranks. People with money sought private care that avoided the stigma and conditions of the public asylum. So the visiting experience involved mostly middle and upper-class observers viewing predominantly lower-class inmates, a dynamic that reinforced existing assumptions about the connections between poverty, vice, and madness. The patient population served as an implicit warning about what happened to those who lacked the resources and self-discipline that respectable society supposedly provided. The interactions between visitors and patients could range from merely observational to actively abusive. At minimum, visitors stared at people in distress, treating private suffering as public entertainment. More actively, some visitors taunted patients, threw objects at them, poked them with sticks, or otherwise provoked reactions that increased the entertainment value of the visit. Alcohol was sometimes brought in and given to patients, with predictable results for both behaviour and visitor amusement. Sexual harassment of female patients occurred with sufficient frequency that regulations against it were promulgated, though enforcement was inconsistent at best. The patients had no privacy, no dignity, and no recourse against visitors whose conduct crossed whatever lines theoretically existed. The keeper's role in managing these interactions deserves scrutiny. They were supposed to maintain order and prevent the worst abuses, but their incentives often pointed in different directions. Keepers received tips from visitors, gratuities that supplemented inadequate official wages, creating financial motivation to keep customers happy rather than to protect patients. A keeper who strictly enforced rules against tormenting inmates might find his tip jar considerably lighter than one who looked the other way, or even encouraged entertaining behaviours. The economic structure of the visiting system systematically undermined whatever protective function keepers might theoretically have served. The social composition of Bethlem's visitors reflected the broad accessibility that low admission fees created. Contemporary accounts describe crowds that included gentlemen and ladies, alongside servants and labourers, foreign tourists alongside local Londoners, the fashionable and the humble mixed together in galleries that were among the few truly democratic spaces in highly stratified Georgian society. This mixing itself may have been part of the attraction, the opportunity to observe not just the mad but also one's social superiors and inferiors in a setting that stripped away some of the usual protocols governing interaction between classes. The visiting phenomenon raises uncomfortable questions about entertainment and ethics that extend well beyond Bethlem's specific situation. Humans have always found spectacle in the unusual, the deviant, the disturbing. Public executions drew enormous crowds throughout the period when Bethlem visits flourished. Freak shows displaying people with physical anomalies were popular entertainment. Bear baiting, cockfighting, and other activities that later generations would consider animal cruelty were common amusements. Bethlem's visitor scheme existed within a cultural context where watching suffering, animal or human, was simply not problematic in the way it would become for later sensibilities. The visitors were not necessarily cruel people by their era's standards. They were ordinary people engaging in entertainment their society considered acceptable. The psychological functions that asylum visiting served for the visitors themselves have been analysed by historians trying to understand why the practice was so popular. Some scholars suggest that viewing the mad provided reassurance about one's own sanity. Whatever troubles visitors faced in their own lives, at least they weren't confined to Bethlem. Others argue that the spectacle allowed controlled engagement with fears about mental instability that Georgian audiences may have harboured about themselves or their families. Still others see the visits as exercises in social boundary marking, opportunities to affirm the difference between the respectable observer and the degraded inmate. All of these explanations probably contain partial truth. The practice was popular enough to suggest it served multiple needs for diverse audiences. The comparable entertainments of the era provide context for understanding why asylum visiting seemed acceptable. The pleasure gardens that flourished in 18th century London offered various diversions, including exhibitions of unusual people, giants, dwarfs, individuals with physical peculiarities, whose bodies were displayed for paying audiences. The distinction between viewing someone with unusual physical characteristics and viewing someone with unusual mental characteristics may not have seemed particularly significant to Georgian audiences accustomed to finding entertainment in human difference. The ethical framework that would eventually distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable forms of exhibition was still being developed, and Bethlem visiting fell on what was then considered the acceptable side of the line. The foreign visitors who included Bethlem on their London tours often wrote more extensively about their experiences than local visitors did, leaving records that historians have mined for details about the visiting phenomenon. German, French, and Italian travellers described what they observed with varying degrees of shock, fascination, and moral commentary. Some found the practice barbarous, evidence of English insensitivity to human suffering. Others described the scenes with apparent equanimity, recording observations without evident distress. The variety of responses suggests that even in the 18th century, attitudes toward asylum visiting were not uniform. Some observers found troubling what others took for granted. The defenders of public visiting, and there were defenders, argued that the practice served educational and moral purposes alongside its entertainment function. Viewing the mad was supposed to remind observers of the fragility of reason, the consequences of sin and intemperance, and the blessings they enjoyed in their own mental health. The experience was framed as edifying rather than merely amusing, a cautionary demonstration that might encourage virtuous living. Whether any visitor actually left Bethlem resolved to avoid whatever behaviours supposedly led to madness seems doubtful, but the educational justification provided respectable cover for what was essentially voyeuristic entertainment. The moral treatment reformers who eventually abolished public visiting challenged not just the practice itself, but the entire framework of attitudes that made it possible. They argued that mental illness was a medical condition, deserving treatment rather than a spectacle deserving audiences. They insisted that patients retained human dignity, that public display violated. And they pointed out that whatever educational value the visits supposedly provided was vastly outweighed by the harm to patients whose conditions were exacerbated by the stress of constant observation and occasional torment. These arguments seem obvious now, but required decades of advocacy before they prevailed. The abolition of public visiting came gradually rather than all at once. Restrictions on access increased through the late 18th century as criticism mounted and reforming governors gained influence. The grand visiting days that had attracted the largest crowds were eliminated first, followed by progressive limitations on hours and numbers, until finally, around 1770, general public admission ended entirely. The transition was not without controversy. Defenders of the old system argued that visiting revenue was essential to the hospital's finances and that the entertainment was harmless to patients who were too mad to be affected by it anyway. These arguments lost, but they reveal how entrenched the visiting culture had become. The financial implications of ending public visiting forced the hospital to seek alternative revenue sources that proved difficult to find. The admission fees had contributed significantly to operating costs, and their elimination created a budget gap that had to be filled through increased charitable donations, family payments, or government support. The governors who ended visiting presumably considered the moral costs of the practice worth these financial sacrifices, but the transition period was financially challenging. The hospital's complaints about inadequate resources in the decades following the abolition of visiting may have been partly genuine consequences of the revenue change. The timing of Bethlem's abolition of visiting roughly coincided with similar changes at other institutions that had allowed public access to their inmates. The broader shift reflected changing sensibilities about what kinds of spectacle were appropriate rather than anything specific to Bethlem's situation. The same decade saw increasing criticism of public executions, restrictions on animal fighting, and general concern about entertainments that seemed to encourage cruelty or coarseness. Bethlem's visitor scheme ended as part of this broader cultural transformation, rather than as an isolated institutional decision. The visitors themselves presumably found alternative entertainments once Bethlem's gates closed to them, though whether these alternatives were more or less harmful than asylum visiting is difficult to assess. The demand that had driven nearly 100,000 people annually through Bethlem's galleries didn't disappear when the supply was cut off. It simply redirected toward other satisfactions. The circus, the theatre, the pleasure garden, and eventually the museum and the zoological garden all competed for the entertainment spending that Bethlem had once attracted. The impulse to view the unusual and the disturbing found new outlets that may have been no more edifying than the old ones. The end of public visiting did not immediately transform Bethlem into a modern therapeutic institution. The underlying conditions that had made visitors recoil or laugh remained in place, simply hidden from public view. In some ways, the abolition of visiting removed one of the few checks on institutional behaviour. Visitors might be exploitative, but they were also witnesses, and their presence created at least some pressure to maintain appearances. Without visitors, the hospital could deteriorate further without external observation, a dynamic that helps explain why the 1815 investigation found conditions so appalling, despite decades having passed since the visiting era ended. The legacy of public visiting at Bethlem shaped cultural understandings of mental illness for generations. The word Bedlam entered the language as a synonym for chaos, partly because of what visitors observed and reported. The image of the mad as spectacle, entertaining, frightening, fundamentally different from normal humanity, was reinforced by thousands of visitors who carried their impressions into broader society. The stigma attached to mental illness, which reformers struggled against throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, owed something to the visiting era's framing of the mentally ill as appropriate objects of public curiosity rather than private sympathy. The Monroe era also reminds us that institutions are not autonomous forces, but collections of individuals making choices that ripple outward through culture, shaping how societies understand the phenomena those institutions address. Bethlem's influence on art and literature extended far beyond its walls, creating images and associations that persist in cultural memory, centuries after the conditions that inspired them have changed. The hospital became a symbol, a shorthand, a cultural reference point whose meaning evolved even as the institution itself transformed. Understanding Bedlam's cultural legacy requires tracing these representations across centuries and media, from Shakespeare's stage to Hogarth's engravings to contemporary usage that most speakers probably never connect to any actual hospital. William Shakespeare's references to Bethlem and its inmates appear in several plays, establishing early the hospital's place in English cultural consciousness. In King Lear, written around 1605-1606, the character Edgar disguises himself as Poor Tom, a Bedlam beggar, adopting the persona of a madman released from the hospital to wander and beg. Edgar's performance of madness, his ravings about demons and cold, his near-nakedness and apparent degradation, draws on what Shakespeare's audience would have recognised as the stereotype of the Bethlem discharge, the Tom o' Bedlam figure familiar from ballads and street encounters. The disguise works precisely because the Bedlam beggar was a known type, a recognisable character whose appearance would not occasion the suspicion that other disguises might provoke. The Tom o' Bedlam figure that Shakespeare drew upon had already accumulated considerable cultural weight before the playwright gave it dramatic form. Songs and ballads featuring this character circulated throughout the 16th and 17th centuries, creating a genre unto itself. The typical Tom o' Bedlam song presented a speaker claiming recent release from the hospital, describing his sufferings there and asking for charitable assistance. The songs mixed genuine pathos with elements of entertainment, presenting madness as both pitiable and fascinating. Their popularity suggests that Bethlem and its inmates occupied significant space in popular imagination well before the visiting phenomenon reached its peak. The most famous of the Tom o' Bedlam songs, sometimes titled Loving Mad Tom, achieved the status of a folk classic, surviving in multiple versions and inspiring imitations throughout the 17th century. The song's speaker describes his madness in vivid poetic terms, visions, torments, the loss of his beloved, while maintaining a voice that is eloquent despite its supposed derangement. This paradox, the madman who speaks more beautifully than the sane, became a feature of the genre, suggesting that madness might offer access to truths or expressions unavailable to ordinary consciousness. The romanticisation of mental illness that would flourish in later centuries has roots in these early Tom o' Bedlam compositions. The musical settings of Tom o' Bedlam songs range from simple folk melodies to elaborate art song arrangements that attracted the attention of educated audiences. The songs crossed class boundaries, performed in taverns and drawing rooms alike, their appeal extending from the street to the salon. This breadth of audience suggests that curiosity about madness and sympathy for the mad were not confined to any particular social stratum. The Tom o' Bedlam figure spoke to something broadly shared in English culture, a fascination with mental extremity that the songs both expressed and helped create. The historical reality behind the Tom o' Bedlam figure was the hospital's practice of licensing certain discharged patients to beg, providing them with badges or tokens that identified them as legitimate recipients of charity rather than ordinary vagrants. This system acknowledged that former patients might be unable to support themselves through normal employment while lacking family resources to fall back upon. The licensed beggars were supposed to confine their activities to specific areas, return to the hospital if their conditions worsened, and generally conduct themselves in ways that reflected well on the institution that had released them. How closely actual practice followed these guidelines is impossible to determine, but the licensed beggars were real enough to become familiar figures in London streets. The cultural figure quickly exceeded whatever historical basis it had, becoming a literary type that could be employed regardless of any connection to actual Bethlem patients. Poets adopted the Tom Bedlam voice as a persona, using supposed madness to speak truths that sane speakers couldn't voice directly. The madman's perspective offered freedom from social conventions, license to say outrageous things, and a vantage point from which normal society could be critiqued. This literary deployment of Bedlam madness had little to do with actual mental illness, and everything to do with the cultural meanings that had accumulated around the hospital and its inmates. The female counterpart to Tom Bedlam was Mad Bess, a figure who appeared in songs, poems, and eventually dramatic works throughout the 17th and 18th centuries. Bess represented a different stereotype of madness, the woman driven insane by romantic disappointment, wandering and singing of lost love, beautiful in her distraction even as she suffered. The character drew on assumptions about feminine psychology that made women particularly vulnerable to love madness, their supposedly weaker constitutions unable to withstand romantic trauma that men might survive unscathed. Mad Bess was pitiable rather than frightening, her madness aestheticized in ways that Tom Bedlam's rarely was. William Hogarth's A Rake's Progress, completed in 1734, provided the most famous visual representation of Bethlem in English art. The series of 8 paintings and engravings follows Tom Rakewell, a young man who inherits money and proceeds to waste it on fashionable vices until he ends up impoverished, imprisoned, and finally confined to Bethlem in the series' final image. The Bedlam scene shows Tom in the foreground, collapsed and nearly naked while being attended by the faithful woman he had earlier abandoned. Around him, the other inmates of Bethlem display various forms of madness. A man who believes himself a king, another drawing astronomical diagrams on the wall, a religious fanatic, a musician, creating a taxonomy of insanity that contemporary viewers would have recognized from their own visits to the hospital, or from cultural stereotypes about what such visits revealed. Hogarth's Bedlam scene is remarkable for both what it shows and how it shows it. The image depicts actual visiting, with 2 fashionably dressed women in the background observing the inmates with apparent amusement, a detail that comments on the practice even as it records it. The various inmates represent different categories of madness, organised almost like a scientific classification: religious mania, delusions of grandeur, obsessive scholarship, and so forth. The overall composition suggests that madness is the inevitable endpoint of the dissolute life Tom has led, the final station on a journey that began with inheritance and passed through gambling, prostitution, and debt before arriving at Bethlem's gates. Madness here is moral punishment, the consequence of choices rather than the result of illness. The specific figures Hogarth included in his Bedlam scene have been analysed extensively by art historians seeking to identify the types of madness they represent and the sources Hogarth may have drawn upon. The figure wearing a paper crown and wielding a broken stick as a sceptre represents delusions of grandeur, the common asylum trope of the patient who believes himself a king. The figure drawing elaborate diagrams on the wall suggests the madness of misguided scholarship, the mind that has pursued knowledge to the point of losing contact with reality. The figure holding a cross and rolling his eyes heavenward represents religious enthusiasm taken to pathological extremes. Each figure embodies a recognisable category that Hogarth's audience would have encountered in actual asylum visits or in cultural stereotypes derived from such visits. The composition of Hogarth's image creates a spatial hierarchy that guides the viewer's attention while making moral commentary. Tom Rakewell occupies the centre foreground, his position emphasising his importance as the series' protagonist, while his collapsed posture signals his complete degradation. The faithful Sarah Young, who has followed him throughout his decline, tends to him with a devotion that contrasts with the chaos surrounding them. The other inmates recede into the middle and background, their various manias providing context for Tom's condition, while remaining subordinate to his narrative centrality. The visiting women in the far background are positioned as observers not just of the inmates but of the viewer's own position, a reminder that we too are looking at suffering for our entertainment. The publication of A Rake's Progress as engravings made the image accessible to audiences far beyond those who could view the original paintings. Hogarth pioneered the practice of producing engravings from his painted series, creating a market for his work among the middle classes, who couldn't afford oil paintings but could purchase prints. The Bedlam scene circulated widely in this form, becoming one of the most recognised images of the asylum in English art. The engraving's reproduction meant that Hogarth's particular vision of Bethlem reached viewers who had never visited the actual institution, shaping their expectations and interpretations of what such places contained. The influence of Hogarth's Bethlem scene on subsequent representations of mental illness and asylum life can hardly be overstated. For generations, artists depicting madness drew upon the visual vocabulary Hogarth established. The varieties of mania arranged for observation, the pathos of the central figure, the commentary on visitors and visiting. The image was reproduced, copied and adapted throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, shaping how people who had never visited any asylum imagined what such places contained. Hogarth intended social criticism, but his image also functioned as a kind of virtual visit, satisfying curiosity about Bedlam's interior for those who had never passed through its actual gates. The architectural representations of Bethlem in art and illustration contributed to the hospital's cultural presence in ways that went beyond depicting its inmates. The grand facade of the Moorfields building, designed to impress, succeeded so well that images of it circulated widely, becoming almost synonymous with the concept of the asylum. The building appeared in prints, on maps, and in illustrated guides to London, its imposing presence suggesting civic pride in an institution that was also becoming notorious for conditions behind that impressive front. The contrast between exterior grandeur and interior squalor that visitors actually experienced was less visible in these architectural representations, which emphasized the building's impressive scale rather than its functional failures. The term Bedlam itself underwent a transformation from proper noun to common noun during the centuries of the hospital's greatest cultural prominence. Originally simply a contraction of Bethlehem, the name of the priory that became the hospital, Bedlam gradually acquired lowercase status and expanded meaning. By the 18th century, Bedlam could refer to any scene of chaos, disorder or uproar, whether or not any actual madness was involved. The word's journey from hospital name to general descriptor traces a path of cultural association that connected mental illness with noise, confusion, and the breakdown of normal order. The semantic expansion of Bedlam reveals assumptions about mental illness that the hospital helped create and reinforce. The connection between madness and chaos was not inevitable. Other cultures and other periods have associated mental illness with different qualities, including divine inspiration, spiritual sensitivity, or creative genius. But the Bethlem visitor experience, with its noise and disorder, its overwhelming sensory assault, its apparent breakdown of normal social behaviour, created associations that encoded themselves in the language. When English speakers invoke Bedlam to describe a chaotic situation, they are drawing on cultural memory of a hospital most have never visited and probably know nothing about. The literary engagement with Bethlem continued throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, with novelists, poets and dramatists finding in the hospital and its inmates material for entertainment, social criticism and psychological exploration. Jonathan Swift, whose own mental health deteriorated in his final years, made references to Bethlem that combined satirical edge with what may have been genuine fear about his own potential fate. Samuel Richardson's Clarissa includes scenes set in a madhouse that draw on Bethlem's cultural associations, even when not explicitly referencing the hospital. The Gothic novels that proliferated in the late 18th century often featured asylum scenes whose horrors owed something to what readers knew or imagined about places like Bethlem. Charles Dickens, who wrote extensively about Victorian social problems, engaged with mental illness and asylum life in several works that reflected both the reforms that had transformed institutions like Bethlem and the continuing stigma that attached to mental illness generally. His journalism included reports on asylum visits that noted improvements since the bad old days, while still finding plenty to criticise in contemporary practice. His fiction featured characters whose mental states ranged from eccentricity to genuine illness, navigating a society that was beginning to view mental illness as a medical condition, while still retaining older associations with moral failure and social danger. The Victorian novel's engagement with madness and asylums extended well beyond Dickens to encompass a substantial body of fiction exploring these themes. Wilkie Collins' The Woman in White features an asylum as a site of wrongful confinement, playing on fears that the expanding asylum system might be used to imprison the sane as easily as the insane. Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre includes the famous Mad Wife in the Attic, a figure whose confinement raises questions about gender, colonialism, and the treatment of inconvenient family members. These fictional representations drew on and contributed to public understanding of what asylums were and what they might become, shaping attitudes toward both institutions and the people confined within them. The 20th century brought new media, film, radio, television, that expanded the cultural reach of asylum representations, while also introducing new visual and narrative possibilities. Early films featuring asylum settings often drew on horror conventions, presenting mental institutions as sites of danger and terror where anything might happen. The asylum as horror setting proved remarkably durable, persisting from silent films through contemporary productions that continue finding narrative value in the supposed horrors of psychiatric confinement. Whether these representations have helped or harmed public understanding of mental illness is debatable, but their cultural influence is undeniable. The most influential 20th century representation of asylum life is probably One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Ken Kesey's 1962 novel, adapted into a 1975 film that won 5 Academy Awards. The work presents asylum as a site of oppression, where nonconformity is pathologized and individual spirit is crushed by institutional authority. Nurse Ratched became a cultural symbol of cold, controlling bureaucracy, while McMurphy's rebellion against her rule resonated with audiences suspicious of institutional power generally. The film's influence on public perception of psychiatric care was enormous, contributing to the deinstitutionalization movement that would empty asylums throughout the Western world in subsequent decades. The cultural legacy of Cuckoo's Nest for mental health policy has been extensively debated. Supporters of deinstitutionalization credited the film with awakening public consciousness to the potential for abuse within psychiatric institutions. Critics argued that the film's romanticization of mental illness and demonization of treatment contributed to policy changes that left many seriously ill people without adequate care. The debate echoes older debates about Bethlem and its representations, questions about how cultural works shape public attitudes, whether those attitudes serve or harm the vulnerable people at issue, and what responsibilities artists and entertainers bear for the consequences of their representations. The visual arts continued to engage with Bethlem and asylum life throughout the 19th century, though the representation shifted as reform changed both conditions and attitudes. The humanitarian imagery of reform literature depicted asylum patients as suffering individuals deserving sympathy rather than as entertaining grotesques. Illustrations accompanying reform pamphlets showed restraints, squalid conditions, and mistreated patients in ways designed to provoke outrage rather than amusement. These images served political purposes, mobilizing public opinion in favor of changes that would improve patient conditions. The contrast with Hogarth's more ambiguous representation, critical but also entertaining, marks a shift in how artists positioned their audiences in relation to depicted suffering. The 20th century brought new cultural representations of Bethlem that reflected changing understandings of mental illness and its treatment. The hospital's long history made it an attractive subject for historical works examining the evolution of psychiatric care. Documentary films, television programs, and popular histories have all explored Bethlem's past, presenting it to audiences as both a cautionary tale and a marker of how far society has progressed. The narrative of progress from barbarism to enlightenment, while perhaps too simple, provides a satisfying frame for understanding the institutional transformations that occurred. The Museum of the Mind, which opened on the hospital grounds in 2015, represents the institution's own engagement with its difficult history, preserving and interpreting the past for visitors who come now not to view patients, but to understand how earlier generations treated them. The museum's existence transforms Bethlem's cultural function from spectacle to memorial, from entertainment to education about entertainment that should never have occurred. The collections include artifacts from the hospital's history, restraints, medical instruments, patient artwork, presented in context that emphasizes their historical significance rather than their potential shock value. The museum's curation of Bethlem's history raises interesting questions about how institutions should present their own problematic pasts. The balance between acknowledging historical wrongs and celebrating institutional progress is delicate, and different observers might evaluate the museum's approach differently. Some might find the presentation too sanitized, too quick to emphasize improvement rather than dwelling on the full horror of past conditions. Others might appreciate the refusal to sensationalize suffering, the effort to contextualize rather than simply condemn. The museum itself becomes part of Bethlem's cultural legacy, another layer of representation added to centuries of images and associations. The patient artwork preserved in the museum and in Bethlem's archives represents a different kind of cultural production than the external representations we've mostly discussed. These works, drawings, paintings, sculptures, writings, offer perspectives from inside the asylum experience, voices of the people who are usually objects of representation rather than its creators. Richard Dadd's paintings have achieved recognition as significant artistic achievements, but he was hardly the only patient who created work during confinement. The archive contains hundreds of pieces by patients whose names are largely forgotten, works that document interior experiences that external observers could only imagine. The art therapy movement that developed in the 20th century drew partly on the long history of patient artistic production at institutions like Bethlem. The recognition that creative activity could be therapeutic rather than merely diversionary transformed how asylums approached patient art. What had once been tolerated as a way to keep patients occupied became valued as a treatment modality in its own right. This shift altered the cultural status of patient artwork from curiosity to evidence of continuing humanity, from symptom to expression. The Bethlem Archive's patient art collection documents this transition, showing how institutional attitudes toward patient creativity evolved over time. Contemporary references to Bedlam in popular culture generally invoke the word's chaotic connotations, rather than any specific knowledge of the hospital's history. A sports commentator describing a frenzied game as Bedlam is unlikely to be thinking about 18th century London's most famous asylum. A parent describing children's birthday party as absolute bedlam is drawing on linguistic inheritance rather than historical awareness. The word has become so detached from its origins that most users probably don't realise it was ever anything other than a colourful synonym for chaos. This semantic drift represents a kind of cultural forgetting, the history that gave the word its meaning fading even as the word itself remains in active use. The persistence of bedlam in everyday English demonstrates how language preserves cultural attitudes long after the specific contexts that created them have disappeared. Every use of the word reinforces associations between mental illness and disorder, even when neither the speaker nor the listener consciously makes that connection. The word carries its history invisibly, shaping thought in ways too subtle to notice, but too pervasive to ignore. Efforts to reduce stigma around mental illness must contend with this linguistic legacy, trying to change attitudes while using a language that encodes the very attitudes they're trying to change. Other institutions have contributed words to English that similarly encode historical attitudes. Dunce from the followers of John Duns Scotus, boycott from the Irish land agent Charles Boycott, but bedlam is unusual in deriving from an institution rather than a person. The word preserves not just a name, but an entire set of associations about what asylums contained and what mental illness meant. These associations were formed during the visiting era, when Bethlem was a public spectacle rather than a private treatment facility, and they persist in a language that remembers what most speakers have forgotten. The question of whether bedlam should be retired from polite usage, as some mental health advocates have suggested, raises interesting issues about language reform and social change. Words that originate in stigma don't necessarily retain their stigmatizing power. Idiot and moron were once medical terms that have lost their clinical associations even as they retained their insulting force. Bedlam occupies an ambiguous position, its clinical origins largely forgotten while its chaotic connotations remain vivid. Whether using the word contributes to mental health stigma or merely reflects historical linguistic development is genuinely unclear. Yet the historical Bethlem continues to resurface in cultural works that engage explicitly with psychiatric history or with the hospital's specific legacy. Films, novels, and television programs set in the asylum era draw on Bethlem's archive of images and associations. Academic works examining the history of psychiatry inevitably devote attention to England's oldest and most notorious mental hospital. And the debates about mental health that continue in contemporary society sometimes invoke historical comparisons to Bethlem as markers of how far treatment has progressed, or how far it still needs to go. The hospital remains culturally present even for audiences who know nothing about its actual history. The cultural legacy of Bethlem raises questions about how societies remember and represent institutions whose histories include significant harm. The hospital that inspired Hogarth's images and Shakespeare's references is the same hospital where James Norris spent a decade in his iron harness. The entertainment that thousands of visitors enjoyed came at the cost of suffering for patients who had no choice in being displayed. The cultural productions that drew on Bethlem for material extracted value from an institution that was itself extracting value from the vulnerable people it was supposed to serve. These uncomfortable connections don't invalidate the cultural works themselves, but they do complicate any simple celebration of artistic achievement. The relationship between cultural representation and institutional reality is never straightforward. Hogarth's image both documented and shaped how people understood Bethlem. The Tom Bedlam songs both reflected and created stereotypes about the mentally ill. The word Bedlam itself both described and constructed associations between madness and chaos. Culture and institution influenced each other in feedback loops that make it impossible to say which was cause and which was effect. The Bethlem that existed in cultural imagination was always partly fictional, a composite of actual observation, stereotype, and artistic elaboration that may have influenced real conditions as much as real conditions influenced it. As we turn to examine the technologies of containment that Bethlem employed across the centuries, we should remember that these technologies existed within a cultural context that shaped how they were understood and used. The chains that confined patients were not just physical restraints, but also symbols that carried cultural meaning. The treatments that physicians administered were justified partly by medical theory and partly by broader assumptions about madness that cultural representations helped establish. The institution and its culture were always intertwined, each shaping the other in ways that make separating them analytically useful, but historically artificial. The cultural code that Bethlem established, the associations, images, and meanings that accumulated around England's most famous asylum, continues influencing how we think about mental illness even now. The stigma that makes people reluctant to seek psychiatric help draws partly on centuries of representation that associated mental illness with chaos, entertainment, and otherness. The debates about involuntary treatment that continue in mental health policy carry echoes of older debates about what society owes to its most troubled members. And the word Bedlam itself, used casually by speakers who know nothing of its history, perpetuates associations between madness and disorder that reformers have been trying to displace for over 2 centuries. The cultural legacy, like the institutional one, is still being written. The ongoing production of cultural works engaging with asylum history suggests that these themes retain their power to fascinate and disturb. Television series, films, novels, and video games continue to find dramatic material in the collision between madness and institutional power. Some of these works are thoughtful examinations of difficult ethical questions. Others exploit horror conventions without much consideration for their effects on real people with real mental illness. The variety reflects the complexity of the cultural legacy itself, which includes both genuine insight into human suffering and sensationalized exploitation of that suffering for entertainment purposes. The relationship between cultural representation and public policy and mental health is more direct than it might initially appear. Politicians responding to constituent concerns about mental illness and its treatment are influenced by the same cultural images that shape broader public understanding. Funding decisions, legal frameworks, and institutional practices all ultimately reflect societal attitudes that culture helps form. The reforms that transformed Bethlem from a human zoo into a modern hospital were partly driven by cultural productions, Hogarth's images, reform literature, journalistic exposés, that changed how people thought about asylum patients. Similar cultural forces continue shaping mental health policy, for better or worse. As we turn to examine the technologies of containment that Bethlem employed across the centuries, we should remember that these technologies existed within a cultural context that shaped how they were understood and used. The chains that confined patients were not just physical restraints, but also symbols that carried cultural meaning. The treatments that physicians administered were justified partly by medical theory, and partly by broader assumptions about madness that cultural representations helped establish. The institution and its culture were always intertwined, each shaping the other in ways that make separating them analytically useful, but historically artificial. The chains that confined patients were not just physical restraints, but also symbols that carried cultural meaning. The treatments that physicians administered were justified partly by medical theory and partly by broader assumptions about madness that cultural representations helped establish. But beyond the symbolic dimension, these restraints were very real objects applied to very real bodies, causing very real suffering that we can trace through the centuries of Bethlem's operation. The history of restraint at Bethlem is a history of evolving technologies, each generation convinced it had improved upon the barbarism of its predecessors, while creating new forms of control that future generations would find equally troubling. The earliest restraints used at Bethlem were straightforward adaptations of devices used for criminals and other troublesome populations. Chains, manacles, and leg irons were standard equipment in prisons, and when the hospital began housing patients whose behaviour seemed to require physical control, these same devices were applied without much modification. The logic was simple. If chains kept criminals from escaping and causing harm, they would presumably serve the same function for the dangerously mad. That mental patients might differ from criminals in their needs and their responses to confinement apparently occurred to few people in the medieval and early modern periods. The physical experience of being chained in Bethlem during these early centuries must have been profoundly dehumanizing, even by the harsh standards of the era. Patients might be attached to walls or floors by iron chains, heavy enough to prevent movement, left in positions that made sleep difficult and hygiene impossible. The chains themselves caused injuries, skin abrasions, infections, joint damage from prolonged immobility, that compounded whatever mental suffering had brought patients to the hospital in the first place. There was no therapeutic rationale for these restraints. They existed purely for institutional convenience, to prevent patients from harming themselves, others, or the property around them. The stocks and pillories that were standard punishment devices in English towns also found their way into Bethlem's restraint repertoire. These wooden contraptions, designed to immobilize the head and hands or the feet, were applied to patients whose behavior was considered particularly disruptive. The indignity of the stocks was part of their purpose when used for public punishment. Exposure to ridicule was the point. Whether this humiliating dimension was intentional when stocks were applied to asylum patients, or simply an unconsidered consequence, is unclear, but the effect was the same. Patients restrained in stocks were rendered helpless and exposed, their distress on public display for staff and visitors alike. The design of restraint devices at Bethlem evolved over time, though evolution might be too optimistic a term for changes that often represented lateral movement rather than genuine progress. The iron rings and chains of the medieval period gave way to more elaborate contraptions that claimed to be more humane while still accomplishing the fundamental purpose of immobilizing troublesome patients. Leather straps replaced some iron chains, ostensibly softer against the skin though still capable of causing injury when applied tightly or for extended periods. Wooden chairs with built-in restraints allowed patients to be seated rather than chained to walls, a slight improvement in dignity that still left them completely unable to move. The craftsmanship that went into restraint devices reveals something uncomfortable about how seriously institutions took the business of confining their charges. Blacksmiths and ironworkers produced chains and manacles to specification, taking professional pride in devices designed to immobilize human beings. Later manufacturers created straitjackets and restraint chairs with the same attention to quality that they might apply to any other product. The commodification of restraint, its incorporation into normal commercial production and exchange, suggests how thoroughly naturalized the practice had become. Restraining the mad was simply something that required equipment, and equipment required manufacture, and manufacture required the ordinary processes of commerce. Nothing to see here, just another order of chains. The gendered dimensions of restraint at Bethlem deserve attention. Male patients were more likely to be subjected to heavy mechanical restraints, chains, manacles, the iron devices designed for particularly violent individuals. Female patients were more often restrained through straitjackets, wet packs, and other methods considered more appropriate to their supposedly delicate constitutions. Whether these differences reflected genuine clinical considerations or simply assumptions about gender and violence is unclear, but the distinction shaped patient experience in ways that probably mattered. Being chained to a wall is not the same as being wrapped in wet sheets, even if both accomplish the goal of immobilization. The infamous case of James Norris, which we encountered earlier, represents the extreme end of what restraint technology could become when institutional convenience entirely superseded patient welfare. Norris's custom iron harness, designed specifically to control his particular pattern of violent behavior, was an engineering solution to a management problem. The device worked in the narrow sense that it prevented Norris from harming staff or other patients. But it also condemned him to years of immobility in a position that must have been physically agonizing, his body slowly adapting to constraints that left permanent marks even after his eventual release from the apparatus. The harness became a symbol of everything wrong with Bethlem's approach to difficult patients. The straitjacket, which would become the iconic image of psychiatric restraint in popular culture, emerged as a supposedly more humane alternative to chains and manacles during the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The theory was that encasing a patient's arms in a canvas garment prevented violent movement while avoiding the injuries that metal restraints could cause. The straitjacket's advocates presented it as a significant humanitarian advance, a way to control dangerous behaviour without the medieval brutality of iron chains. Compared to Norris's harness, the straitjacket probably was an improvement, though that's rather a low bar to clear. The reality of straitjacket use at Bethlem and other asylums was considerably less benign than its promoters suggested. Patients could be restrained in straitjackets for extended periods, hours, days, sometimes longer, left unable to move their arms, to feed themselves, to attend to basic bodily functions without staff assistance that might or might not be forthcoming. The jackets themselves could cause injuries if improperly fitted, or if patients struggled against them, and the psychological experience of being rendered completely helpless, wrapped in canvas like a parcel, was hardly therapeutic regardless of how the physical dimensions compared to older methods. The tranquilizing chair, developed by the American physician Benjamin Rush in the late 18th century, represented a different approach to restraint that combined immobilization with supposed therapeutic benefit. The device enclosed the patient's body in a box-like structure, while a separate apparatus confined the head, limiting both movement and sensory stimulation. Rush believed that mental illness resulted from excessive blood flow to the brain, and that reducing stimulation while constraining movement would calm the disordered mind. The chair was presented as treatment rather than mere restraint, a medical intervention rather than an administrative convenience. Whether patients experienced this distinction is doubtful, since being strapped into a box for hours on end is unlikely to feel therapeutic, regardless of the theoretical justification. The use of cold water as a restraint method occupied an ambiguous position between treatment and control. We've discussed hydrotherapy's therapeutic claims in an earlier chapter, but the same water treatment served restraint functions that had nothing to do with humoral theory or nervous system regulation. Plunging an agitated patient into cold water certainly calmed them down. The shock of cold immersion tends to focus attention rather dramatically, and this calming effect could be achieved without any pretense of therapeutic intent. The surprise bath, the cold shower, the wet sheet pack that immobilized patients while lowering body temperature, all of these served as restraints disguised as treatments, or perhaps treatments that were really restraints. The distinction may have mattered less to patients than to the physicians who preferred to see themselves as healers rather than jailers. The moral treatment movement that gained influence in the early 19th century challenged not just the harshness of physical restraints, but their fundamental necessity. Reformers at institutions like the York Retreat demonstrated that patients could be managed without chains, manacles, or even straitjackets, using instead environmental design, meaningful activity, and staff relationships to maintain order. The non-restraint movement that emerged from these demonstrations argued that mechanical restraints were not just cruel but counterproductive, that patients treated with kindness were easier to manage than patients whose treatment generated resentment and resistance. This was a genuinely radical claim that threatened the entire apparatus of physical control that institutions like Bethlem had developed over centuries. The leading figure in the non-restraint movement, John Connolly, demonstrated at the Hanwell Asylum that a large public institution could operate without mechanical restraints. Connolly's success challenged the assumption that restraints were necessary for managing difficult patients, showing that alternative approaches could work at scale, rather than merely in the controlled environment of small private institutions like the York Retreat. His writings and lectures spread the non-restraint gospel throughout Britain and beyond, inspiring reformers who applied his principles in their own institutions. The movement he led represented one of the most significant philosophical shifts in the history of psychiatric care. The practical implementation of non-restraint required rethinking nearly every aspect of asylum operation. Without mechanical restraints, staff needed training in verbal de-escalation and hands-on management techniques that didn't rely on devices. Architecture needed modification to create environments that reduced agitation rather than exacerbating it. Patient populations needed classification so that violent individuals could be separated from those who might be harmed by their behaviour. And oversight needed strengthening to ensure that the elimination of visible restraints didn't simply drive control methods underground, replaced by unsanctioned physical force or neglect rather than by genuine alternatives. Bethlem's adoption of non-restraint principles was gradual and incomplete, driven more by external pressure than internal conviction. The 1815 investigation had exposed conditions that made reform impossible to avoid, and the abolition of the most egregious restraint practices followed over subsequent decades. But complete elimination of mechanical restraints proved difficult to achieve and perhaps impossible to maintain. Even institutions committed to non-restraint found occasions when some form of physical control seemed necessary. Patients in acute crisis, individuals whose violence threatened immediate harm. The question became not whether to use restraints, but when and how, a question that continues generating controversy in psychiatric care to this day. The introduction of sedative medications in the 19th century created new possibilities for restraint that didn't require physical devices at all. Bromides, chloral hydrate, and other compounds could calm agitated patients from the inside, making mechanical restraints less necessary while raising new questions about what constituted acceptable control. Chemical restraint, as it came to be called, had obvious advantages. No abrasions from chains, no injuries from struggling against straitjackets, no elaborate apparatus requiring maintenance and supervision. But chemical restraint also had disadvantages that took time to recognize. Side effects that could be severe, tolerance that required escalating doses, and the fundamental question of whether drugging patients into compliance was really more humane than tying them down. The sedatives available in the 19th century were crude instruments compared to modern psychiatric medications. Bromide salts accumulated in the body, causing confusion, skin problems, and neurological symptoms that could be mistaken for the original mental illness. Chloral hydrate was effective at producing sleep but carried overdose risks that made it dangerous in institutional settings where supervision was limited. Paraldehyde, another popular sedative, had a distinctive unpleasant smell that pervaded the wards where it was used regularly. These drugs worked, after a fashion, but their limitations were obvious to anyone who used them extensively. The economics of chemical versus mechanical restraint favoured the pharmaceutical approach once effective medications became available. Chains and straitjackets required staff time to apply, monitor, and remove. They created injury risks that could generate complaints or legal liability. And they looked bad to visitors or inspectors who might judge the institution by what they saw. Medications could be administered quickly, worked invisibly inside the patient's body, and left no external signs of the control being exercised. The shift from mechanical to chemical restraint reflected not just humanitarian concern, but institutional convenience and public relations. The psychiatric medications that emerged in the mid-20th century transformed the landscape of restraint in ways we've discussed in earlier chapters. Chlorpromazine and its successors could achieve behavioral control that no mechanical restraint had ever managed, calming patients so thoroughly that the old apparatus of chains and straitjackets seemed not just cruel, but unnecessary. The major tranquilizers, as they were called, represented chemical restraints so effective that it changed what psychiatric institutions could accomplish. Patients who would previously have required continuous mechanical restraint could now be maintained on medication that made such restraint redundant. The shift from mechanical to chemical restraint raised ethical questions that remain unresolved. Is a patient who is chemically sedated into compliance more or less restrained than one who is physically tied down? The chemical approach leaves no visible marks, allows physical movement, and can be presented as treatment rather than control. But it also alters brain function in ways that physical restraints never could, affecting not just behavior, but thought, emotion, and the fundamental experience of being a person. Some critics argue that chemical restraint is simply a more sophisticated and therefore more insidious form of control, while defenders maintain that it represents genuine therapeutic progress. The debate reflects broader disagreements about the nature of mental illness and the goals of psychiatric treatment. Modern Bethlem, operating as part of the NHS, uses restraint practices governed by detailed regulations that would have been unimaginable to earlier generations. Mechanical restraint, when used at all, is subject to documentation requirements, time limits, and oversight procedures designed to prevent the abuses that characterized the institution's past. Chemical restraint through medication remains common but is similarly regulated, with informed consent requirements that acknowledge patients' rights to refuse treatment except in clearly defined emergencies. The institutional assumption has shifted from restraint as default to restraint as exception, requiring justification, a profound change from the era when chains were simply part of what being a Bethlem patient meant. The training that staff now receive in restraint procedures reflects lessons learned from centuries of harm. Proper techniques for physical holds that minimize injury risk are taught and practiced. De-escalation skills that might prevent restraint situations from arising receive emphasis that earlier generations never provided. And awareness of the dangers of positional asphyxia, the kind of breathing restriction that killed Senny Lewis, is now standard in staff education. Whether these improvements are sufficient remains to be seen, but they represent genuine attempts to address problems that earlier approaches created or ignored. The balance between patient safety and patient liberty that modern restraint policies attempt to maintain is genuinely difficult to achieve. Some patients pose real risks to themselves or others that may require physical intervention. Some situations escalate too quickly for verbal de-escalation to work, and some psychiatric conditions produce behaviors that simply cannot be managed without some form of control. The question is not whether restraint will ever be used, but how to ensure that when it is used appropriately, minimally, and safely. The regulations governing modern restraint reflect ongoing attempts to answer this question, though the answers remain contested. Yet controversies about restraint continue at Bethlem and throughout psychiatric care. The deaths that occasionally result from restraint procedures, whether mechanical or chemical, generate investigations, reforms, and ongoing debates about whether current practices are as humane as their advocates claim. The fundamental tension between patient liberty and institutional safety has not been resolved, merely managed through regulations that attempt to balance competing values. Each generation believes it has improved upon its predecessor's barbarism, and each generation may be right about that while still falling short of what future generations will consider acceptable. The history of restraint at Bethlem suggests humility about current practices rather than confidence that we have finally gotten things right. The institution and its culture were always intertwined, each shaping the other in ways that make separating them analytically useful, but historically artificial. But if culture shaped Bethlem gradually through accumulated representations and associations, scandal shaped it suddenly, through crises that forced rapid change when gradual evolution had stalled. The history of Bethlem includes several such scandals, moments when conditions that had been tolerated for years or decades suddenly became intolerable, when public attention focused on practices that had previously escaped scrutiny, when the gap between the institution's rhetoric and its reality became too wide to ignore. These scandals drove reforms that might never have occurred through ordinary processes, demonstrating the peculiar power of crisis to accomplish what reason alone cannot. The affair of Dr. Helkiah Crook, who served as keeper of Bethlem from 1619 to 1632, represents the earliest major scandal in the hospital's documented history. Crook was appointed to a position that combined administrative and medical authority over the institution, responsible for both its management and the care of its patients. His tenure quickly became controversial, as governors received complaints about conditions that seemed to be deteriorating under his leadership. Patients were allegedly being neglected, funds were apparently being misappropriated, and the institution's overall operation was failing to meet even the minimal standards that Jacobean society expected from charitable establishments. Crook's background before taking the Bethlem position was distinguished enough to make his subsequent misconduct surprising. He was a physician of some reputation, author of a well-known anatomical text, and connected to circles that included members of the royal court. His appointment to Bethlem seemed to promise competent, respectable management by someone whose professional standing would reflect well on the institution. What went wrong during his tenure remains somewhat unclear from surviving records, but the pattern suggests either personal failings that his credentials obscured or institutional problems that would have overwhelmed any administrator. The specific charges against Crook accumulated over years of his tenure. He was accused of pocketing money that should have gone to patient care, of allowing conditions to deteriorate while personally profiting from his position, of neglecting his duties while maintaining the appearance of respectability that his position required. The governors launched investigations that produced damning findings, yet Crook proved remarkably difficult to remove. He had connections, patrons, and the kind of institutional knowledge that made confronting him complicated. The saga dragged on for over a decade before Crook was finally dismissed in 1632, his departure marking the end of a scandal that had exposed how poorly Bethlem could function when left in the wrong hands. The Crook affair illustrated the governance weaknesses that would plague Bethlem for centuries. The governors who were supposed to oversee the hospital met infrequently and had limited information about daily operations. The keeper who actually ran the institution faced minimal accountability between governors' meetings, and the patients who suffered from mismanagement had no voice in institutional governance and no external advocates to represent their interests. This structural vulnerability to abuse would persist in various forms throughout Bethlem's history, enabling scandals that better governance might have prevented. The Crook affair established patterns that would repeat in subsequent scandals, allegations of abuse and neglect, investigations that confirmed problems while struggling to produce change, and eventual reform that came only after sustained pressure overcame institutional resistance. The specific details of 17th century corruption differed from later scandals, but the fundamental dynamics, personal interests overriding patient welfare, institutional structures enabling misconduct and external intervention, eventually forcing accountability, would prove remarkably consistent across centuries. The parliamentary investigation of 1815, which we've encountered repeatedly throughout this history, represents the most consequential scandal in Bethlem's long existence. The investigation arose from broader parliamentary interest in the treatment of the insane, prompted by reformers who had been documenting conditions at various asylums and demanding governmental attention. Bethlem was not initially the primary target. Investigators surveyed multiple institutions, but what they found at England's oldest and most famous asylum proved so shocking that it dominated their eventual report and the public discussion that followed. The investigators who entered Bethlem in 1814 and 1815 came prepared to find problems, but were still apparently surprised by the severity of what they encountered. James Norris in his iron harness became the investigation's most famous discovery, but the problems extended far beyond any individual case. Patients were found in conditions of filth and neglect that seemed designed to degrade rather than treat. Staff were inadequately trained, inadequately supervised, and inadequately paid, creating predictable incentives for the abuses that investigators documented. The medical care that the institution supposedly provided was largely fictional, consisting of occasional physician visits that produced little actual attention to individual patient needs. The testimony that emerged from the 1815 investigation painted a picture of institutional failure so complete that reform became politically unavoidable. Thomas Munro's admission that he rarely visited the wards and couldn't speak to individual patient conditions confirmed what reformers had alleged about physician negligence. Keeper testimony revealed practices that the hospital's official statements had obscured, and the physical evidence, the restraints, the squalor, the obvious suffering of patients encountered during investigation visits, spoke more powerfully than any testimony could. The gap between Bethlem's prestigious reputation and its actual conditions was simply too great to defend. The investigation committee included members of Parliament who brought political weight to their findings and recommendations. Their social standing meant that the investigation couldn't simply be dismissed as the work of cranks or agitators. These were respectable men of influence whose conclusions demanded response. The committee's access to the hospital was essentially unrestricted, allowing investigators to see areas that casual visitors never entered and to speak with patients and staff who might otherwise have remained unheard. The thoroughness of the investigation made its findings difficult to dispute, even for those who preferred to believe that Bethlem was functioning acceptably. The specific conditions the investigators documented would have been shocking even to contemporaries accustomed to harsh treatment of the poor and deviant. Women patients were found naked in cells without bedding, their modesty apparently not worth the cost of clothing. Male patients were discovered in restraints that had been applied so long that the devices had caused permanent injury. The food provided to patients was often inedible, and what little was edible was frequently stolen by staff before it reached those who were supposed to receive it. The systematic nature of the neglect, affecting virtually every aspect of institutional operation, suggested problems far deeper than individual misconduct. The reforms that followed the 1815 investigation transformed Bethlem from what it had been into something that at least gestured toward what it should become. The visitor admission scheme had already ended decades earlier, but now more fundamental changes followed. restraint practices were modified, though not eliminated. Oversight was increased, with more regular inspections and reporting requirements. Staff training and supervision received attention that had previously been absent. The physical conditions of the wards improved, though adequate funding remained a persistent problem. None of these changes happened overnight, but the scandal created momentum for reform that continued through subsequent decades. The 1815 investigation also demonstrated the power of publicity in driving institutional change. The parliamentary report was published, discussed in newspapers, and debated in venues ranging from Parliament to coffeehouses. The image of James Norris in his harness, reproduced in prints and illustrations, became a visual symbol that audiences could grasp immediately without reading lengthy reports. The scandal entered public consciousness in ways that made continued tolerance of the old conditions politically difficult. Reformers learned that public attention could accomplish what private advocacy had failed to achieve, a lesson that would inform subsequent campaigns for asylum reform. The 19th century brought additional scandals, investigations, and reforms that continued the process the 1815 inquiry had begun. The Lunacy Commission, established in 1845, provided ongoing oversight that made the kind of neglect documented in 1815 harder to sustain. Individual scandals at Bethlem and other institutions prompted specific reforms when particular abuses came to light. The overall trajectory was toward greater regulation, greater transparency, and greater accountability, though progress was uneven and reversals occurred. Each scandal pushed reform forward while also revealing how much remained to be done. The 20th century brought its own scandals to Bethlem and to the broader psychiatric system of which the hospital had become part. The revelations about conditions in long-stay mental hospitals that emerged in the 1960s and 1970s prompted the deinstitutionalization movement that would eventually transform psychiatric care throughout the Western world. Bethlem was not specifically targeted in these later scandals, but the general critique of institutional psychiatry affected how the hospital was perceived and how it operated. The era of large asylum populations was ending, replaced by community care models that theoretically eliminated the conditions that had produced centuries of scandal. The Reclaim Bedlam protests of 1997 represented a different kind of scandal, one generated by patients and advocates rather than by external investigators discovering hidden abuses. The protests arose from concerns about the hospital's planned development of its Monk's Orchard site, with opponents arguing that the development plans inadequately considered the needs of mental health service users and the historical significance of the grounds. The campaign brought together mental health activists, heritage advocates, and community members in opposition to what they viewed as inappropriate commercialization of land that should remain dedicated to therapeutic purposes. The specific development proposals that sparked the 1997 protests involved building on portions of the hospital grounds that had historically been used for therapeutic gardens and patient activities. Advocates argued that this green space contributed to patient well-being in ways that the development planners failed to appreciate. The heritage dimension added another layer of concern, with preservationists arguing that the site's historical significance, as the location of England's oldest psychiatric hospital, merited protection rather than commercial exploitation. The coalition that formed around these concerns was unusual in bringing together groups that might otherwise have had little in common. The tactics employed by the Reclaim Bedlam campaign reflected the evolution of protest movements since earlier Bethlem scandals. Media outreach, public demonstrations, formal objections to planning applications, and engagement with elected officials all played roles in the campaign strategy. The protesters understood that public opinion could influence decisions and worked systematically to shape that opinion through communication that emphasized both the therapeutic and historical stakes of the development proposals. The campaign showed sophistication about how to leverage public concern into institutional change. The 1997 protests differed from earlier scandals in important ways. They were not primarily about patient abuse or institutional neglect, but about institutional planning and community engagement. The protesters were not investigators exposing hidden conditions, but advocates making public arguments about what the hospital should become. And the outcome was not governmental reform imposed from outside, but negotiated compromise that modified development plans while allowing some construction to proceed. The Reclaim Bedlam campaign showed that scandals could be proactive rather than reactive, generated by communities demanding voice in institutional decisions, rather than by investigators discovering wrongdoing. Seni's Law, enacted in 2018, represents the most recent scandal-driven reform affecting psychiatric care in Britain, though its origins lie in tragedy rather than in the kind of investigative exposé that characterised earlier turning points. The law is named after Olaseni Lewis, known as Seni, a young man who died in 2010 after being restrained by police at Bethlem Royal Hospital. Seni had been brought to the hospital experiencing a mental health crisis and died after being held face down by multiple officers using restraint techniques that proved fatal. His death prompted years of campaigning by his family and supporters, eventually resulting in legislation that mandated changes in how restraint is used in mental health settings. The circumstances of Seni's death exemplified the dangers of restraint practices that the hospital's long history should have taught everyone to avoid. Multiple officers held down a single patient, using techniques that restricted breathing and applying pressure that proved fatal. The restraint continued despite signs of distress that should have prompted reassessment, and the entire incident occurred in a hospital setting where staff should have been trained to recognise the dangers of the practices being employed. The death combined failures of training, judgment, and institutional culture in ways that demanded response. The investigation into Seni's death revealed breakdowns at multiple levels that had allowed the fatal restraint to occur and continue. The officers involved had received training that proved inadequate for the situation they faced. The hospital staff who were present failed to intervene effectively when the restraint became dangerous. The policies governing police involvement in mental health crisis response were unclear about who bore responsibility for patient safety. Each of these failures contributed to an outcome that proper systems should have prevented, and each became a focus of the subsequent reform effort. The campaign for Seni's Law was led by his mother, Ajibola Lewis, who devoted years to ensuring that her son's death would produce changes preventing similar tragedies. Her advocacy combined personal grief with public purpose, keeping Seni's story before legislators and the public until action became unavoidable. The campaign built alliances with mental health organisations, civil rights groups, and other advocates who recognised in Seni's case patterns of concern extending far beyond any individual incident. The law that eventually passed represented not just one mother's determination, but a coalition effort that transformed private tragedy into public policy. Seni's Law requires mental health units to report annually on restraint use, mandates training for staff in safe restraint techniques, and establishes oversight mechanisms designed to prevent deaths like Seni's from recurring. The law also requires the appointment of responsible officers at each mental health unit to oversee restraint practices and ensure compliance with regulations. These requirements represent precisely the kind of institutionalised reform that scandal can produce. Ongoing changes embedded in law and regulation rather than temporary improvements that fade when attention moves elsewhere. The pattern across Bethlem's scandals reveals certain constants, despite the centuries separating the Crook affair from Seni's Law. Each scandal exposed a gap between how the institution presented itself and how it actually operated. Each required sustained pressure to produce change, as institutional inertia resisted reform until the costs of resistance exceeded the costs of compliance. Each resulted in regulatory or procedural changes designed to prevent recurrence, though whether those changes actually prevented future problems or merely shifted them into new forms remains debatable. And each demonstrated that institutions serving vulnerable populations require external accountability, since internal mechanisms consistently prove inadequate to prevent abuse. The role of families and advocates in driving scandal-based reform has increased over time, reflecting broader changes in how mental health care is understood and governed. The 1815 investigation was conducted by parliamentarians with minimal input from patients or their families. The reforms that followed reflected governmental and medical priorities rather than the perspectives of those actually receiving care. By contrast, Seni's Law resulted directly from family advocacy, with Seni's mother and other relatives leading a campaign that kept his death in public attention until legislative change occurred. This shift reflects the broader movement toward patient-centred care that has transformed mental health services, at least rhetorically, over recent decades. The question of whether scandal-driven reform is the most effective or desirable way to improve psychiatric care is worth considering. Scandals produce sudden attention that can overcome institutional resistance, but they also produce reactive rather than proactive change. Reforms enacted in response to scandal address the specific problems that generated public outrage, which may not be the most important problems requiring attention, and the cyclical pattern of scandal, reform, complacency, and renewed scandal suggests that fundamental issues remain unaddressed despite repeated interventions. Perhaps the problems are not with specific practices that can be regulated away, but with deeper structural issues that scandal-driven reform never quite reaches. Bethlem today operates under regulatory frameworks created by accumulated scandals stretching back centuries. The hospital cannot use restraints without documentation and oversight because of what the 1815 investigation revealed. It cannot develop its grounds without community consultation because of the 1997 protests. It must train staff in safe restraint techniques and report on their use because of Seni's law. Each layer of regulation represents a scandal successfully transformed into institutional change, and together these layers create a framework of accountability that earlier generations of Bethlem patients would have found unimaginable. Whether current frameworks are adequate to prevent future scandals is unknowable until those scandals either occur or don't. The history suggests humility about any claim to have finally solved the problems that plagued Bethlem for centuries. Each generation believed its reforms had addressed the issues that concerned it, only for subsequent generations to discover new problems or old problems in new forms. The trajectory has generally been toward better treatment of patients, and that progress shouldn't be dismissed. But neither should confidence that current practices represent any kind of endpoint. The next scandal may already be developing, invisible until the moment when it suddenly becomes impossible to ignore. As we turn to examine the philosophical transformation that moral treatment brought to psychiatric care, we should remember that this transformation itself emerged partly from scandal, from the public outrage that conditions at places like Bethlem provoked among reformers who believed that better approaches were possible. The ideas that would reshape asylum care came not just from philosophical reflection, but from practical demonstration that alternatives could work, and from public attention that made continuing the old ways increasingly untenable. Reform in psychiatric care has always required both ideas and pressure, vision and scandal working together to produce change that neither could accomplish alone. Reform in psychiatric care has always required both ideas and pressure, vision and scandal working together to produce change that neither could accomplish alone. The moral treatment movement that transformed Bethlem and institutions like it during the 19th century emerged from exactly this combination. Philosophical conviction about how the mentally ill should be treated, coupled with public outrage at how they actually were being treated. The result was nothing less than a revolution in psychiatric care, one that replaced chains with kindness, punishment with therapy, and despair with at least the possibility of recovery. The origins of moral treatment lay outside the mainstream medical establishment, among religious dissenters whose theological commitments led them to question assumptions that trained physicians took for granted. The Society of Friends, the Quakers, played a particularly important role in developing and demonstrating the new approach. Quaker theology emphasized the divine light present in every person, a spiritual equality that made the degradation of any human being, including the mentally ill, a kind of sacrilege. This theological foundation supported practical innovations that would prove more influential than any amount of philosophical argument. The York Retreat, founded in 1796 by the Quaker William Tuke, became the demonstration project that showed moral treatment could actually work. Tuke established the retreat after a fellow Quaker died under disturbing circumstances at the York Asylum, prompting him to create an alternative institution where the mentally ill could receive care consistent with Quaker values. The retreat was small, private, and deliberately different from the large public asylums whose conditions had prompted its creation. Patients were treated as guests rather than inmates, addressed with respect, and encouraged to participate in the structured activities that gave their days meaning and purpose. The physical environment of the York Retreat reflected its therapeutic philosophy. The building resembled a large country house more than an institution, with gardens and grounds that patients could enjoy under minimal supervision. Mechanical restraints were used rarely and reluctantly, replaced by staff relationships and environmental design that reduced the agitation restraints were supposed to control. The food was good, the accommodations comfortable, and the overall atmosphere closer to a health resort than to the chaos of places like Bethlem. The contrast with conventional asylums could hardly have been more complete. The therapeutic approach at the retreat emphasized what its founders called moral treatment, a term whose meaning has shifted somewhat since the 19th century. Moral in this context referred not primarily to ethics, but to psychological and emotional dimensions of human experience, the aspects of personhood that made humans more than biological machines. Moral treatment addressed patients as whole people with emotional needs, social connections, and capacity for self-regulation that harsh physical interventions only undermined. The approach assumed that the mentally ill retained their essential humanity despite their illness, an assumption that the chains and spectacles of traditional asylums seemed designed to deny. The results achieved at the York Retreat attracted attention that spread far beyond the small Quaker community that had created it. Visitors came from throughout Britain and from continental Europe to observe the retreat's methods and outcomes. Published accounts described recovery rates that seemed impossible given what conventional asylums achieved. The retreat became proof that alternatives existed, that the horrors of places like Bethlem were not inevitable features of psychiatric care but choices that could be made differently. This demonstration effect proved more powerful than any theoretical argument could have been. The contrast between the retreat and conventional asylums went beyond specific practices to encompass fundamentally different assumptions about mental illness and those who suffered from it. Traditional asylums assumed that the mad were essentially different from the sane, that their humanity had been compromised by their condition, and that treatment, if treatment was even possible, required harsh measures to penetrate their disordered minds. The retreat assumed that the mad remained fundamentally human, that their capacity for reason was impaired but not destroyed, and that gentle approaches respecting their remaining faculties could support recovery. These different assumptions led naturally to different practices, and the retreat's success suggested that its assumptions were closer to truth. The staffing model at the retreat differed significantly from what conventional asylums employed. Rather than brutal keepers whose primary qualification was physical strength, the retreat sought staff who could form therapeutic relationships with patients. These attendants were trained to use kindness rather than force, to engage patients in conversation and activity, and to model the self-control that patients were supposed to recover. The ratio of staff to patients was higher than at large public asylums, allowing individualized attention that mass institutions couldn't provide. The investment in quality staffing reflected conviction that therapeutic relationships were central to recovery. Samuel Tuke, grandson of the founder, published Description of the Retreat in 1813, providing a detailed account of the institution's methods and philosophy that could be studied and potentially replicated elsewhere. The book appeared at a moment when public attention was turning toward asylum conditions, making its message particularly timely. Reformers who had been arguing that better treatment was possible now had evidence to cite, a working model they could point to when skeptics demanded proof. The publication helped transform moral treatment from a Quaker peculiarity into a reform agenda with broad appeal. The influence of the York Retreat on Bethlem came gradually, filtered through decades of debate, investigation, and incremental change. The 1815 parliamentary investigation that exposed Bethlem's conditions drew explicitly on the retreat as a contrast, asking why England's oldest asylum couldn't achieve what a small private institution had demonstrated was possible. The reforms that followed the investigation incorporated moral treatment principles, though implementation was uneven and resistance from traditional practitioners remained strong. The transformation of Bethlem from warehouse to hospital was a process measured in decades rather than years. William Hood, who became resident physician at Bethlem in 1853, represented a new generation of psychiatric practitioners who had absorbed moral treatment principles and were committed to implementing them in institutional settings. Hood had trained at a moment when moral treatment was becoming medical orthodoxy, at least rhetorically, and he brought this training to an institution that still bore traces of its troubled past. His tenure marked a decisive break with the Monroe era, an embrace of reform principles that earlier Bethlem physicians had resisted. Hood's reforms at Bethlem addressed multiple dimensions of institutional life that moral treatment philosophy identified as important. The remaining mechanical restraints were largely eliminated, replaced by staff supervision and environmental modifications that reduced the behaviors restraints were supposed to control. Patient activities were expanded beyond mere confinement to include work, recreation, and education that provided structure and purpose. The physical environment was improved, with attention to light, air, and space that earlier generations had neglected, and the overall atmosphere shifted from punitive to therapeutic, from control to care. Hood documented his reforms in publications that contributed to the broader professional literature on asylum management. His writings described specific techniques for managing difficult patients without mechanical restraints, offering practical guidance that other practitioners could apply in their own institutions. The publications also addressed the institutional changes necessary to support non-restraint practice, staffing levels, ward design, activity programming, recognizing that individual techniques required systemic support to succeed. Hood's work helped transform moral treatment from abstract philosophy into implementable practice. The transition from restraint to non-restraint was neither instantaneous nor complete. Some patients whose violent behaviors seemed genuinely dangerous continued receiving some form of physical control, though the forms became less harsh and their use more carefully documented. The institutional culture that had normalized chains took time to change, with older staff sometimes resistant to approaches that challenged everything they had learned. And occasions arose when non-restraint ideals collided with practical realities that seemed to require some form of physical intervention. Hood and reformers like him had to navigate these complications while maintaining commitment to principles that guided their overall direction. The introduction of occupational therapy at Bethlem represented one of moral treatment's most significant practical innovations. The theory was straightforward. Meaningful activity benefited mental health, while idleness encouraged deterioration. Patients who spent their days productively, working in gardens, learning crafts, participating in organized activities, fared better than those left alone in cells with nothing to occupy their time. The theory aligned conveniently with institutional economics, since patient labor could reduce operating costs while supposedly benefiting the patients themselves. Whether this alignment represented genuine therapeutic insight or merely rationalization of exploitation remained contested. The specific activities offered to Bethlem patients under moral treatment varied by gender, condition, and institutional resources. Male patients might work in gardens, workshops, or farm operations that produced food and goods for institutional use. Female patients were typically assigned domestic tasks, sewing, laundry, cleaning, that reflected Victorian assumptions about appropriate feminine occupations. The therapeutic value of these activities was probably real, at least for some patients, but the gendered division of labour ensured that therapy reinforced rather than challenged prevailing social norms. The philosophy underlying moral treatment contained tensions that would eventually limit its influence. The approach assumed that mental illness was fundamentally a disruption of self-control that proper environment and relationships could restore. This assumption worked reasonably well for patients whose conditions were temporary or responsive to environmental change, but it worked less well for those with chronic, severe illnesses that didn't respond to kindness and structure. The gap between moral treatment's optimistic assumptions and the reality of persistent mental illness created frustrations that would eventually undermine the movement's momentum. The accumulation of chronic patients in Victorian asylums gradually transformed institutions designed for cure into warehouses for custody. Early moral treatment enthusiasts had believed that most cases of mental illness could be cured if treated promptly and properly. Experience taught otherwise. Many patients improved but didn't recover fully, remaining in institutional care indefinitely. Others showed no improvement at all, their conditions apparently permanent regardless of treatment approach. The wards filled with long-term residents whose presence changed institutional character, shifting focus from therapeutic optimism to custodial management. The scale of Victorian asylums worked against the individualized attention that moral treatment philosophy prescribed. The York Retreat had served dozens of patients with a staff ratio allowing meaningful relationships. The county asylums that proliferated under Victorian legislation served hundreds or thousands, with staff ratios that made individual attention impossible. A physician responsible for 1,000 patients couldn't know them as individuals. Attendants managing wards of dozens couldn't form the therapeutic relationships that moral treatment envisioned. The institutional model that moral treatment helped legitimate became, at scale, something its founders might not have recognized. The class dimensions of Victorian psychiatric care complicated moral treatment's implementation. The Retreat and similar private institutions served patients from families who could afford substantial fees, middle-class and upper-class families whose members received treatment consonant with their social position. Public asylums served the poor, whose treatment reflected assumptions about what their class deserved and could benefit from. The therapeutic activities that moral treatment prescribed often devolved into menial labour for public asylum patients, work that served institutional economics while providing less therapeutic value than reformers had imagined. The Victorian asylum system that moral treatment helped create was, at its best, genuinely more humane than what it replaced. Patients who would have been chained in filthy cells a generation earlier now lived in environments that attempted to support recovery. Staff who would have been brutal keepers now received at least some training in therapeutic approaches, and the overall framing of mental illness shifted from moral failing deserving punishment to medical condition deserving treatment. These were real improvements that made real differences in real lives. But the Victorian asylum system was also limited by resources, knowledge, and social attitudes that constrained what it could accomplish. The optimism of early moral treatment gave way to pessimism as chronic patients accumulated in institutions that had been designed for curable cases. The individualized attention that small institutions like the York Retreat could provide proved impossible to maintain in large public asylums housing hundreds or thousands of patients. And the therapeutic activities that moral treatment prescribed often devolved into institutional labour that served economic rather than therapeutic purposes. The revolution in consciousness that moral treatment represented was genuine, but its practical implementation fell short of its ideals. The history of restraint at Bethlem suggests humility about current practices rather than confidence that we have finally gotten things right. The trajectory has generally been toward better treatment of patients, and that progress shouldn't be dismissed. But neither should confidence that current practices represent any kind of endpoint. Bethlem in the 21st century operates as a modern psychiatric hospital while carrying the weight of 7 centuries of history that can never quite be left behind. The institution's present is shaped by its past in ways both visible and subtle, creating a unique institutional identity that no other hospital shares. The modern Bethlem Royal Hospital bears little resemblance to the institution that gave the English language a word for chaos. Located at Monk's Orchard in the London Borough of Bromley, the hospital operates as part of the South London and Maudsley NHS Foundation Trust, one of the largest mental health trusts in Britain. The patient population is small compared to the massive Victorian asylums. Bethlem today serves hundreds rather than thousands, and the conditions of care would be unrecognisable to anyone familiar with the hospital's earlier incarnations. The chains are gone, the public visitors are gone, and the assumption that patients deserve degradation rather than treatment is gone. The services Bethlem provides today reflect contemporary understanding of mental illness and its treatment. The hospital includes medium-secure units for patients who require higher levels of containment than open psychiatric wards can provide, serving individuals whose conditions or behaviours make them unsuitable for less restrictive settings. Specialist services address particular conditions or populations that benefit from concentrated expertise, and the hospital participates in research activities that advance knowledge about mental illness and its treatment, contributing to the evidence base that informs practice throughout the NHS. The forensic psychiatry services at Bethlem represent one of the hospital's most significant contemporary functions. These services treat patients who have come to psychiatric attention through the criminal justice system. Individuals found not guilty by reason of insanity, those transferred from prisons for psychiatric treatment, and others whose mental illness intersects with legal proceedings. The secure units provide containment necessary for public safety, while attempting to offer treatment that might eventually allow patients to return to less restrictive settings or to the community. The balance between security and therapy creates ongoing tensions that staff must navigate daily. The research activities conducted at Bethlem and through its affiliation with King's College London position the hospital at the intersection of clinical care and scientific advancement. Clinical trials test new treatments against existing standards of care. Neuroimaging studies examine brain changes associated with mental illness and its treatment. Psychological research investigates therapeutic approaches that might improve outcomes. This research dimension connects Bethlem to the broader enterprise of advancing psychiatric knowledge, a connection that the Monroe-era physicians who resisted innovation would find unrecognisable. The training function that Bethlem serves for future mental health professionals ensures that its influence extends beyond patients directly receiving care. Medical students, nursing students, and trainees in various mental health disciplines rotate through the hospital's services, learning clinical skills that they will apply throughout their careers. The institutional culture they encounter during training shapes their assumptions about how psychiatric care should be conducted. If that culture embodies lessons from Bethlem's history about the importance of humane treatment, the dangers of institutional complacency, the value of continued reform, those lessons may influence practice far beyond the hospital's walls. The transformation of Bethlem from notorious asylum to respected NHS facility required more than just improved practices. It required addressing the institution's troubled reputation and the cultural associations that had accumulated over centuries. The word Bedlam still carries connotations of chaos and disorder, and the hospital's historical connection to that word created challenges that newer institutions don't face. Bethlem had to demonstrate that it was different from what it had been, that its past didn't determine its present, that patients could trust an institution whose history included so much harm. The Museum of the Mind, which opened on the hospital grounds in 2015, represents Bethlem's most visible engagement with its own history. The museum occupies a building that once housed hospital administration, now converted into exhibition space that presents the institution's past to visitors who come not to view patients, but to learn about how earlier generations treated them. The collections include artifacts from throughout Bethlem's history: restraint devices, medical instruments, patient artwork, architectural drawings, presented with interpretation that contextualizes their significance and acknowledges the suffering they represent. The curatorial approach at the Museum of the Mind attempts to balance multiple objectives that don't always align comfortably. The museum must be honest about historical conditions that were genuinely horrific, neither minimizing past abuses nor sensationalizing suffering for entertainment value. It must acknowledge institutional progress without suggesting that current practices are beyond criticism or improvement, and it must respect the dignity of former patients whose experiences the museum documents, people who are often unable to consent to the attention their cases now receive. These tensions don't have perfect solutions, only approaches that try to honor competing considerations. The patient artwork collection at the Museum of the Mind deserves particular attention as a resource that centers patient perspectives often missing from institutional histories. Richard Dadd's paintings are the most famous works in the collection, but hundreds of other pieces by less celebrated patients document interior experiences that administrative records cannot capture. These works represent patient voice in a history that has usually been told by staff, administrators, and external observers. The decision to preserve and display this work acknowledges that patients created things of value even while suffering conditions that should never have existed. The debates about how institutions should remember difficult histories extend well beyond Bethlem to encompass museums, memorials, and heritage sites worldwide. How do you tell stories of suffering without exploiting those who suffered? How do you acknowledge progress without suggesting that historical wrongs no longer matter? How do you serve educational purposes without providing entertainment that trivializes serious subjects? These questions have no definitive answers, only ongoing conversations that reflect changing sensibilities and evolving understanding. The relationship between Bethlem's past and its present creates unusual dynamics for both staff and patients. Staff work in an institution whose name still evokes negative associations, requiring them to demonstrate through their practice that the modern hospital is different from its historical incarnation. Patients receive care in a setting whose history includes treatment that would now be considered torture, a context that some may find troubling and others may not consider at all. The institution cannot escape its history, can only try to ensure that history informs rather than determines present practice. The broader context of NHS mental health services shapes what Bethlem can accomplish in ways that connect to the funding challenges that have plagued the institution throughout its existence. Mental health services remain underfunded relative to need, with demand exceeding capacity throughout the system. The resources available for any individual patient are constrained by budgets that never quite stretch far enough. And the policy environment continues evolving, with new priorities, new requirements, and new uncertainties arriving with each government. Bethlem operates within these constraints while trying to provide care that reflects both contemporary standards and lessons from its unique history. The question of what Bethlem's history should mean for its present remains genuinely contested. Some argue that the institution's troubled past should inform current practice through heightened vigilance against the kinds of abuse that characterized earlier eras. Others suggest that dwelling on historical horrors unfairly burdens an institution that has genuinely transformed, that Bethlem should be evaluated on its present merits rather than its past failures. Still others see the history as primarily educational, valuable for understanding the evolution of psychiatric care but not directly relevant to contemporary clinical practice. These perspectives coexist uneasily, without clear resolution. The physical site at Monk's Orchard embodies tensions between preservation and development that have characterized Bethlem's recent history. The grounds include buildings and landscapes of historical significance that heritage advocates argue should be protected. They also include underutilized spaces that could serve contemporary healthcare needs or generate revenue through development. Balancing these competing claims has required negotiations among stakeholders with different priorities, compromises that have satisfied no one completely, but have allowed the hospital to continue operating while maintaining at least some connection to its past. The international significance of Bethlem as the world's oldest psychiatric hospital, still operating on its original foundation, attracts scholarly attention, professional interest, and occasional tourist curiosity. Researchers studying the history of psychiatry inevitably encounter Bethlem's archive, one of the most extensive documentary records of institutional psychiatric care anywhere in the world. Mental health professionals from other countries sometimes visit to see what the famous or infamous institution looks like today, and occasional members of the public come to the Museum of the Mind seeking to understand the history that the word Bedlam preserves in fossilized form. The future of Bethlem remains uncertain in the way that all institutional futures are uncertain, dependent on policy decisions, funding allocations, and social attitudes that cannot be predicted with confidence. The hospital will presumably continue providing psychiatric care for the foreseeable future, though the specific services it offers may evolve as needs and resources change. The Museum of the Mind will presumably continue interpreting the institution's history, though how that interpretation develops over time will reflect broader changes in how society understands mental illness and its treatment. And the word Bedlam will presumably continue its independent existence in English, carrying associations that most speakers don't connect to any actual hospital. What Bethlem's 7th century history ultimately teaches may be less about psychiatry specifically than about institutional care generally. Institutions serving vulnerable populations require external accountability because internal mechanisms consistently prove inadequate to prevent abuse. Financial constraints shape what institutions can accomplish, often creating gaps between stated missions and actual practice. And cultural attitudes toward the populations institutions serve influence how much society is willing to invest in their care. These lessons apply beyond mental health to prisons, nursing homes, facilities for people with disabilities, and any setting where people who cannot easily advocate for themselves depend on institutional care. The story of Bethlem is not finished. The hospital continues operating, continues treating patients, continues adding to a history that now spans more than 700 years. Future chapters will be written by people not yet born, addressing conditions we cannot anticipate, making decisions whose consequences will only become clear in retrospect. What we can hope is that those future practitioners will have learned from the past, from the chains and the spectacles, from the reforms and the scandals, from the long, slow progress that has transformed a medieval priory into a modern hospital. The history we've traced through these chapters is their inheritance as much as it is our story. May they use it wisely. The journey we've taken together through Bethlem's history has been long and sometimes dark. We've encountered suffering that should never have occurred, and witnessed reforms that came too late for those who needed them. We've met figures whose good intentions produced harm and others whose comfortable indifference enabled abuse. We've seen how institutions can become worlds unto themselves, operating by internal logic that outsiders find incomprehensible. And we've watched as public attention, scandal, and determined advocacy eventually produced changes that internal mechanisms could never achieve. But we've also seen progress that deserves acknowledgement. The Bethlem of 2024 is incomparably better than the Bethlem of 1724 or 1824. The patients receiving care today are treated with a dignity that their predecessors could only have dreamed of. The physical conditions, the therapeutic approaches, the respect for patient rights, all of these have improved beyond what earlier generations could have imagined possible. This progress happened because people, reformers, advocates, practitioners, patients themselves, insisted that better was possible and worked to make it real. Their efforts deserve recognition alongside acknowledgement of the failures they were working to correct. The word Bedlam will continue to mean chaos in English, a linguistic fossil preserving attitudes that the modern institution has transcended. Most people who use the word will never think about its origins, will never connect their casual invocation of disorder to the 7 centuries of history we've explored. That disconnection is perhaps fitting. The hospital has earned the right to be judged on its present rather than its past, to be seen as Bethlem Royal Hospital rather than just Bedlam. But for those of us who have made this journey through the archives and the wards, the word will carry different weight. We know what it took to transform chaos into care, and we know how fragile such transformations can be. Thank you for joining me on this journey through one of history's most remarkable institutions. The patients who passed through Bethlem's doors over 7 centuries deserved better than many of them received, and remembering their experiences honours them in the only way now possible. The lessons their suffering teaches, about institutional accountability, about the importance of external scrutiny, about the ongoing work required to treat vulnerable people with dignity, remain relevant far beyond psychiatric care. Those lessons are Bethlem's true legacy, more enduring than any building or any word. May we learn them well.